Welcome back to Daily Story. Every story here is shared exactly as it happened. Today's story offers a new perspective worth hearing. If today's experience resonates with you, feel free to subscribe, leave a comment, or share the episode. It helps others discover these real stories. So let us begin. The air in the shack was a constant, suffocating blanket of dread. It clung to everything, the rough-hewn walls, my clothes, even the inside of my nostrils. A thick, coppery smell, like an old penny left out in the rain, never truly faded. There was the smell of the crimson pools, the hanging shapes, the jars that lined the shelves. Every surface seemed to weep a silent, macabre history. I had not seen sunlight in I do not even know how long. Days, weeks. Time had become a meaningless blur, marked only by the relentless drip from the ceiling, and Serena's unsettling presence. She moved through the charnel house with an almost ethereal grace, humming old nursery rhymes while she sharpened her tools, or meticulously rearranged the contents of her grotesque collection. Sometimes she would talk to me, her voice soft and melodic, asking if I was comfortable or if I understood now. I would just nod, my throat too tight to form words, my eyes vacant. Resistance was futile. I would learn that lesson quickly, painfully. My body was a shell, my mind a shattered mess. I was a puppet, and Serena held every string. One morning, if you could call it morning, in that windowless abyss, Serena came to me with a strange glint in her eyes. I was huddled in a corner, staring at nothing, trying to block out the sights and sounds. She knelt before me, her smile wide and unsettlingly sweet. "My love," she purred, her fingers tracing the lines on my palm. "You have been so quiet, so withdrawn." She tilted her head, her dark hair falling over one shoulder. "I think you need a little pick-me-up, a chance to reconnect." My blood ran cold. Reconnect with what? The dead. She produced a phone from her pocket, my phone. I realized with a jolt. It was an AI font, screen cracked from when I would dropped it in my initial panic. But it was on, lit up, showing the familiar interface. My heart hammered against my ribs. Was this an escape? A chance? Serena laughed softly, as if reading my thoughts. "Oh, do not get ideas, darling. This is our phone now, and we are going to use it to make some new friends." She opened an app, Tinder. My stomach lurched, bile rising in my throat. "No," I whispered. The word a rasp. Her smile vanished, replaced by a chillingly serene expression. "No. Is that what you said, my love?" Her grip on my wrist tightened, her nails digging in. "I thought we agreed there would be no more no's. Not when it comes to us." The pain was a sharp, focused point, but the terror was a crushing wave. I remembered the last time I would try to defy her. The pain, the screams, the chilling calm with which she would explain my misunderstanding. I could not go through that again. "Good," she said, releasing my wrist, her smile returning as if nothing had happened. "Now, I have already set up your profile. Just a few tweaks. We need someone interesting, someone who appreciates depth, someone who is not afraid to explore new things." She scrolled through profiles, her thumb swiping left with dismissive efficiency. My eyes darted around the shack, searching for anything, any sign, any hope. But there was nothing, just the looming shadows and the silent, judging presence of the hanging figures. "Ah," she said, stopping on a profile. "This one looks promising." The picture showed a woman with bright, intelligent eyes and a warm smile. Her name was Chloe. She was a librarian, loved hiking, and had a bio that spoke of a desire for genuine connection and adventures off the beaten path. She seemed normal, too normal for this. Serena handed me the phone. "Now, you are going to message her. Be charming. Be inviting. Tell her you are new to town looking for someone to show you around. Someone to share a quiet evening with." Her eyes, dark and intense, locked onto mine. "And you will make her feel comfortable. You will make her trust you. Because if you do not, my love, She gestured vaguely towards the jars on the shelf, her smile never wavering. Well, let us just say I have plenty of room for new additions. My hands trembled as I took the phone. My fingers, numb and clumsy, typed out a message under her watchful gaze. Every word was a lie. Every keystroke a betrayal. I was bait. I was a lure, and the thought made me want to vomit. Chloe responded quickly. She was friendly, open, and suggested a quiet coffee shop in the nearby town. Serena approved. Perfect, she whispered, her breath hot against my ear. A public place. How quaint. But do not worry, darling. I will be watching every step, every word. The drive was surreal. Serena drove her beat-up pickup truck, the one she would use to bring me here. The one that probably had countless secrets in its rusty chassis. I sat beside her, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. The outside world, the green trees, the clear blue sky felt alien, a cruel mockery of what I would lost. She dropped me off a block away from the coffee shop. Remember, she said, her voice a low growl, any deviation, any attempt to warn her, any sign of resistance, and our next date will be very, very different. For both of us. She patted my cheek, a gesture that felt more like a threat than affection. Do not disappoint me, my love. I walked towards the coffee shop, each step feeling like I was wading through quicksand. My clothes, though cleaned by Serena, still felt tainted, like they carried the lingering scent of the charnel house. My skin crawled. I felt like a ghost, a walking corpse sent to lure the living. Chloe was already there, sitting at a small table by the window. She looked exactly like her pictures, warm, inviting, a genuine smile playing on her lips. She waved when she saw me, and for a fleeting second, a desperate, irrational hope flickered within me. Maybe I could warn her. Maybe I could scream. Maybe I could just run. But then I saw Serena's truck parked subtly down the street, partially obscured by a larger van. Her silhouette was visible in the driver's seat. She was watching, always watching. I forced a smile, a grotesque imitation of human warmth, and slid into the chair opposite Chloe. Hi, I managed, my voice sounding strained even to my own ears. You must be Chloe, and you are narrator's name, she said, her smile broadening. It is good to finally meet you. I was starting to think Tinder was just a black hole of bad jokes and ghosting, she chuckled. A light, airy sound that felt horribly out of place. I nodded, trying to appear normal, trying to match her easygoing demeanor. But my eyes kept darting towards the window, towards the street, towards Serena's truck. Is everything okay? Chloe asked, her brow furrowing slightly. You seem a little distracted. Oh, no. I am fine, I stammered, forcing myself to look at her. Just, it has been a long week, and, new town, a lot to take in. Oh, right, you mentioned that, she said, her smile returning. Well, welcome. I hope you like it here. It is a pretty quiet place, but there are some hidden gems. What brings you to our little corner of the world? This was it. The lie. The performance. Work. I said, the word tasting like ash. Just a new opportunity, needed a change of pace. We talked for a while. Chloe was genuinely nice. She told me about her job, her love for old books, her hiking trips to the nearby national park. She was vibrant, full of life, and completely oblivious to the predator lurking just a block away, or the broken man sitting across from her, forced to play a part in her impending doom. Every time I made eye contact with her, a fresh wave of self-loathing washed over me. I wanted to scream, to tell her to run, to warn her that she was in terrible danger. But the image of Serena's cold eyes, her threats, the memory of the charnel house, paralyzed me. I was a prisoner, and now an unwilling accomplice. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, pretending to check the time. It was a text from Serena. You are doing well, my love. But you seem a little stiff. Relax. Tell her about your passion. Make her feel special. My passion. I knew exactly what she meant. My old passion was photography. Serena had twisted it into something else entirely. Now, my passion was surviving and doing what she told me. So, said, trying to steer the conversation, what do you look for in a connection? The word felt hollow. Chloe considered for a moment. Honesty. I guess someone who is genuine and maybe a little mysterious, someone with depth, who has interesting stories. Interesting stories. I had a story, all right. A horrifying one. One that would send her screaming if I ever dared to tell it. I have a lot of stories. I said, my voice barely a whisper, but they are not all easy to hear. Chloe leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Oh, now you have really piqued my interest. I love a good story, especially one that challenges you. My phone buzzed again. Tell her about the quiet places, the places where you find inspiration, the secluded spots. I swallowed hard. There is a spot I know, I began, forcing the words out. It is really off the beaten path. Very private. I used to go there for inspiration. When I was into photography, this was not a lie, not entirely. There was such a place, but Serena had corrupted it. Just like she would corrupted everything else. It is beautiful in a rustic way. Very quiet. No one ever goes there. Chloe's eyes widened. That sounds amazing. I love places like that. Is it far? Not too far, I said, my heart sinking lower with each word. A bit of a drive. Down some back roads. My phone buzzed. Good boy. Now, invite her. Make it sound like an adventure, a secret spot just for her. I was actually thinking of going there again soon. I said, the words feeling like poison on my tongue. If you are interested, I could show you. It is really something you have to see to believe. Chloe's face lit up. I would love that. Seriously. Are you sure? Absolutely, I said. My forced smile feeling like a grimace. It is a special place. I think you would appreciate it. We exchanged numbers, and she said she would love to go this weekend. She seemed genuinely excited. I felt like the lowest form of life, a spider luring a fly into its web. As we were getting up to leave, Chloe's phone rang. She apologized and stepped away to take the call. It was her mom. She mouthed, "This was my chance. My one desperate chance." My eyes darted to Serena's truck. She was still there, but she seemed to be looking at her own phone. Maybe she was distracted? I fumbled for a pen, anything, and grabbed a napkin. My hand shook so violently I could barely write. Run. She is dangerous. Do not go anywhere with me. I folded the napkin, my heart pounding. Chloe was still on the phone, her back to me. I had to be quick. I had to be subtle as she turned back, ending her call. I casually reached across the table, pretending to adjust a sugar packet. My fingers brushed hers as I pushed the napkin towards her, hoping she would notice it, hoping she would read it without drawing attention. Sorry about that, Chloe said, smiling apologetically. Mom worries. She picked up her coffee cup. The napkin was still there. She had not seen it. My stomach dropped. No. Then, as she reached for her purse, her fingers brushed the napkin. She looked down, her brow furrowing in confusion. She picked it up, unfolded it, and her eyes scanned the hastily scrawled words. Her smile faltered. Her eyes, which had been so warm and friendly, now held a flicker of apprehension. She looked from the napkin to me, a question, a dawning suspicion in her gaze. What is this? She whispered, her voice barely audible. My blood ran cold. I opened my mouth to speak, to try and explain, to urge her again. But then my phone buzzed again, vibrating violently in my pocket. It was not a text this time. It was a call from Serena. The ringtone, a cheerful, innocent tune, sounded like a death knell. I pulled it out, my fingers trembling. The screen showed Serena's name. "Do not answer it," Chloe said, her voice firmer now, her eyes fixed on mine, searching for an answer. What is going on? I could not ignore it. I knew what would happen if I did. I answered, putting the phone to my ear. "Hello, my love." Serena's voice purred, smooth as silk but with an undercurrent of steel. "Is everything all right? You seem to be having a little trouble concluding our lovely date." I could feel Chloe's eyes on me, wide with alarm. She was starting to put the pieces together. The napkin, my strange behavior, the sudden phone call. "No, everything's fine." I stammered, trying to sound natural, trying to convey a message to Chloe with my eyes, a desperate plea to run. "Are you sure?" Serena's voice dropped, becoming a chilling whisper. "Because I just saw your little attempt at communication, and I must say, I am very disappointed." My heart seized in my chest. She saw everything. Chloe, seeing the terror in my eyes, seeing my hand tremble, heard enough. She stood up abruptly. "I think I need to go," she said, her voice shaking. This is really weird." She turned to leave, her pace quickening. "No," I cried out, a desperate, raw sound that drew the attention of everyone in the coffee shop. Serena's voice hissed in my ear through the phone. "Do not let her leave, my love. Not yet. She's ours." I lunged forward, not thinking, just reacting to the terror in Serena's voice, the ingrained fear of what she would do to me if I failed. I grabbed Chloe's arm. "Please," I pleaded, my voice cracking. "You do not understand. You have to listen to me." Chloe screamed, a sharp, piercing sound that cut through the coffee shop's gentle hum. People looked up, their conversations dying. A barista started to walk towards us. "Let go of me," Chloe shrieked, struggling against my grip. Her eyes were wide with pure panic. She saw not a confused man, but a threat. Serena's voice, still whispering in my ear, was eerily calm. "Now, my love, finish it, or I finish you." The world seemed to slow down. I saw the barista, a burly man, rushing towards us. I saw Chloe's terrified face, her desperate struggle. I felt the phone burning against my ear. Serena's chilling presence, a tangible weight. I had a choice: save myself or try to save her and face Serena's wrath, knowing I would probably fail both of us. The charnel house, the jars, the hanging bodies, they flashed through my mind. The pain, the absolute soul-crushing despair of being utterly at her mercy. My grip tightened. I looked into Chloe's eyes, and I saw her fate sealed by my own cowardice, by my own brokenness. "I am so sorry," I whispered, the words a dying breath. Then, driven by a primal, desperate need for self-preservation, I did what Serena wanted. I pulled her close, muffling her scream against my shoulder. My free hand found the small vial Serena had slipped into my pocket before I left a clear liquid, odorless, fast-acting. I uncapped it with a trembling thumb and pressed it to her nose. Chloe struggled for a few more seconds, her body writhing, her legs kicking. But the chemical was potent. Her movements slowed, her eyes glazed over, and then, with a soft sigh, she went limp in my arms. The barista stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes wide, his mouth agape. Other customers were staring, some pulling out their phones. Panic was starting to ripple through the coffee shop. Serena's voice, now triumphant, came through the phone. "Excellent, my love. Now, bring her to the truck. Quickly." My legs felt like lead, but I forced myself to move. I hoisted Chloe's unconscious body into my arms, the weight of her life, her stolen future, crushing me. I stumbled out of the coffee shop, ignoring the horrified gasps, the shouts, the blaring sirens that were already growing louder in the distance. Serena's truck was waiting, the passenger door already open. I practically threw Chloe into the back seat, then scrambled into the passenger side, my body shaking uncontrollably. Serena pulled away from the curb with a screech of tires, leaving a trail of chaos and fear in our wake. As we sped down the road, away from the flashing lights and the screams, I looked back at Chloe. She lay slumped in the back, her face peaceful in unconsciousness, utterly unaware of the horror she had been dragged into. Serena reached over and gently stroked my hair. "See, my love," she purred, her eyes gleaming with manic satisfaction. "It was not so hard, was it? We make such a good team. She will be so much happier with us. She will truly understand what devotion means." I said nothing. My soul felt hollowed out, replaced by a cold, aching void. I had crossed a line, a terrible, irreversible line. I was no longer just a victim. I was an accomplice, a monster, just like her, and I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that there was no escape. Not for Chloe, and certainly not for me. The charnel house awaited its new friend, and I, its broken, unwilling servant, had brought her home. And so we continue our journey. I knew the place, a dusty, forgotten corner of the city, smelling of old paper and neglect. It was not my favorite place to unwind. It was a place I would only ever seen from the outside, a shadowy building that always felt like it was holding its breath. But Serena's message was a command, a new link in the chain she would wrapped around my throat. My hand still trembled from the vibration of the phone. Chloe, oblivious, was mid-sentence, talking about her rescue dog, a goofy golden retriever named Max. Her eyes, bright and earnest, were fixed on me. She laughed, a genuine bubbling sound, and for a split second, I hated her for her innocence, for her ability to feel such simple joy. Then the guilt crashed down, a cold, heavy wave. That is amazing. I stammered, forcing a smile that felt like my face was cracking. My mind raced, trying to find the right cadence, the right tone for Serena's lie. It had to be convincing. It had to be me, or at least the person Serena wanted me to be. Chloe tilted her head, a strand of chestnut hair falling across her cheek. "What is it?" she asked, her smile softening. "You look a little distracted." My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Distracted. I was a puppet, a hollow shell, being animated by a monster. No, just, thinking about what you said earlier, I lied, grasping for anything, about genuine connections. It got me thinking about places that resonate with me. I took a deep breath, the air in the coffee shop suddenly thick, suffocating. The scent of roasted beans and warm pastries, which had been a mockery before, now felt like a cruel joke, a last taste of normalcy. "There is this old bookstore," I began, my voice a little too high, a little too strained. I cleared my throat, trying to inject a casual warmth. "On Elm Street, the Forgotten Page. It is a bit of a hidden gem. Really old, dusty, but full of character. They have this hidden back room. It is my favorite place to just get lost, to unwind." Chloe's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of intrigue. A hidden back room. That sounds incredible. I love old bookstores. I actually have not been to the Forgotten Page in ages. I always mean to, and smile, "My love, you are doing so well." Serena's words echoed in my head, a chilling whisper. I stretched my lips, forcing the muscles into a semblance of delight. It felt like a rictus, a mask of sanity over a screaming void. "Yeah," I said, trying to sound enthusiastic. "It is really special. Maybe we could go there after this. If you are up for it, of course." The suggestion felt like a death sentence, not an invitation. Each word was a step closer to the abyss, dragging Chloe with me. Chloe's smile brightened. "I would love that. What a great idea. I am always looking for new places to explore." Her genuine enthusiasm twisted a fresh knife in my gut. She was falling for it, hook, line, and sinker, and I was the one baiting the hook. We finished our coffee, the small talk continuing, each word a fresh wound. Chloe spoke of her plans for the weekend, of hiking with Max, of her hopes for the future. Every innocent detail amplified the horror of what I was doing, what Serena was making me do. My mind was a whirlwind of panic. Should I scream? Should I tell her? But the image of Serena's last lesson flashed in my mind, the cold, dark room, the echoing screams, the absolute helplessness. The paralyzing fear clenched my throat, sealing my lips. I could not betray Serena. Not yet. Not if I wanted to live. As we walked out of the daily grind, the cheerful jingle of the bell seemed to mock me even more loudly. The bright sunlight felt blinding, exposing my complicity to the world. I scanned the street, my eyes darting, searching for any sign of Serena. A dark sedan with tinted windows parked across the street. A figure in a passing car. Every shadow seemed to hold her presence, every reflection her watchful eyes. I felt her, a cold, invisible hand on my back, pushing me forward. The walk to Elm Street was a blur of forced smiles and meaningless chatter. Chloe pointed out a cute little boutique, talked about a new movie coming out. I nodded, feigned interest, my mind screaming. My body moved on autopilot, each step heavy with dread. The city, which had felt too normal, now felt like a stage, meticulously set for Serena's cruel play. Elm Street was quieter than the main drag, lined with older buildings, some with boarded-up windows, others housing antique shops or dusty law offices. The Forgotten Page stood halfway down the block, a dark brick building squeezed between a perpetually closed dry cleaner and a vacant lot. Its sign, painted in faded gold leaf, was barely legible. The display windows were grimy, filled with stacks of ancient yellowed books, their spines cracked and faded. It looked less like a bookstore and more like a mausoleum for forgotten stories. "Here it is," I said, my voice barely a whisper, the forced cheer having completely abandoned me. Chloe peered at it, a slight frown creasing her brow. Wow, it is really old. I do not think I have ever actually been inside. A fresh wave of nausea washed over me. Do not go inside. Chloe. Run. The words screamed in my head, but my lips remained sealed, a prisoner in my own body. I pushed open the heavy wooden door. It groaned on rusty hinges, letting out a faint, mournful creak. A tiny bell above the door gave a weak, tinny jingle, sounding more like a sigh than a welcome. The air inside was thick, heavy, with the scent of decaying paper, dust, and something else, something metallic, faintly acrid, that I could not quite place. It was dimly lit, rows upon rows of towering bookshelves, casting long, dancing shadows. Dust motes swirled in the few shafts of weak sunlight that pierced the grimy windows. The silence was profound, broken only by the soft pad of our footsteps on the worn wooden floorboards. "It is cozy," Chloe said, trying to sound positive, but I could hear a slight tremor in her voice. Her eyes darted around, taking in the oppressive atmosphere. "Yeah," I managed, my voice hoarse. My eyes scanned the labyrinthine aisles, searching for a face, a shadow, a sign. I felt Serena's presence, closer now, a cold breath on the back of my neck. We wandered deeper into the store, past shelves filled with forgotten classics, obscure histories, and ancient tomes with unreadable titles. The silence pressed in on me, amplifying the frantic beat of my heart. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every creak of the floorboards sounded like a footstep. I kept expecting Serena to step out from behind a shelf, a cruel smile on her lips, her eyes burning with satisfaction. "So, where's this hidden back room?" Chloe asked, her voice a little louder now, perhaps trying to break the oppressive quiet. She was trying to maintain her cheerful demeanor, but I could see the unease in her eyes. It is usually in the back," I mumbled, my mind a frantic scramble. I would only ever heard Serena mention it, never been told how to find it. I was supposed to know this was a test. Another twist of the knife. I led her deeper, past sections labeled occult studies and forbidden lore, where the books seemed to hum with an unsettling energy. The light grew even dimmer, the air colder. The shelves here were taller, older, some leaning precariously, threatening to collapse under the weight of centuries of forgotten knowledge. "Are you sure this is the place?" Chloe whispered, pulling her cardigan tighter around herself. "It is a little creepy. It is part of its charm." I forced out, trying to sound whimsical. My stomach churned with terror. I had to find it. Serena was watching. She was always watching. We reached the very back of the store, a narrow, dead-end aisle where the shelves ended abruptly against a solid, unadorned wall. There was a single, heavy, dark wooden door set into the wall, almost blending in with the surrounding wood, no handle visible. It looked like a closet or a utility room, not a secret reading nook. "This must be it," I said, my voice barely audible. I ran my hand along the smooth, cold wood. There was no handle, no knob, just a faint seam where the door met the wall. Chloe peered at it. "How do you get in?" she asked, a hint of genuine curiosity overcoming her apprehension. My mind raced. Serena had not told me. This was part of the game. I remembered something Serena had once said, a throwaway line about how some secrets were only revealed to those who truly sought them. I scanned the wall around the door, my fingers tracing the dusty wood. Nothing. Then I looked at the bookshelf directly to the left of the door. It was filled with old leather-bound books, their titles faded into illegibility. One book, however, stood out. Its spine was a slightly different shade of brown, and it was slightly thicker than the others. It was also pushed in just a fraction more, with a trembling hand. I reached for it, pulling it out. It was heavy, surprisingly so. As I removed it, a soft click echoed in the silence. The door, which had seemed solid, now slowly, silently swung inward, revealing a gaping blackness beyond. A gust of stale, cold air wafted out, carrying with it a faint, cloying sweetness, like decaying flowers, mixed with that same metallic tang I would noticed earlier. It was an unsettling smell, far from the comforting aroma of old books. "Wow," Chloe breathed, a nervous excitement in her voice. "You found it. That is so cool." She took a step forward, peering into the darkness. "What is in there?" My blood ran cold. "Do not go in. Chloe, please, do not go in." The words were a silent scream in my mind. But Serena's voice, colder and clearer, cut through my panic. "Lead her in. Do not hesitate. It is just a quiet place." I lied, my voice cracking. A perfect spot to read, to think. I forced myself to step across the threshold, into the absolute darkness. Chloe hesitated for a moment, then, with a nervous laugh, followed me. The door swung shut behind us with a soft thud, plunging us into complete blackness. My heart leaped into my throat. The air was frigid, damp, and the strange, sweet metallic smell was overpowering now, making my stomach clench. "Whoa, it is really dark in here," Chloe said, her voice a little shaky. "Is there a light switch?" I fumbled blindly, my hands sweeping the wall, searching for a switch. My fingers brushed against something cold, metallic. I pressed it. The room was instantly flooded with a harsh, unblinking fluorescent light. It hummed overhead, casting a sterile, sickly yellow glow on our surroundings. It was not a cozy reading nook. It was a small, rectangular room, bare save for a single heavy wooden table in the center, and two hardback chairs on either side. The walls were painted a dull, peeling gray. There were no books, no shelves, no windows, just the table, the chairs, and a single, closed door on the opposite wall, identical to the one we would just come through, but it was what was on the table that made my blood run cold. In the center of the table sat a pristine white porcelain doll. It was old, its painted eyes wide and unblinking, its lips curved into a permanent, unsettling smile. Its dress, a faded blue lace, was immaculate. Next to the doll, carefully arranged, were a small, tarnished silver locket, a single, dried rose, and a neatly folded piece of paper. Chloe gasped. A sharp, choked sound. "What is this place?" Her voice was barely a whisper now, all traces of her earlier cheer gone, replaced by a dawning horror. Her eyes darted from the doll to the other objects, then to my face, searching for answers, for reassurance. My heart hammered so violently I thought it would burst through my chest. The metallic smell was stronger here, almost coppery. This was not a place for unwinding. This was a shrine, or an altar. I do not know. I stammered, my voice thick with terror. It was a lie, and the taste of it was bile in my mouth. I knew this was Serena's doing. This was the trap. This was the lesson. Suddenly, the door on the opposite wall, the one I had not noticed until the lights came on, slowly, silently swung open. And there she was, Serena. She stood silhouetted in the doorway, a faint smile playing on her lips. She was dressed impeccably, as always, a dark tailored suit that seemed to absorb all the light. Her eyes, cold and sharp as shards of ice, fixed on me, then flickered to Chloe, a predatory glint in their depths. Chloe let out a small, terrified whimper, her eyes wide with a sudden, horrifying realization. She took a stumbling step back, pressing herself against the closed door behind us. "Hello, my dears," Serena said, her voice soft, melodic, yet laced with an icy menace that made every nerve ending in my body scream. She stepped fully into the room, and the door behind her clicked shut, sealing us in. Serena. I breathed, the name a strangled sound, a plea and a curse. She ignored me, her gaze locked on Chloe. Chloe, is not it such a lovely name? Bright, innocent, just like you. Her smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed a little too sharp. Chloe was shaking, her face pale, her eyes darting between Serena and me. "Who are you?" she stammered, her voice trembling. "What is going on?" Serena chuckled, a low, chilling sound that resonated in the small room. "Oh, my dear, you have been invited to a very special lesson. And our friend here," she gestured to me with a graceful hand, "has been kind enough to bring you—" Chloe's horrified gaze swung to me, her eyes filled with betrayal, disbelief, and a dawning terror. "You knew," she whispered, her voice breaking. "You set me up." The accusation was a physical blow worse than any Serena had ever inflicted. My knees threatened to buckle. I wanted to scream, to explain, to beg for forgiveness, but the words were trapped, choked by the terror of Serena's presence. I was frozen, a statue of guilt and fear. Serena walked to the table, her movements fluid and unhurried. She picked up the folded piece of paper. "Our friend here," she said, her voice dripping with mock affection, "has been learning some very important lessons about obedience, about control, and about what happens when one tries to stray from the path." She unfolded the paper, revealing a neatly typed message. She read it aloud, her voice eerily calm. "Every step towards freedom is a step towards a deeper cage." She smiled, a truly chilling sight. "Profound, would not you agree?" She then picked up the porcelain doll, stroking its unblinking face with a delicate finger. "This little one," she continued, her voice taking on a strangely conversational tone, "used to belong to a very disobedient girl. A girl who thought she could escape. She learned, eventually, that there is no escape, only different forms of compliance." Chloe let out a small sob, tears welling in her eyes. She was trapped, completely helpless, and I was the one who had led her here. Serena placed the doll back on the table, then picked up the silver locket. "And this," she said, holding it up, "this belonged to someone who thought they could scream. They learned that sometimes silence is the only answer, especially when no one is listening." She opened the locket. Inside, instead of a picture, was a tiny, shriveled piece of what looked like a dried tongue. Chloe screamed then, a raw, piercing sound that tore through the sterile silence of the room. She lunged for the door behind her, frantically twisting the non-existent handle. Serena's eyes, still fixed on Chloe, sharpened. "Ah, there it is. The beautiful sound of realization." She turned to me, her gaze cold and demanding. "Now, my love, For your final lesson, watch. My blood ran cold. Watch. That was it. My punishment was to witness what I had done, to be complicit in Chloe's terror, unable to intervene. This was far worse than any physical pain. Serena moved with terrifying speed. Before Chloe could even fully comprehend what was happening, Serena had her by the arm, her grip like steel. Chloe struggled, kicking and screaming, but Serena was impossibly strong, impossibly fast. She spun Chloe around, pushing her roughly into one of the hard-backed chairs at the table. "Please, let me go," Chloe shrieked, tears streaming down her face. She tried to scramble out of the chair, but Serena was behind her, pressing her down. "Quiet, dear," Serena purred, her voice disturbingly calm. "We are just getting started." She produced a length of thick, dark rope from somewhere unseen, and in a matter of seconds, Chloe's wrists were bound tightly to the arms of the chair. Another length secured her ankles. Chloe was sobbing uncontrollably now, her eyes wide with a desperate plea as she looked at me. "Please, help me. Do not let her do this." My heart shattered. Her words were a dagger, twisting in the wound of my guilt. I wanted to move, to fight, to tear Serena apart. But my body was paralyzed, a prisoner of fear. Serena's last lesson had broken something fundamental inside me, leaving me a hollow shell. My muscles refused to obey. My voice was gone. I could only stand there, a helpless, terrified witness, my own eyes reflecting Chloe's terror. Serena leaned close to Chloe, her voice a chilling whisper. "You see, Chloe, some people are meant to be free. Others are meant to be contained. And our friend here," she glanced at me, a flicker of cruel satisfaction in her eyes, "is learning which category they truly belong to." She picked up the dried rose from the table. Its petals were brittle, crumbling at the slightest touch. "This rose," Serena said, holding it up, "was once vibrant, full of life. But it tried to bloom in the wrong soil, and now it withers." Chloe was gasping for breath, her chest heaving, her eyes fixed on the crumbling rose, then on Serena's calm, terrifying face. Serena's gaze drifted to me, a silent command. My eyes flickered to the door behind her, the one she had entered through. It was my only hope, my only thought, but I knew it was futile. "And you," Serena said, her voice now directed at me, cold as ice. "You brought her here, you are responsible, and you will watch every moment, every breath, and you will remember this feeling, the feeling of absolute powerlessness, the feeling of being a tool." She turned back to Chloe, her smile widening. "Now, Chloe, let us truly begin your lesson." Serena reached under the table and pulled out a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was dark, polished, and seemed to absorb the light. She placed it on the table in front of Chloe. "This," Serena said, her voice almost a purr, "is where true understanding begins." Chloe's eyes, red-rimmed and swollen, stared at the box, then at Serena, then at me. There was no hope left in them, only a deep, profound despair. She knew I would not help her. She knew I could not help her. Serena opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of dark velvet, were a collection of small, gleaming surgical instruments. Scalpels, forceps, needles. They caught the harsh fluorescent light, glinting with a cold, sinister promise. Chloe let out a choked scream, her body convulsing in the chair. Her eyes, wide with absolute horror, locked onto mine one last time. They screamed for help, for mercy, for an explanation. But all I could offer was a silent, trembling gaze, a reflection of her own despair. My mind was a broken record, playing her cries on an endless loop. Serena's smile was triumphant. "Now, my love," she said, addressing me, her voice cutting through Chloe's sobs like a razor blade. "Watch closely. This is what happens when you try to find your own path. This is what happens when you disobey." She picked up a thin, gleaming scalpel, its edge catching the light. She looked at Chloe, then at me, her eyes burning with a cruel, satisfied triumph. And in that moment, I knew with a horrifying certainty that my life as I knew it was over. I was no longer a person. I was merely an extension of Serena's will, a witness to her atrocities, forever bound to the charnel house she had made of my life. And Chloe, innocent, unsuspecting Chloe, was just the beginning of my new, terrifying reality. The screams began, and I could only stand there, watching, my soul dying with every sound, my silence a betrayal I would carry for eternity. Another part of today's stories begins. Now my foot landed on something soft, yielding, and wet. The feeling was instant, sickening, and utterly wrong. It was not just a puddle, it was something organic. Something that squelched under my shoe with a sound that'll forever haunt my nightmares. Panic seized me, all right, but it was a cold, paralyzing kind of panic. The kind that locks your muscles and steals your breath. The blackness was absolute, suffocating. I could not see my hand in front of my face, let alone whatever horror lay beneath my foot. The air, already thick, with that cloying metallic stench, now felt like it was pressing in on me, stealing every last molecule of oxygen. And then there was the drip, drip, drip. It was not just echoing anymore, it was loud, immediate, coming from somewhere very close. A steady, relentless rhythm that beat against my eardrums like a morbid clock. Each drop seemed to land with a wet thud, adding to the sickening symphony. What is wrong? My love. Serena's voice, smooth as silk, cut through the darkness from just behind me. It was calm, almost playful, completely at odds with the terror clawing at my throat. Do not you like surprises? My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic drum trying to break free. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything but stand there, rooted to the spot, knowing I was in a place I should never have been. But my body would not obey. My mouth was dry. My tongue felt like sandpaper. S. Serena, I stammered, my voice a pathetic croak. What is this place? A soft chuckle, dark and unsettling, rippled through the blackness. This, my love, is where we truly begin. Suddenly, a faint click and a weak beam of light sliced through the oppressive gloom. It was not much, just a small, battery-powered lantern Serena held, but it was enough to shatter the illusion of complete nothingness and replace it with something far, far worse. The first thing I saw was the floor. My stomach lurched, threatening to empty its contents right there. The soft, yielding, wet thing under my foot was not just a puddle. It was a dark, viscous pool, thick and crimson, reflecting the dim light like a warped mirror. And in it, floating, half submerged, were pieces, indistinguishable at first, but undeniably organic. A shard of bone, a tangle of dark hair, something that looked suspiciously like an earlobe. My breath hitched. The beam of the lantern danced, and the shack slowly revealed its true horrors. This was not just dilapidated, it was a charnel house. The walls, once likely wood, were now stained a mottled rusty brown, splattered with dried streaks that looked like abstract art painted in blood. The drip, drip, drip was explained. Directly above me, hanging from a heavy metal hook embedded in a ceiling beam, was a large, dark mass. It was suspended by chains, slowly rotating, and from its lowest point, a thick crimson liquid oozed, falling with sickening regularity into a shallow basin on the floor. It was a carcass, stripped bare, glistening, not of an animal, but something disturbingly human-like in its proportions. My mind screamed in denial, but my gut knew. Serena stepped around me, her eyes, usually so captivating, now gleamed with an unsettling, almost manic excitement in the dim light. She looked utterly at home in this nightmare, her face illuminated by the lantern, revealing a smile that was too wide, too eager. "Is not it beautiful?" she purred, gesturing around the room with the lantern. The light swept across shelves, lined with jars, filled with murky liquids, and what looked like preserved organs, floating like grotesque specimens. It glinted off an array of tools hanging neatly on a pegboard. Gleaming knives of various sizes, bone saws, cleavers, even a wicked-looking meat hook. All of them seemed to shimmer with a faint, reddish sheen. My gaze fell upon a workbench in the corner, covered in more stains and strewn with what looked like medical instruments. Scalpels, forceps, a heavy-duty stapler. And then I saw it. On the floor, partially covered by a tarp, was another shape, a human shape. Muffled, still, but unmistakably a body. Then next to it, another and another. The shack was not just a place of death, it was a factory of it. You like it, do not you, my love? Serena's voice was soft, coaxing, like she was talking to a child. She reached out, her fingers brushing against my arm. I flinched violently, pulling away as if I would been burned. The touch, once thrilling, now felt like poison. Who are these people? Serena, I whispered, my voice barely audible, raw with terror. My eyes darted from her to the gruesome scene, then back to her, searching for any flicker of the woman I thought I knew. There was none, only this stranger, this monster standing before me. Oh, just some friends, she said, her smile widening. People who could not appreciate the simple beauty of true connection. People who did not understand what it meant to be truly devoted. She paused, her eyes boring into mine, and a chilling realization dawned on me. Like that old friend you mentioned on our second date, remember? The one you said you used to be close with. A cold, icy dread shot through me, colder than anything I would ever felt. My old friend, the one whose name had made her smile tighten, the one I had not heard from in weeks, whose phone had gone straight to voicemail. Was he here? It was one of those shrouded forms. Him. The thought was so horrific, so utterly unthinkable, that my mind reeled. You did this? I choked out, my voice trembling. Serena tilted her head, her expression one of mild amusement, as if I would ask the most obvious question in the world. Of course, my love, they were distractions. Obstacles. People who might have taken you away from me, and we can't have that, can we? Her gaze intensified, locking onto mine. You see, I have been watching you for a while. Even before Tinder, you were always so lonely, so open to someone truly understanding you. Someone like me. My blood ran cold. Even before Tinder, this was not some spur-of-the-moment psychotic break. This was planned, calculated. I was not just a random swipe, I was a target. My entire dating life, my vulnerability, had been meticulously observed, then exploited. But you, my love, she continued, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, you are different. You have potential. You understand the depth of feeling, the intensity of true devotion. That is why I brought you here. To show you, to teach you. She took a step closer, and I instinctively recoiled, bumping against the blood-stained wall behind me. The rough wood scraped against my back, but I barely felt it. All I could focus on was her, and the horror she was revealing. I need you to understand, she said, her eyes gleaming. Love is not just pretty words and fleeting glances. It is commitment. It is possession. It is making sure no one else can ever have a piece of what is truly yours. She gestured vaguely at the mutilated carcasses, the jars of organs. They tried to take pieces of me. They tried to take you. So I took pieces of them. To keep them close. To keep them from interfering. Her logic was utterly warped, monstrous. Yet in her eyes, it was perfectly rational. She was not just a killer. She was an artist of death, a collector of human remains, driven by a terrifying, possessive love. My mind raced, frantically searching for an escape, a way out of this nightmare. My phone was dead, no signal anyway. The car was hers, miles from anywhere. We were in the middle of nowhere, with a mad woman who had just confessed to multiple murders. I was trapped. Serena, I tried, forcing a calm I did not feel into my voice. I understand. I really do. But this is a lot to take in. Maybe we should talk about it outside. Get some fresh air. She let out a short, sharp laugh, devoid of humor. Oh, my love, there is no going back from here. We are in this together now. You have seen it all. You are a part of it. She took another step, closing the distance between us. Her hand reached out, not to touch, but to pick up one of the gleaming knives from the workbench. It was a long, thin blade, wickedly sharp, catching the dim light. She ran her thumb along its edge, a slow, deliberate motion that sent shivers down my spine. You are not going anywhere, she said, her voice hardening, losing its playful edge. Not until you truly understand, not until you are ready to join me. The word join hung in the air, thick and heavy, like the stench of blood. My heart hammered even harder. Was she going to kill me? Or worse, was she going to try and make me like her? This was it. Fight or die. My eyes scanned the room again, desperately. The door. It was still open a crack, a sliver of darkness, but it was my only hope. It was behind Serena, who now stood between me and freedom, holding a knife. Serena, please. I pleaded, trying to buy myself a second to gauge her movements. I just need a moment to process. She smiled. A truly chilling smile now, devoid of warmth. Oh, you will have plenty of moments, my love. An eternity, perhaps. In that instant, I knew I could not reason with her. There was no reaching the woman I thought I knew. This was a predator, and I was her prey. My eyes darted to a heavy wrench lying on the workbench, just within reach. It was my only chance before she could react. I lunged, not at her, but at the wrench. My fingers closed around the cold metal, my heart roaring in my ears. I spun around, raising it defensively. Serena's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise, then a terrifying glint of something else, exhilaration. Oh, a fighter, are we? I always knew you had spirit. She moved with an unnerving speed, far faster than I would anticipated. She did not lunge, did not attack directly. Instead, she moved to cut off my path to the door, circling me like a predator. The knife in her hand glinted menacingly. I backed away, keeping the wrench between us. My gaze fixed on her, specifically on the knife. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but where the shack was small, cluttered, and she was blocking the only exit, the stench was overwhelming now, making me feel nauseous. This is not a game. Serena, I yelled, my voice cracking. Let me go. Her response was a soft, mocking laugh. But it is a game, my love. A very old one. And you are doing wonderfully. She feinted left, then right, testing my reactions. I was clumsy, terrified, my movements jerky and uncoordinated. The wrench felt heavy, unwieldy in my shaking hands. I was no fighter. I was just a normal guy who'd made a terrible mistake on Tinder. Suddenly, she lunged, not with the knife, but with her free hand, grabbing my wrist, the one holding the wrench, with surprising strength. Her grip was like steel. I struggled, trying to pull away, but she held firm. Her eyes, inches from mine, burned with an insane intensity. You are stronger than you look, she hissed, a strange admiration in her voice. But not strong enough. With a sudden twist, she wrenched the wrench from my grasp. It clattered to the blood-stained floor, sliding under a workbench. My only weapon was gone. I was disarmed, helpless. Now she held the knife up, its sharp point aimed directly at my chest. The dim light glinted off the blade, and I could see my own terrified reflection in its surface. My breath caught in my throat. This was it. You are mine now, she whispered, her voice a low, terrifying growl. Forever. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable, but the pain did not come. Instead, I felt a sharp, stinging sensation on my arm. My eyes snapped open. She had not stabbed me. She had made a shallow cut on my forearm, just enough to draw blood. a thin red line appearing on my skin. "See," she said, pressing her thumb against the cut, then bringing it to her lips, tasting my blood. Her eyes never left mine, a strange predatory hunger in them. A bond. A promise. My mind was reeling. She was not just going to kill me. She wanted to keep me, to torture me, to turn me into one of her grotesque displays. The thought was even more terrifying than a swift death. No. I screamed, a raw, primal sound ripped from my gut. My fear finally transformed into a surge of adrenaline-fueled desperation. I pushed her, not with any skill, but with the sheer force of a man fighting for his life. She stumbled back, surprised by my sudden outburst, the knife wavering for a second. It was all I needed. I did not think. I did not plan. I just ran. I lunged past her, towards the door, my legs pumping, my lungs burning. "Do not you dare," she shrieked, her voice losing its calm, a raw, animalistic fury replacing it. My hands slapped against the rough wood of the doorframe. I burst through the opening, gasping for air, the metallic stench slowly dissipating as I plunged into the cold, damp night. The darkness outside was a welcome relief compared to the horrors within. I did not look back. I just ran. My feet pounded on the uneven ground, tripping over roots and rocks, my heart threatening to explode from my chest. The trees, once pressing in, now seemed to offer a desperate sanctuary, their shadows a temporary shield. Behind me, I heard her scream again, a sound of pure rage and frustration. "You can't escape me. You are mine." I did not know if she was pursuing me, but I did not dare slow down. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent a fresh wave of terror through me. The cold night air stung my lungs, but I welcomed it. I ran until my legs burned, until my chest ached, until I thought I would collapse. Eventually, I stumbled, falling hard onto the muddy ground, scraping my knees and hands. I lay there, gasping, trying to catch my breath, my body shaking uncontrollably. I could still hear the drip, drip, drip in my mind, still smell the sickening sweet stench. I dragged myself up, forcing my aching body to move. I had to get away, far away. I did not know where I was or how far the city was, but I knew I could not stay. I walked for what felt like hours, a terrified zombie, my senses hyper-alert, every shadow a potential threat. The moon, a sliver in the sky, offered just enough light to navigate. My phone was still dead, a useless brick. Finally, just as the first hint of dawn began to paint the sky a faint gray, I saw it. A distant glow. Lights. A road. I mustered every last ounce of strength and stumbled towards it, my legs screaming in protest. It was a small, deserted country road. No cars in sight. I collapsed on the asphalt, exhausted, trembling, but alive. I was alive. After what felt like an eternity, a car appeared in the distance, its headlights cutting through the pre-dawn gloom. I waved frantically, desperate, tears streaming down my face. The car slowed, then pulled over. It was a pickup truck, driven by an elderly man with a kind, wrinkled face. He took one look at my disheveled appearance, my blood-stained arm, my terrified eyes, and did not ask questions. He just opened the passenger door. "You look like you have seen a ghost, son," he said, his voice gruff but gentle. I could not speak. I just nodded, scrambling into the truck, pulling the door shut behind me. The warmth of the cab, the smell of old coffee, the simple normalcy of it all, was almost overwhelming. As he drove, I stared out the window, watching the trees blur past. The sun began to rise, painting the sky in vibrant hues, chasing away the last vestiges of night. But the light could not chase away the darkness that had settled in my soul. I never went back to Tinder. I never dated again. Every time I saw a woman with dark, intense eyes or a magnetic smile, a chill would run down my spine. Every time I heard a drip, 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 my heart would seize up. Every time I caught a whiff of something metallic, my stomach would clench. The police eventually found the shack, thanks to my frantic, incoherent ramblings. But it was empty, cleaned out, no bodies, no tools, no jars. Just an old, abandoned shack, smelling faintly of decay. A place where, according to the authorities, nothing of note was found. They thought I was crazy, traumatized, imagining things. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And I know Serena is still out there, somewhere, watching, waiting, sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet. I swear I hear a whisper, carried on the wind, just outside my window. A soft, chilling voice, calling my name, my love, and I know, deep down, that I will never truly be free. Because Serena was right. I am hers, forever. Now, let us hear what comes next. So, I was on Tinder, swiping through the endless sea of profiles, trying to find someone who was not just looking for a hookup or a quick ego boost. That is how I met Mark. He seemed normal, good-looking, decent job, shared a few interests. Our first date was coffee, completely uneventful, which, honestly, was a relief when he suggested a second location, a hidden gem he knew, a place nobody else knows about. A tiny, cold knot started to form in my stomach. I should have trusted that gut feeling. He was charming, though. Really charming. He had this way of making you feel like you were the only person in the room, even in a bustling coffee shop. He laughed at my jokes, listened intently, and did not spend half the time staring at his phone. It was almost too perfect. When he pitched the hidden gem, he leaned forward, his eyes sparkling, describing it as this amazing, secluded spot with the best view of the city lights, away from all the noise. It is really special, he would say. I only take people I really click with. My guard, which was usually pretty high, started to melt a little. The idea of being special was appealing. I guess so, against my better judgment. I said yes. Great, he would exclaim. My car's just around the corner. We can head there now. That was the first red flag I consciously ignored. I had not expected to leave the coffee shop. I thought we would just part ways, maybe make plans for another day, but he was already standing, a confident, easy smile on his face. I felt a weird pressure to go along with it. I mean, what was the worst that could happen? He seemed harmless. His car was a late model sedan, clean and unassuming. As we drove, the city lights slowly began to recede. He drove skillfully, navigating the evening traffic with ease, making small talk about our favorite movies and travel destinations. Everything felt normal, deceptively normal. After about 20 minutes, we turned off the main highway onto a smaller, darker road. There were fewer streetlights here, and the houses were spaced further apart, eventually giving way to dense woods on either side. My unease started to prickle at me again. So where exactly are we going? I asked, trying to sound casual, but my voice had a slight tremor I could not quite hide. Mark chuckled, a low, pleasant sound. Almost there. It is a bit of a drive, but trust me, it is worth it. Total seclusion, the words, which had sounded romantic in the coffee shop, now tasted metallic in my mouth. My eyes darted around. There were no other cars, no houses, just the dark, towering trees. My phone, which had a full signal back in the city, now showed only one bar. My heart started to beat a little faster. We drove for another 10 minutes, the road getting rougher, pockmarked with potholes. The silence in the car grew heavier, punctuated only by the crunch of tires on gravel and the occasional hoot of an owl. I tried to pull up my GPS, but the signal was gone. Panic started to bubble up. Mark, I said, my voice firmer this time, I am really not comfortable with how far out we are. Can we just turn back? He glanced at me, his smile still in place, but it did not quite reach his eyes. Oh, come on. Sarah, we are literally a minute away. Do not be such a spoilsport. You will love it. I promise. His tone was light, But there was an edge to it now, a subtle shift that made the hairs on my arms stand up. It was not a request, it was a dismissal. I felt a cold dread start to spread through my stomach. "I should have been more assertive," demanded he turn around. But I was frozen, caught between wanting to be polite and a growing, primal fear. Finally, he slowed down, turning onto what looked like an overgrown dirt track. It was barely wide enough for the car. Trees pressed in on us from both sides, their branches scraping against the windows. Ahead, through a small clearing, I could just make out the silhouette of a building. It was not a restaurant. It was not a bar. It looked like an old, dilapidated cabin, mostly obscured by shadows and dense foliage. "Here we are," Mark announced, his voice a little too cheerful. He pulled the car up to the front of the cabin, which was completely dark. No lights on anywhere. No other cars. Nothing. My breath hitched. "Mark, what is this place?" He turned off the engine, plunging us into complete darkness, save for the faint glow of the dashboard. "It is my cabin. My grandfather built it. It is perfect for stargazing. See?" He gestured vaguely upwards. I could not see anything but the black canopy of trees. My mind raced. His cabin? He never mentioned owning a cabin. My gut screamed at me. This was not a hidden gem for a date. This was an isolated trap. I really think I should head back. I stammered, fumbling for the door handle. It would not open. I tried again, pushing harder. It was locked. Mark chuckled again, that same unsettling sound. Automatic locks. Safety feature. "Do not worry. I will unlock it in a second. Just want to show you the view first." He did not unlock it. He just sat there, looking at me, his smile slowly fading. The silence in the car was suffocating. My heart was hammering so hard, I thought it would burst through my ribs. I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins, making my hands tremble. "Mark, unlock the door," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, but it came out as a shaky whisper. His eyes, which had seemed so kind in the coffee shop, now looked empty. "Sarah! Sarah! Sarah!" he murmured, shaking his head slowly. "Why do you have to make things difficult?" My blood ran cold. This was not the charming man from Tinder. This was someone else entirely. A predator. "I just want to go home." I pleaded, my voice cracking. I tried the door handle again, frantically, then the window. Neither budged. He reached under his seat and pulled something out. It was a small, silver flask. He took a long swig, his eyes never leaving mine. Then he offered it to me. "Want some to calm your nerves?" "No," I almost screamed. "Just let me out." He sighed, a sound of disappointment. "You know, I thought you were different. Sarah, most of them are so predictable, so easy. Most of them," the words echoed in my head, chilling me to the bone. This was not his first time. He put the flask back and then, with a surprising suddenness, he reached over and grabbed my wrist. His grip was like iron. "Come on. Let us go inside. It is much warmer in there." His touch was repulsive. I recoiled, struggling against him, but he was much stronger than he looked. He twisted my arm, forcing me to cry out in pain. My mind was screaming, "This is it. This is how it ends." He finally unlocked the door, but not for me to escape. He pulled me out of the car, dragging me towards the cabin. The air was cold, damp, and smelled of decaying leaves and something else. Something faintly metallic, like old blood. My feet stumbled over roots and rocks, and I nearly fell several times. "Please, Mark, do not do this," I begged, tears streaming down my face. "I won't tell anyone. I swear." He just kept pulling me, his face a mask of grim determination. "Oh, you won't tell anyone. Sarah, that is a guarantee." We reached the cabin door. It was made of thick, dark wood, scarred and weathered. He fumbled with a large, rusty key, then pushed the door open with a creak that sounded like a scream. Inside, it was pitch black. A wave of stale, musty air, mingled with that faint metallic scent, washed over me. He shoved me inside, and I stumbled, falling onto a rough, dusty wooden floor. The door slammed shut behind me, plunging me into complete darkness. I scrambled backwards, pressing myself against the wall, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Then, a click, and a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling flickered to life, casting a sickly yellow glow over the room. And that is when I saw it. The room was sparse, but what was there made my stomach lurch. In the center was a large, heavy wooden table like a butcher's block. Around it, various tools were laid out with chilling precision scalpels, bone saws, clamps, a selection of knives, all glinting wickedly under the dim light. And on the floor, beneath the table, were dark, dried stains. My eyes darted around the room. There were no windows, just rough, hewn log walls. In one corner, a small, rusted metal sink. In another, a cot with a dirty, stained mattress. And then, against the far wall, a row of large, industrial freezers. Mark was standing by the door, watching me, his expression devoid of any emotion. He was no longer smiling. He looked clinical. "Welcome." "Sarah," he said, his voice flat. "Make yourself comfortable." I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My throat was constricted with terror. My legs felt like jelly, but I pushed myself up, my back still against the wall, my eyes wide with horror. What? What is this? I finally managed to croak. He walked over to the table, picking up a long, thin scalpel. He tested its edge with his thumb, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips. "This, Sarah, is where I get to know people, really know them." He looked at me then, and his gaze was unsettlingly intense. "You are quite a catch. Good bone structure. And your eyes, very expressive. It is a shame. My mind was a whirlwind of panic. I had to get out. I scanned the room again, desperately searching for an escape, anything. The door, the only way out, was behind him. "Please," I whispered. "I have money. I can give you anything you want. Just let me go." He let out a short, humorless laugh. "Money? Sarah, I do not need money. I need experiences." He tapped the scalpel against the wooden table, a sharp clink that reverberated through the silent cabin. "And you are about to provide a very unique one." He started to walk slowly towards me, the scalpel held loosely in his hand. Every step he took felt like a hammer blow to my chest. My breath was coming in short, shallow gasps. I could smell the metallic tang more strongly now, mixed with something else, something cloying and sweet, like formaldehyde. I looked around frantically. My eyes landed on a heavy, old-fashioned lantern sitting on a small shelf near the sink. It was cast iron, probably incredibly heavy. It was my only chance. As he got closer, I felt a surge of adrenaline. My body, which had been frozen in terror, suddenly sprang into action. Just as he reached within arm's length, I lunged, not at him, but past him, towards the shelf. He reacted quickly, grabbing at my arm, but I twisted free, my fingers closing around the cold, heavy metal of the lantern. I did not hesitate. I swung it with all my might, aiming for his head. There was a sickening thud, a grunt of pain, and Mark staggered backward, dropping the scalpel. He clutched his head, blood seeping between his fingers. He looked at me, his eyes wide with surprise and a sudden, burning rage. "You little bitch," he snarled, his voice no longer calm, but raw with fury. He lunged at me again, but I was already moving. I did not stop to think. I just ran. I scrambled past him, towards the door. My fingers fumbled for the latch, but it was a heavy, old-fashioned bolt, stiff with rust. "Get back here," he roared, right behind me. My fingers finally found the bolt. pushing it to the side. It grated loudly. I yanked the door open and burst out into the cold night air, not caring where I was going, just needing to be away from him. I plunged into the dark woods, the branches whipping at my face, the undergrowth snagging at my clothes. I could hear Mark's heavy footsteps behind me, crashing through the brush. He was surprisingly fast. "You can't escape." "Sarah!" he yelled, his voice echoing through the trees. Nobody ever does. Panic lent me strength. I pushed through thorns and thickets, ignoring the scrapes and cuts on my skin. The fear of what he would do to me if he caught me was a primal, all-consuming force. I ran blindly, my lungs burning, my legs aching. I tripped over a root and went down hard, scraping my knees and hands. Before I could even push myself up, I heard his footsteps right behind me. A hand clamped down on my ankle. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound, and kicked out with my free leg. Catching him in the shin, he grunted and let go for a split second. That was all I needed. I scrambled to my feet and kept running, not daring to look back. The woods seemed endless, a dark, suffocating maze. I could still hear him, closer now, breathing heavily. He was relentless. Then, through a break in the trees, I saw a faint light. A distant, flickering glow. Hope, sharp and desperate, surged through me. It had to be a house, a road, anything. I ran towards it, my vision blurring, my body screaming in protest. The light grew stronger, and I realized it was not a house, but a faint, yellowish glow coming from another cabin. This one looked even older, more dilapidated than Mark's, almost swallowed by the trees. It seemed abandoned, but there was a light. Could there be someone there? I did not care. It was better than Mark. I burst out of the woods into a small, overgrown clearing. The second cabin stood before me, its windows dark, but a single, ancient-looking lantern hung by its door, casting that dim, sickly yellow light. I did not hesitate. I hammered on the door, screaming for help, my voice hoarse. "Help? Please, someone? He is after me." No answer. The door was unlocked, slightly ajar. Desperation overriding caution. I pushed it open and stumbled inside, hoping to find a phone, a weapon, anything. The interior was even worse than Mark's cabin. Dust motes danced in the lantern light, revealing a scene of utter decay. Cobwebs hung like shrouds, and the air was thick with the smell of mildew and something else. Something foul, like rotting meat. "Hello," I whispered, my voice barely audible. No one was there. My heart sank. I was still alone. I turned to close the door, to buy myself a few more seconds, but before I could, a dark shape filled the doorway. Mark. He stood there, silhouetted against the faint light from the woods, his face a grim mask, blood still streaking down his temple. "Found you," he rasped, his eyes burning with a chilling intensity. I backed away, my eyes darting around the decrepit cabin. There was nothing. Nowhere to go. My gaze fell upon something in the corner, almost hidden by shadows, a mound of old, tattered blankets. As Mark took a step inside, his eyes fixed on me, the mound of blankets stirred. Slowly, agonizingly, slowly, a shape began to emerge. It was not a person, not really. It was a creature, malformed, emaciated, its skin stretched taut over protruding bones, its limbs twisted at unnatural angles. Its head was too large for its body, and its eyes, sunken deep in their sockets, glowed with a faint, disturbing phosphorescence. It let out a low, guttural moan, a sound that was more animal than human, and slowly, painfully, began to drag itself towards Mark. Mark stopped dead, his eyes widening in horror, not at me, but at the thing emerging from the shadows. His face, which had been a mask of cold fury, now contorted into pure terror. "No, no, no, no," he stammered, backing away from the creature, his eyes darting frantically between it and me. The thing continued to drag itself forward, its twisted hands reaching out. long, skeletal fingers twitching. It smelled like death, a powerful, sickening stench that filled the small cabin. I stood frozen, watching the scene unfold, my own terror temporarily eclipsed by the sheer, grotesque horror of the creature. This was not Mark's hidden gem. This was its hidden gem. Mark, for all his bravado and sadistic glee, was clearly terrified of this thing. He stumbled backward, tripping over his own feet, falling to the dusty floor. The creature let out another moan, a sound of hunger, and moved faster now, closing the distance between them. "Stay away from me," Mark shrieked, scrambling backwards on his hands and knees, trying to get away. But the creature was relentless. It reached him, its glowing eyes fixed on his face. Its long, clawed fingers closed around Mark's ankle, and it began to drag him, slowly, inexorably, towards the dark corner from which it had emerged. Mark screamed, a high-pitched, desperate sound that was cut short as the creature pulled him into the shadows. I heard thrashing, muffled cries, and then a wet, tearing sound, followed by a sickening silence. The lantern by the door flickered, then died, plunging the cabin into complete darkness. The only light now came from the faint, phosphorescent glow of the creature's eyes, which I could still see in the deepest shadows, watching me. I did not wait. I did not scream. My body was on autopilot, fueled by a terror so profound it transcended rational thought. I stumbled back out of the cabin into the cold, dark woods and ran. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs gave out, until I collapsed by the side of what finally looked like a paved road, a distant streetlight, a beacon of salvation. I do not know how I got back to civilization. I do not know how I explained the scratches, the bruises, the sheer, unadulterated terror in my eyes. I just remember the police, the questions, their skeptical glances when I tried to explain Mark, the cabin, and the thing in the shadows. They found Mark's car, abandoned. They found the first cabin, empty, save for the tools and the bloodstains. But they never found the second cabin, or what was in it. They said it was just my trauma, my mind playing tricks. I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And I know that sometimes the things people keep hidden are far more terrifying than any monster you could ever imagine. I still see his face, the fear in his eyes, as that thing dragged him into the darkness, and I still see those glowing eyes, watching me from the shadows. I deleted Tinder, of course, but some horrors, once seen, can never truly be swiped away. They just linger in the dark corners of your mind waiting. Let us transition into the next story. The coppery tang still clawed at my throat, a suffocating presence. Chloe's trembling hand, an anchor on my arm, dug into my flesh, her breath hitched, a primal fear mirroring my own. We were in Serena's charnel house, a place she loved to unwind. And there, on a dusty shelf, was her journal. Open. Serena's elegant script scrawled across the page. My mind reeled back, before the metallic tang, before the fear, back to a simple swipe on Tinder. Serena's captivating profile, her witty, unsettling first message about getting lost in a good book. She would finished. That was it. Getting lost in a good book. Her profile picture showed her with a knowing, almost mischievous smile, eyes that sparkled with intelligence but also held a depth I could not quite decipher. She was stunning, believe me. Dark flowing hair, sharp cheekbones, a figure that just radiated confidence. And her bio, it was short, intriguing, something about finding beauty in the unseen and solace in the misunderstood. A little edgy, sure, but I would been on Tinder long enough to know that was pretty standard. I would swipe right without a second thought. Her first message, though, had been different. After the getting lost in a good book line, she would follow it up with, what kind of stories do you get lost in? My name, the kind that make your heart race, or the kind that make you question everything. Most Tinder openers are some variation of, hey, or how's your day? This was a curveball. It was intriguing, though, so I played along. I told her I liked stories that did both, that peeled back the layers of the mundane. We messaged back and forth for a few days, and it was like nothing I would experience before. Our conversations were not surface level. They were deep, philosophical, sometimes unsettling. She would talk about the fragility of life, the hidden desires people suppressed, the allure of the forbidden. I found myself drawn in, a moth to a very beautiful, very dangerous flame. I remember the first time she mentioned her unwinding. We were talking about stress, and she said, "Oh, I have my ways." Everyone needs a release, do not you think? A place where the world makes sense, where you can truly be yourself. I just nodded, thinking she meant yoga or painting or maybe even competitive axe throwing, because that is a thing now, right? I had no idea. No idea at all. Our first date was at a trendy coffee shop. She was even more captivating in person. Her eyes, those deep dark pools, seemed to look right through me, not at me. She listened intently, almost unnervingly so, to everything I said. She would tilt her head slightly, a small, knowing smile playing on her lips, as if she already knew the end of every sentence I started. It was not uncomfortable, not exactly. More intense, like she was dissecting me, piece by piece, but in a way that felt strangely flattering, like I was worthy of her full attention. We talked for hours. She revealed very little about herself, though, now that I think back on it. Mostly vague statements about her work being analytical and her hobbies involving exploration. She asked me a million questions, though, about my past, my dreams, my fears. She seemed particularly interested in what scared me, what made me feel vulnerable. I remember telling her about a recurring nightmare I had as a kid, about being trapped in a dark place, unable to move. She just smiled. That same knowing smile. "Ah, the exquisite terror of helplessness," she would murmur, almost to herself. A powerful motivator. Would not you agree? It was a red flag, absolutely. But I was so caught up in her allure, her intelligence, her sheer magnetism, that I dismissed it. People are quirky, right? She was just unique. The second date was at a quiet, upscale restaurant. This is where things started to shift. Subtly at first. We were talking about a difficult decision I would recently made at work. I was explaining how stressed I would been, the pressure, the fear of making the wrong choice. She listened, then leaned forward, her voice dropping to a low, almost hypnotic tone. "You see, my name," she began, her eyes locking onto mine. "The most valuable lessons are often learned through discomfort, through pushing past what you think you can endure. That is where true growth happens. Would not you agree?" I remember feeling a chill, despite the warm restaurant. It was not a question, not really. It was a statement, a proposition. I mumbled something about learning from mistakes, and she just nodded, her smile widening just a fraction. Exactly. And sometimes, those mistakes need a little encouragement, do not they? To truly sink in. That night, she invited me back to her place for a nightcap. It was a beautiful apartment, minimalist, stark, but elegant. White walls, dark wood, not a single personal photo or knick-knack. Just a few abstract art pieces, all of them slightly disturbing, jagged lines and muted, bruised colors. We sat on her pristine white sofa. She poured me a glass of whiskey. It tasted different. Not bad, just heavy. I felt myself getting drowsy, almost immediately. "You look tired," she would said, her voice soft, almost sympathetic. She reached out and brushed a strand of hair from my face, her touch cool. Sometimes, a good lesson requires a clear head, or perhaps no head at all, so the body can truly experience. I remember laughing, a weak, confused sound. "What do you mean?" Her smile did not reach her eyes. "Oh, nothing. Just musing. We all have our limits, do not we? And sometimes, it is good to have someone help you explore them." That was the last thing I clearly remembered from that night. I woke up in my own bed, my own apartment, the next morning. My head throbbed, a dull ache behind my eyes. I felt disoriented, like I would been drugged, and I found a small, perfectly tied, bow-shaped bruise on the inside of my wrist. Just a tiny purple mark, like someone had tried to tie a ribbon around me. I tried to remember. Nothing. Just a blank. I called her. She answered immediately, her voice bright and cheerful. "Good morning, sleepyhead. I hope you slept well." "Serena," I said, my voice hoarse. "What happened last night?" "I do not remember anything after the whiskey." There was a slight pause. Then her voice, still cheerful but with an edge I had not noticed before. "Oh, you just crashed, honey. You were so tired. I did not want to wake you, so I just called you a cab. You were out cold. Do not worry, you were perfectly safe." Perfectly safe. The bruise on my wrist pulsed. I did not know why, but I believed her. Or rather, I wanted to believe her. I was scared, but also intrigued. The danger was part of the allure. Now, she had a hold on me, a strange psychological grip. It was like I was caught in a web, and every attempt to pull away only tightened the strands. This was the start of her lessons. They were not always physical, not at first. They were mind games, subtle manipulations, making me question my reality, my sanity. Each one left me feeling a little more vulnerable, a little more dependent on her twisted attention. The phantom ache of her last lesson, the knowledge of her pleasure in my pain, it was real. It was not just a memory, it was a physical sensation, a constant, low-level thrum of dread and compliance that kept me rooted to her. It was the knowledge that she could and would inflict pain, not out of anger, but out of a cold, calculating curiosity, and I, somehow, was still here. And now, here we were. Chloe, my sweet, innocent friend, caught in this nightmare with me. I had invited her along, foolishly thinking Serena's unwinding place would be some quirky art gallery or a private book club. Instead, it was this charnel house. My eyes snapped back to the present, to the open journal on the dusty shelf. The metallic tang in the air, the cold, heavy dread, it all slammed back into me. Chloe whimpered again, her grip on my arm tightening to the point of pain. "What is this place?" she whispered, her eyes wide, darting among the shelves lined with jars of formaldehyde, preserving, disturbing organic things. Every fiber screamed to run, but Serena's invisible chains held me fast. The phantom ache of her last lesson, the knowledge of her pleasure in my pain, kept me rooted. I had to know, I had to understand what this was, what Serena was. And maybe, just maybe, I could find a way out. For Chloe, with a deep, shaky breath, I reached out, my fingers trembling as they touched the brittle, yellowed page of the journal. The paper felt strangely warm, as if it held a lingering heat from Serena's hand. The elegant script, so familiar from our initial Tinder messages, now looked sinister, each curve and flourish a cruel mockery of beauty. The page it was open to was not just text. It was a drawing, a detailed, almost anatomical sketch of a human hand, meticulously rendered, every bone, tendon, and nerve fiber visible. But it was not a medical diagram. No, this was different. There were faint, almost invisible lines drawn on the palm, radiating outwards, like a map. And next to it, a small, neat handwritten note, subject 7, the hand. Fascinating how sensation radiates, the delicate interplay of pressure and pain. A simple constriction, a slow, steady pressure, the nerve endings sing. The dance of agony, a lesson in vulnerability, progression, bow tie ligature, observation tremor, onset 3 minutes, vocalization 5 minutes, acceptance 8 minutes. Beautiful. My blood ran cold. Bow tie ligature. The bruise on my wrist, it was not a coincidence. It was me. I was subject 7. The phantom ache intensified. A sharp, icy spike of recognition. Serena had not just drugged me and sent me home. She had experimented on me. She had conducted a lesson. And she had recorded it, Chloe gasped, pulling me back from the abyss of my own horror. She had seen the drawing, the words. Her eyes were wide, fixed on the page, then on my wrist, where the faint, almost healed mark of the bow tie ligature still lingered. She did not need me to explain. The realization dawned on her face. A mask of pure terror. "Oh my God," she breathed, her voice barely a whisper. "She did this to you." I could only nod, my throat constricted. My voice felt trapped, choked by the rising bile of dread. This was not just a charnel house. It was Serena's laboratory, her personal torture chamber, and I was one of her projects. I flipped the page, desperate for more information, for anything that could explain this madness. The next page was another drawing, this one of a human eye, again with disturbing precision. And another note, subject 12, the gaze, the window to the soul, or merely a lens for perception. How much can it endure? Before the vision blurs, before the world becomes a kaleidoscope of fear, method prolonged sensory deprivation followed by sudden intense light exposure, observation, pupil dilation extreme, lacrimation constant, fear response elevated, delightful. I swallowed hard, my stomach churning. I flipped again, faster now, a frantic search through a gallery of horrors. There were more drawings. A tongue, a foot, an ear, each one accompanied by clinical, detached notes detailing methods of torture, observation of pain, and Serena's chillingly enthusiastic conclusions, each lesson meticulously documented. Then, I saw it, a page that was not a drawing but a list. A list of names. My name was there, next to subject 7, and below it, a space, a blank space, with a question mark, and next to that a small, elegant sketch of a butterfly, a beautiful, delicate butterfly, pinned through its thorax. My gaze snapped to Chloe, her face pale, her eyes darting between the journal and my own horrified expression. The butterfly, Serena had mentioned her fascination with butterflies, how their transformation was a metaphor for pushing limits, and Chloe, bless her innocent heart, loved butterflies. She had a small butterfly tattoo on her ankle. The meaning was clear, brutally, sickeningly clear. Chloe was next. She was the blank space. She was the butterfly. A cold dread, unlike anything I would ever experience, settled deep in my bones. It was not just fear for myself anymore. It was absolute, primal terror for Chloe. I had brought her here. I had led her into the lioness's den. "We have to go," I whispered, my voice raw. "Now," but as I said the words, a faint sound reached us from the passage we would enter through. A soft, melodic hum. Serena's hum. It was a familiar tune, one she often hummed when she was content, when she was unwinding. My heart leaped into my throat. She was here. She was coming back. Chloe's eyes widened further, if that was even possible. She had heard it too. The blood drained from her face, leaving it ghostly white. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably, a silent, desperate vibration against my arm. "Hide," I hissed, my mind racing, scrambling for a plan, any plan. Under the table, now, the heavy wooden table, scarred and stained, with its array of scalpels and wicked hooks, was the only place. Not much of a hiding spot, but it was all we had. Chloe, paralyzed by fear, just stared at me. "Chloe, go," I urged, my voice a frantic whisper. I gave her a gentle shove, forcing her towards the table. She stumbled, then instinctively ducked, crawling on hands and knees beneath the dark, blood-stained surface. I could not hide with her. If Serena found us both under there, it would be over. I had to draw her attention, to buy Chloe time. My eyes darted around the room, the shelves of jars, the towering bookcases. No escape, no weapon. Then my gaze fell back on the journal. It was still open. Serena would know we would seen it. She would know I knew. I had to close it to make it seem like nothing was amiss. As my fingers reached for the cover, the humming grew louder, closer. It was just around the corner in the narrow passage. Thump, thump, thump. Her footsteps, slow, deliberate, like a predator stalking its prey. I slammed the journal shut with a soft thud, pushing it back onto the shelf. My hand brushed against something else hidden behind it, something small and metallic. A key. A heavy, old-fashioned skeleton key? My mind screamed. A key to what? This room. A cage. Another door. There was no time to think. I snatched it, my fingers closing around the cold metal, and shoved it deep into my pocket just as Serena's shadow stretched into the doorway. She stood there, framed in the dim light, her silhouette disturbingly serene. Her dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her saccharine smile, the one that twisted her beautiful face into something monstrous, was firmly in place. "Well, hello there. My name," she purred, her voice like velvet, but with an undercurrent of steel. Her eyes, those intelligent, dissecting eyes, scanned the room. They lingered for a fraction of a second on the table, then moved on. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of terror. Had she seen Chloe? "You have been busy," she continued, her gaze finally settling on me. "Exploring." "I see." "I told you it was a fascinating place. Did not I?" I forced a weak smile, trying to appear nonchalant, as if I had not just discovered her meticulously documented atrocities. "It is certainly unique." "Serena." "A lot to take in," she chuckled, a soft, pleasant sound that made my skin crawl. "Oh. I imagine it is. There is so much to learn here. So many possibilities." She took a step into the room, then another, slowly approaching me. Her eyes were still assessing, searching. I could feel her gaze like a physical touch, probing, dissecting. "And where's your little friend?" she asked, her voice still sweet, but with a new, chilling edge. "Chloe was not it. I thought she would be here, admiring the collection." My breath hitched. She knew Chloe was here. My eyes flickered involuntarily towards the table. It was a mistake. A fatal mistake. Serena's smile widened, twisting into a predatory grin. Her eyes, now gleaming with a terrifying light, followed my gaze. "Ah," she whispered, the sound a low, guttural purr. "Playing hide and seek, are we? How quaint." She moved with a terrifying grace, not rushing, but gliding towards the table. My mind screamed at me to run, to fight, to do something. But the invisible chains, the phantom ache, the sheer, paralyzing terror held me rooted to the spot. I was caught, a deer in the headlights, watching the inevitable approach. She knelt beside the table, her back to me, her dark hair obscuring her face. I heard a soft gasp, then a muffled whimper. "Chloe, found you." Serena sang, her voice devoid of warmth, replaced by a cold, clinical triumph. She rose, pulling Chloe out from under the table by her arm. Chloe was sobbing now, tears streaming down her face, her body shaking like a leaf. Her eyes met mine, pleading, terrified. Well, Serena said, pulling Chloe closer, her hand now resting on Chloe's shoulder, a possessive grip. "It seems my little butterfly has flown right into my net." She looked at me, her gaze piercing. "And you, my dear, my name. You have been a very naughty boy, have not you? Reading my private thoughts, touching my things." She reached out, her fingers brushing the journal on the shelf. Her eyes narrowed. "And you even tried to hide it. Such a waste of effort. I know every curve, every crease in these pages. I know precisely where I left it open." She paused, her smile returning, colder than ice. "You saw Subject 7, did not you? You recognized yourself." I could not speak. My throat was dry, my tongue thick. "And you saw the next entry, did not you?" she continued, her voice a low, dangerous growl. "The butterfly, such a beautiful, delicate creature." So fragile, so teachable. She stroked Chloe's hair, a gesture that was sickeningly tender. Chloe flinched, trying to pull away, but Serena's grip was like iron. No, I finally choked out, finding my voice, however weak. Serena, please. Let her go. She has nothing to do with this. Take me. Do whatever you want to me, just let her go. Serena laughed. It was a harsh, mirthless sound that echoed in the foul-smelling room. Oh, my name? You still do not understand, do you? You are both part of this. You brought her here. You presented her to me. You facilitated her lesson. Her eyes gleamed with a chilling delight. And your pain, your fear for her, that is part of your lesson. The exquisite agony of helplessness, remember. I told you it was a powerful motivator. She began to drag Chloe towards the heavy wooden table. Chloe screamed, a raw, piercing sound that tore through the oppressive silence. She struggled, kicking and twisting, but Serena was surprisingly strong, her movements precise and unyielding. No. Let her go. I lunged forward, finally breaking free of my paralysis. I grabbed Serena's arm, trying to pull her away from Chloe. Serena spun around, her eyes blazing with a sudden, terrifying fury. She was no longer calm, no longer playing. This was pure, unadulterated rage. She released Chloe with a shove that sent her sprawling to the floor, stunned and sobbing. Then, with a speed that shocked me, Serena's hand shot out, grabbing a scalpel from the table. The blade glinted wickedly in the dim light. She moved like a viper, striking before I could react. The cold, sharp edge of the scalpel flashed, and a searing pain exploded in my arm. I cried out, stumbling back. A thin line of crimson bloomed on my forearm, quickly spreading, stinging fiercely. The smell of my own blood mingled with the coppery tang already in the air, making me nauseous. Serena stood over me, the scalpel held loosely in her hand, her chest heaving slightly. Her eyes were wild, her beautiful face contorted into a mask of pure, sadistic pleasure. Fool, she hissed, her voice low and venomous. You interfere with my work. You disrupt my peace. This is your defiance. This is your next lesson. She raised the scalpel again, her gaze fixed on my face, a terrifying hunger in her eyes. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that she intended to carve me up, slowly, meticulously, just as she had documented her other subjects. But as she moved, a glint of metal caught my eye. The key. The old skeleton key I had shoved into my pocket. My fingers, slick with blood, fumbled for it, pulling it out. What is that? Serena snarled, her eyes narrowing, her attention momentarily diverted from my impending mutilation. I did not answer. My gaze darted around the room, searching desperately. There had to be a lock, a door, something this key fit. My eyes landed on a heavy, iron-bound door set into the far wall, almost hidden behind a stack of ancient, leathery books. It looked like a cellar door, or perhaps a vault. It was a desperate gamble. A shot in the dark. Chloe, I yelled, my voice cracking but laced with a new urgency. Run, get out of here. Chloe, still on the floor, looked up, her face streaked with tears and terror. Serena snarled, taking a step towards me, the scalpel raised. You think you can escape me? You think you can defy me? You think this is all there is? I spat, a surge of adrenaline washing over me, overriding the pain and fear. I pointed the key towards the iron door. What is behind that? Serena, another lesson, or something you do not want anyone to see. Her face went rigid. Her eyes, which had been wild with rage, now held a flicker of something else, surprise, then a cold, calculating fear. She hesitated, her gaze darting between me, the key, and the heavy door. That hesitation was all I needed. With a primal scream, I threw the key with all my might, not at Serena, but at the iron door. It struck the heavy wood with a loud clank, bouncing off and landing near the base. Serena's head snapped towards the sound. Her attention was completely on the key. On the door, it was her secret, her hidden terror, whatever it was. Chloe, now, I roared, pushing myself off the floor, blood dripping from my arm. Chloe, seeing her chance, scrambled to her feet and bolted for the passage we would enter through, her small figure disappearing into the gloom. Serena let out a guttural shriek of fury. "No, you little bitch." She spun around, abandoning me, abandoning the scalpel, and lunged for Chloe, a terrifying animalistic snarl tearing from her throat. But Chloe was small, fast, and driven by pure terror. She was already gone. Serena cursed, her eyes blazing with frustrated rage. She turned back to me, her gaze murderous. "You will regret that," she hissed, her voice shaking with fury. "You will regret that more than anything." She started towards me, her hands outstretched, no longer holding the scalpel, but clearly intending to tear me apart with her bare hands. The full force of her maniacal fury was directed at me. But the key to the door, I had opened something else. I had created a diversion, a new fear in her twisted mind. As she advanced, I saw her eyes flick to the key on the floor, then to the door, then back to me. She was torn, her rage warred with her need to protect her secrets. "Go to hell." "Serena," I growled, mustering every ounce of courage I had left. Her face contorted. With another frustrated scream, she turned and sprinted towards the iron door, scooping up the key as she went. She fumbled with the lock for a frantic moment, her hands shaking, her elegant composure completely shattered. The heavy bolt slid back with a loud thunk. She wrenched the door open, revealing nothing but a black, yawning abyss. A deeper, colder darkness. She disappeared into it without a backward glance, slamming the heavy door shut behind her. The sound echoed through the charnel house, a final, chilling clang. Silence descended, thick and heavy, broken only by my ragged breathing and the pounding of my heart. She was gone. Or at least, she was no longer in this room. My arm throbbed, a searing pain. I looked down at the wound, a deep cut that was still bleeding freely. I pressed my other hand against it, trying to staunch the flow. I had to get out. I stumbled towards the passage, my legs feeling like jelly, my head swimming. The coppery tang in the air now felt like a curse, a reminder of the horror I had just witnessed, and the horror I had become a part of. As I staggered into the narrow passage, I heard a faint sound from the outside, a car door slamming. Chloe, she must have made it. A wave of relief, so profound it almost buckled my knees, washed over me. I pushed myself faster through the dark, claustrophobic tunnels of bookshelves, past the leathery books and agonizing etchings. The air grew slightly less heavy, the metallic tang fading, replaced by the faint scent of decaying paper. Finally, I burst out into the open, into the dim gray light of the late afternoon. The old, dilapidated house stood before me, casting long, skeletal shadows, and there, parked haphazardly in the overgrown driveway, was Chloe's car. She was inside, slumped over the steering wheel, sobbing hysterically. I ran to the car, wrenching the passenger door open. "Chloe, are you okay? Are you hurt?" She looked up, her face swollen and red, tears still streaming. "Oh my God. My name? I thought she had you." She saw my arm, saw the blood soaking through my shirt. Her eyes widened in fresh horror. "You are hurt?" "I am fine," I lied, gritting my teeth against the pain. "Just a scratch. We need to go now." She did not argue. She started the car, the engine sputtering to life, and slammed it into reverse. As we sped away, kicking up gravel, I glanced back at the house. The windows, like vacant eyes, stared back. The front door was still ajar, a dark maw, and behind it, I knew, was a heavy iron door. now sealed, containing whatever unspeakable horror Serena had hidden away. We drove in silence for a long time, the only sound, Chloe's occasional shuddering breaths and the hum of the engine. My arm ached, a constant reminder of the nightmare. Eventually, Chloe pulled over on a deserted stretch of road, far from the house. She turned to me, her eyes still red but now filled with a desperate question. What was that place? My name? What was she doing? I looked at her, then out at the darkening landscape. How could I tell her about the journals, the lessons, the terrifying smile? How could I explain that I, too, had been a subject, caught in Serena's web of psychological manipulation and physical torment? She was a monster. Chloe, I finally managed, my voice hoarse, a sick, twisted monster who enjoyed hurting people. She was documenting it, experimenting. Chloe gasped, burying her face in her hands. Oh my God. And it is over. Chloe, I said, trying to reassure her, though I was not sure if it was true. We got out. We are safe now. But as I said the words, a cold chill snaked down my spine. We were out, yes. But was it truly over? Serena was still out there, somewhere in that dark, cold room, with her secrets and her rage. And her lessons. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that the phantom ache, the invisible chains, they had not truly broken, they had just loosened. Serena had not been caught, had not been stopped. She had just been diverted, and I had seen her true face, her true nature. We reported her, of course, to the police. They went to the house. They found the charnel room, the tools, the empty jars. They found the journal. They even found the iron door, sealed tight, but they could not open it. And Serena, she was gone. Vanished like a ghost. They called it a crime of opportunity, a serial torture chamber. They said she was clearly deranged, a dangerous psychopath. They put out an APB, but they never found her. Not a trace. Sometimes, late at night when the world is quiet, I can still smell the coppery tang, hear the faint melodic hum. I feel the phantom ache in my wrist, a constant reminder of Subject 7. And I wonder if somewhere out there, Serena is still unwinding, still finding new subjects, still giving her twisted lessons. And I wonder what was behind that iron door. And if the key I threw, the key that saved us, was just the beginning of another, even darker story. Because some stories, once you are in them, you never truly get out. And some monsters, they never truly go away. They just get lost in a good book, waiting for their next chapter. And you can bet I am still looking over my shoulder. Always. Another story comes into focus. A sudden, sharp creak echoed, slicing through the heavy silence like a razor blade. It was not a floorboard groaning under our weight, or a settling of old wood. It was sharper, more deliberate, like something heavy had just shifted, or a door, somewhere deep within this labyrinth of shadows, had just been nudged open. Chloe gasped, a tiny, frightened sound, and her hand instinctively grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in. Her nails were short, unmanicured, but they felt like talons against my skin, a desperate plea for safety. Her head snapped around, eyes wide and darting into the impenetrable darkness between the towering shelves. "What was that?" she whispered, her voice barely a breath. The last vestiges of her initial naive curiosity had vanished, replaced by a raw, primal fear that mirrored my own. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum solo in the mausoleum of forgotten books. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to grab Chloe and bolt out of this place, back into the relative safety of the grimy street. But Serena's invisible chains held me fast. I could still feel the phantom ache of her last lesson, the cold room, the echoing screams, the agonizing realization that my pain was her pleasure. And now, Chloe was here. Chloe, bless her innocent heart, was caught in the crossfire. I forced a smile, a grotesque, hollow thing that felt like it was tearing my face apart. Probably just the building settling. I lied, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. Old places make strange noises. My voice was too high, too strained, even to my own ears. I knew Chloe did not believe me. She was looking at me now, not just at the shadows, a flicker of suspicion in her wide eyes. She could see the lie in my forced cheer, the terror lurking beneath. "It feels wrong," she murmured, her grip on my arm tightening. "Can we just go, please?" The desperate plea screamed in my head. "Do not go inside. Chloe." Run? But my lips remained sealed, a prisoner to Serena's chilling memory. Serena's cold, invisible hand pushed me forward. I had no choice. The hidden back room, a place I loved to unwind. Her words, delivered with that saccharine smile that promised unimaginable pain, echoed in my mind. That was our destination. That was my destination, and I was dragging Chloe with me. "We just got here," I managed, trying to sound light, playful, anything but the terrified wreck I was. "Let us just look around a little. Maybe we will find something really unique." I started walking again, pulling Chloe along with me, deeper into the maze of shelves. The air grew colder, heavier, dust motes dancing like microscopic ghosts in the weak, flickering glow of the bare bulbs. The scent of decaying paper and dust was now undeniably mingled with something else, something vaguely metallic, like old blood or rusty iron, growing stronger with every step. The bookshelves were taller here, reaching almost to the ceiling, creating tunnels so narrow they felt like they were closing in on us. The books themselves were strange, not the typical bestsellers or classics you would expect. Their spines were faded, titles often illegible, or written in archaic looping script. Some were bound in dark, leathery material that felt strangely warm to the touch. Others in crumbling, brittle paper. There were no sections, no organization, just a chaotic jumble of forgotten tomes. We passed a shelf where a single, thick book lay open. Face down, as I walked by, I caught a glimpse of its pages. They were not filled with words, but with intricate, disturbing etchings. Dark, swirling patterns that seemed to writhe and shift in the dim light, like something alive. I quickly looked away, my stomach churning. Chloe whimpered beside me. "I do not like this place," she confessed, her voice thick with unshed tears. "It is creepy." Almost done. I promised, a lie I hoped Serena could not hear. I just needed to get to the back room. I just needed to follow the script. Then maybe, just maybe, I could find a way out of this. But deep down, I knew there was no way out. Not with Serena. The metallic smell was now overwhelming, a coppery tang that made my nose wrinkle and my throat tighten. It clung to the air, to the dust, to everything. It was the smell of a slaughterhouse or an old, forgotten medical clinic. Then I saw it. A dark, sticky smear on the spine of a book, a few shelves ahead. It looked like rust or dried blood. My breath hitched. I did not dare point it out to Chloe. The silence was punctuated only by our ragged breaths and the frantic pounding of my heart. But then a new sound emerged, faint at first, barely perceptible over the ringing in my ears. A soft, rhythmic thump. It was irregular, like something being dragged or someone limping. It seemed to come from deeper within the store, from the direction I was being forced to go. Chloe heard it too. Her head snapped up, her eyes wide with terror. "Did you hear that?" she whispered, her voice cracking. I swallowed hard, my throat suddenly bone dry. Hear what? I tried to play dumb, but it was futile. The sound was growing louder, closer. Thump. It was definitely a dragging sound. And it was moving towards us. Panic began to rise, a cold wave washing over me, threatening to drown out my last vestiges of control. Serena. Was she here? Was this part of her sick game? Or was there someone else, something else? I gripped Chloe's hand, pulling her tighter against me. "Let us just go this way," I said, veering sharply down an even narrower aisle, away from the sound, even though I knew it was taking us further from the entrance, closer to the back room. My mind was a jumbled mess of fear and confusion. I was trying to protect Chloe, but I was also obeying Serena. I was a puppet, dancing on invisible strings. The new aisle was even darker, the bare bulbs here either burnt out or too coated in dust to offer any light. Shadows stretched and writhed, turning familiar shapes into monstrous figures. The shelves here were filled with books that looked even more ancient, some literally crumbling to dust. Suddenly, Chloe stumbled. I caught her, but not before her foot dislodged something from the bottom shelf. It clattered to the floor with a dull, sickening thud. We both froze, our eyes glued to the object. It was small, cylindrical, and made of tarnished metal. As it rolled, it caught a sliver of light, and I saw it. A bone. Not a large bone, perhaps a finger bone or a small animal's bone, but it was undeniably a bone, and it was stained dark, as if with old, dried blood. Chloe let out a choked cry, her hand flying to her mouth. Her eyes, already wide with fear, now brimmed with tears. "Oh my God," she whimpered. "What is that?" The dragging sound had stopped. The silence that followed was even more terrifying than the noise. It was a watchful, predatory silence. My mind raced. This was not just a creepy old bookstore. This was something far, far worse. This was a trap. And Chloe was in it with me. "It is nothing," I said, bending down quickly, forcing myself to pick up the bone. It was smooth, cold, and unnervingly light. I shoved it into my pocket, trying to appear nonchalant, but my fingers trembled. Just old things. Probably some kind of animal. Chloe was shaking her head, tears streaming down her face. "No, no. I want to go. Please. I really want to go." She tugged at my arm, her voice rising in desperation. This is not funny anymore. This is scary. And then, from the darkness behind us, a voice. A low, guttural whisper that seemed to slither through the shadows and wrap itself around us. Going somewhere. It was not Serena. It was deeper, rougher, filled with a chilling menace that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. Chloe screamed. A raw, piercing sound that echoed through the desolate bookstore. She spun around, trying to pull away from me, desperate to flee. But I could not move. My feet felt rooted to the spot. My blood ran cold. The whisper had come from the direction of the front door, the direction of escape, but also from the direction of the dragging sound. A figure emerged from the deeper shadows, slowly, deliberately. He was tall, gaunt, with a stooped posture that made him seem even more menacing. His clothes were dark, grimy, blending into the oppressive gloom. But it was his face that made my blood freeze. It was pale, skeletal, with hollowed eyes that gleamed with an unsettling light. And he was holding something long and thin, like a stick or a rusty pipe. The metallic smell intensified, now mingled with a faint, earthy odor, like damp soil and decay. "You have come to the wrong place," the figure rasped, his voice like grinding stones. "This is not a place for dates." Chloe was sobbing openly now, clutching at me, trying to hide behind my back. I could feel her shaking uncontrollably. My mind was a blur of terror. Who was this man? Was he working with Serena? Was he the quirky owner I had lied about? Or was he another threat entirely? "We were just leaving," I stammered, my voice barely a squeak. I tried to pull Chloe with me to turn and run, but my legs would not obey. It was like I was trapped in a nightmare, trying to move through thick mud. The man took a step closer, the rusty pipe he held scraping faintly against the floor. His eyes, fixed on Chloe, seemed to burn with an unholy light. Leaving, he chuckled. A dry, rattling sound. "Oh, no, no, no. You just got here. You have not even seen the best part. He gestured with the pipe, not towards the front door, but deeper into the bookstore, towards the back. The back room, that is where the real stories are told. My stomach dropped. The back room, Serena's back room, this man knew about it. He was part of it. This was the moment. This was where the nightmare truly began. The man's eyes shifted from Chloe to me, a cruel smirk twisting his gaunt face. She sent you, did not she? He whispered, his voice laced with a chilling knowing. Serena, she always sends her favorites to me first. My blood ran cold. He knew Serena. He was waiting for us. This was not just a random encounter. This was orchestrated. What do you mean? I choked out, trying to sound brave, but my voice was trembling. He ignored me, his gaze returning to Chloe, who was now openly crying, her face buried in my shoulder. She is a pretty one, he mused, his voice dripping with an unsettling fascination. Fresh, untouched. Serena will be pleased. Fresh, untouched. The words echoed in my mind, sickening me to my core. He took another step, and another. He was between us and the entrance now. There was no escape. Come along, he said, his voice suddenly firm, losing its whispered quality. The back room is waiting, and Serena does not like to be kept waiting. He gestured with the pipe towards a dark, heavy wooden door, tucked away in the deepest corner of the store, almost invisible in the gloom. It was a plain, unmarked door, but it radiated an aura of malevolence that made my skin crawl. Chloe let out another sob, her body convulsing with fear. No. Please. Do not. I wanted to fight. I wanted to scream. I wanted to throw myself at this man. Anything to protect Chloe. But the terror was paralyzing. The memory of Serena's cold room, the echoing screams, the agonizing realization that my pain was her pleasure, it all came flooding back, a tidal wave of helplessness that rendered me immobile. Serena had broken me, molded me into her obedient puppet, and now that obedience was going to cost Chloe everything. We have to go, the man said, his voice leaving no room for argument. He started walking towards the back room door, slowly, deliberately, expecting us to follow. I felt Chloe's grip on my arm loosen. She was trying to pull away, to make a break for it. But where would she go? The man was blocking the exit, and the maze of shelves offered no real escape. As if sensing her intention, the man stopped, turning his head slowly, his hollow eyes fixed on Chloe. A wicked smile spread across his face, revealing a mouth full of uneven, stained teeth. Do not make this harder than it has to be, sweetheart, he rasped. Serena has very specific instructions for you, and if you are not compliant, she gets very, very upset. And when Serena gets upset, well, things get messy. He reached out a hand, a long, bony finger, pointing directly at Chloe. She flinched violently, pressing herself even closer to me. No. I finally found my voice, a desperate, hoarse cry. Leave her alone. Take me. Do whatever you want to me, but leave her out of this. The man chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Oh, she will be taking you too, eventually. But first, she wants to see how well her little pawn can play. His eyes gleamed. She wants you to watch. My blood ran cold. Watch. That was Serena's favorite game, to force me to witness the suffering of others, knowing that my helplessness was part of my punishment. He began to walk again, slowly, towards the back room door. I had no choice but to follow, dragging Chloe along, her body heavy with dread and fear. Every step was a betrayal, every movement a confirmation of my utter powerlessness. As we neared the door, the metallic smell became almost unbearable, thick and cloying. It was mixed with another scent now, something acrid and chemical, like disinfectant struggling to mask something far more sinister. The man reached the door, his long, bony fingers wrapping around a tarnished brass handle. He twisted it, and with a low, agonizing groan, the door swung inward. Darkness. Absolute, impenetrable darkness. But from within, a faint, sickly yellow light flickered, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe and contort. And with the opening of the door, a new sound emerged, chilling and unmistakable. A high-pitched, whirring hum like machinery, and something else, a faint, almost imperceptible dripping sound. The air that rushed out of the room was cold, damp, and heavy with the metallic, chemical stench. It was a smell that promised pain, despair, and unspeakable acts. "Welcome," the man said, his voice a triumphant whisper, his skeletal face illuminated by the flickering light from within. To the Forgotten Pages reading room, he shoved the door open wider, revealing the interior. It was not a reading room. It was a nightmare made manifest. The room was small, claustrophobic, with bare concrete walls that looked stained and grimy. The sickly yellow light came from a single, bare bulb hanging from the ceiling, swinging slightly, casting erratic shadows. In the center of the room, bolted to the floor, was a high-backed chair made of dark, heavy wood, with thick leather straps hanging from its arms and legs. It looked disturbingly like an antique dentist's chair or something far older, far crueler. Beside the chair, a small, rusted metal table held an array of instruments. Gleaming silver scalpels, long, wicked-looking needles, clamps, and other tools I could not even identify glinted ominously in the dim light. And on the floor, beneath the table, was a bucket, a dull, metallic bucket, with something dark and viscous, sloshing faintly within it. Catching the light with a sickening sheen, the whirring hum was coming from a large, antiquated machine in the corner, a tangle of wires and gauges, with a thick, clear tube snaking out from it, leading directly toward the chair. But what truly made my blood run cold, what truly solidified the horror, was the wall directly opposite the door. It was covered, from floor to ceiling, in photographs, hundreds of them, faded, sepia-toned images, some black and white, some slightly more recent. All of them were portraits. Portraits of people, young, old, men, women, and in every single one, their faces were contorted in expressions of pure, unadulterated terror. Their eyes were wide, their mouths open in silent screams. Then beneath each photo, a small, handwritten tag, a name, a date. My eyes scanned them, my breath catching in my throat. And then I saw it. A familiar face, though younger, smiling, carefree. A face I recognized from an old picture on Serena's mantelpiece. Her younger sister, who had supposedly run away years ago. And beneath it, a date. A date that matched the time of her disappearance. This was not just a bookstore. This was a trophy room. A chamber of horrors. And Serena was not just a sadist. She was a monster, collecting the suffering of others. Chloe let out a strangled sob, her eyes fixed on the chair, then on the instruments. Her knees buckled, and she started to collapse. "No," I screamed, catching her, holding her upright, my own legs feeling like jelly. My gaze darted back to the man. His face was no longer amused. It was utterly devoid of emotion, like a mask. "Welcome, Chloe," he said, his voice flat, devoid of any warmth. "Serena left you a message." He pointed to a small, laminated note taped to the arm of the chair. My eyes snapped to the note. My name, my real name, not the one I used for Tinder. And beneath it, in Serena's elegant, flowing script, "Dear narrator's name, I hope you are enjoying our little date. Chloe is such a sweet girl, is not she? So full of life. It would be a shame to see that spark extinguished. You remember our last lesson. Do not you, the importance of obedience, the pain that comes from disobedience. Today, you have a choice. Strap Chloe into the chair, or I will have him do it. And trust me, you do not want him to do it. He is not as gentle as I am. Your pain is my pleasure, and I want to see you break. Again, love." Serena, the world spun. My breath hitched in my throat. This was it, the ultimate test of my obedience, the ultimate torture, I looked from the note, to the chair, to the instruments, to Chloe's terrified, tear-streaked face. Her eyes, wide and pleading, looked into mine, begging for an answer, for a reprieve. The man stood silently by the door, his eyes fixed on me, waiting. The whirring machine hummed, the dripping sound continued, and the metallic stench filled my lungs, making me lightheaded. I was trapped, utterly, irrevocably trapped. Serena had ensured it, and now I had to choose. Betray Chloe or face Serena's wrath, knowing that wrath would be visited upon both of us, in ways I could not even imagine. My heart shattered. The nightmare had truly begun, and I was its unwilling architect. The next story comes in softly. Serena dropped me. The world outside the car was too bright, too loud. It felt alien, like I had been spat out onto a different planet, far from the suffocating blanket of her charnel house. The coffee shop, the daily grind, stood a few blocks down, a beacon of normal in a life that was anything but. My legs felt like lead. Every step was a betrayal, every breath a lie. I could feel her eyes on me, even though I could not see her car anymore. She was watching, always watching. I pushed through the glass door, the cheerful jingle of a bell mocking my inner terror. The air inside was thick with the smell of roasted coffee beans and baked goods, a stark contrast to the coppery scent of old pennies and unspeakable acts that clung to me like a second skin. People milled about, laughing, chatting, living their mundane, safe lives. I invaded their space like a ghost, a walking dead man sent to lure the living. Chloe was already there, just as her profile picture promised. Bright eyes, a genuine smile, a scattering of freckles across her nose. She sat at a small table by the window, nursing a latte, scrolling on her phone. She looked up as I approached, her smile widening. "Hey, you must be, Alex," she said, standing up, extending a hand. Her voice was warm, friendly. It twisted a fresh knife in my gut. "That is me," I managed, my voice sounding rough, unfamiliar. I shook her hand. Her skin was soft, warm, real. It made the entire charade feel even more sickening. "Chloe, right? Good to finally meet you." The words felt like ash in my mouth. My mind was a shattered mess, a war zone between the instinct to scream for help and the paralyzing fear of Serena's last lesson. We ordered our drinks. I got a black coffee, something simple, something I could nurse without thinking too much. Chloe got another fancy latte. We sat down, and the small talk began. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of dread. I tried to sound normal, to engage, to be the person Serena's profile had painted me as. It was exhausting. Every word was a tightrope walk over an abyss. Chloe was easy to talk to, which only made it worse. She talked about her job as a graphic designer, her love for hiking, her rescue dog. She was vibrant, full of life, and completely oblivious to the predator lurking in the shadows, using me as her bait. I found myself instinctively liking her, and that feeling was a new kind of torture. It amplified the guilt, the horror of what I was doing. "So, what about you, Alex?" she asked, taking a sip of her latte, her bright eyes fixed on me. "Your profile said you are into deep conversations and exploring the human condition." She chuckled, a light, airy sound. "That is a pretty intense way to put it." I forced a laugh, a dry, hollow sound. "Yeah, well," I began, my mind racing, trying to pull from the lies Serena had meticulously crafted for my profile. "I guess I have just seen a lot, experienced a lot, makes you think about things, you know." I tried to make it sound profound, not like a veiled reference to my current hell. She nodded, her expression thoughtful. "I get that. Life can really throw you curveballs. What kind of experiences are we talking about?" My blood ran cold. This was it. This was where I had to weave the web of deceit, to make her trust me. Serena wanted depth. "Oh, just difficult times," I said vaguely, hoping to sound mysterious. Not evasive. "Lost a lot. Had to rebuild." It has made me appreciate genuine connection, people who are real. Chloe's eyes softened with sympathy. I am really sorry to hear that. It sounds like you have been through a lot. She leaned forward slightly, her voice gentle. Well, I am all about genuine connection. That is what I am looking for, too. A wave of nausea washed over me. She was falling for it. She was connecting. My stomach lurched. I wanted to scream, to tell her to run, to sprint out of this cafe and never look back. But the memory of Serena's face, her soft hum, the glint of her sharpening tools, silenced me. I could feel the invisible strings pulling me, making me her puppet. I kept glancing at the street outside, my eyes darting, searching. Was Serena still in her car? Had she moved? Was she walking by, disguised? The paranoia was a constant buzzing in my ears. Every shadow seemed to hold her silhouette. Every reflection in the window seemed to show her watching me. Then, my phone vibrated in my pocket. Our phone, the cracked screen, glowing with a new message. My heart seized. I fumbled for it, my fingers trembling. It was from an unknown number. The message was short, chillingly clear. Tell her about the old bookstore on Elm, the one with the hidden back room. Say it is your favorite place to unwind. Suggest we go there after this. And smile. My love, you are doing so well. The message was not signed, but I knew it was Serena. She was not just watching, she was controlling every word, every movement. The old bookstore on Elm, I knew exactly the place she meant. It was a dusty, forgotten shop, tucked away on a less trafficked street, full of nooks and crannies. A perfect place for an ambush. I swallowed hard, forcing a smile onto my face, my lips feeling stiff and alien. I said, trying to sound casual, talking about genuine connection. There is this place, an old bookstore on Elm Street. It is kind of my sanctuary. A hidden gem. They have a back room with comfy chairs, perfect for just getting lost in a good book or a good conversation. I paused, making eye contact, trying to project sincerity. Maybe we could head over there after this, if you are up for something a little less conventional. Chloe's eyes lit up. Oh, I love old bookstores. I have not been to one in ages. Elm Street, huh? I think I know the one you mean. It is. Been years since I stepped foot in there. Yeah, I would love that. Sounds way better than just sitting here. My stomach dropped further. She was so innocent, so trusting. She had no idea she was walking into a trap, that I was leading her there like a lamb to slaughter. The guilt was a suffocating weight, pressing down on me, making it hard to breathe. We finished our coffees, the small talk now feeling even more hollow, every word a fresh layer of betrayal. As we stood up, I caught a glimpse of something outside the window. A dark, nondescript sedan, parked a little too perfectly down the street, its tinted windows reflecting the bright afternoon sun. For a split second, I thought I saw a glint from inside, like a camera lens. My blood ran cold. She was there. The walk to the bookstore was a blur. Every step felt like a march to an execution. I walked beside Chloe, forcing myself to engage in conversation, pointing out mundane things, trying to appear normal. But inside, I was screaming. My skin crawled with the awareness of Serena's presence, the knowledge that her eyes were dissecting every move I made, every word I uttered. The bookstore, the dusty tome, was exactly as I remembered it, dim, quiet, smelling of old paper and dust. A bell above the door chimed softly as we entered, a sound that usually brought comfort but now felt like a death knell. Shelves upon shelves of forgotten stories lined the walls, creating narrow, labyrinthine passages. There was an old man behind the counter, half asleep, his nose buried in a thick volume. He barely registered our presence. "This is amazing," Chloe whispered, her voice full of genuine delight. She ran her hand over the spine of a worn book. I love places like this. So much history. I led her deeper into the store, past the history section, past the worn-out fiction, towards the back. The lighting grew dimmer, the air heavier. Yeah, it is a real treasure, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. The back room is even better. They have these old armchairs, really cozy. We rounded a corner, and there it was. A small, unassuming door, slightly ajar, leading into a smaller, even darker room. It was exactly as Serena had described. Inside, 2 worn leather armchairs sat facing each other, illuminated by a single, weak lamp. Dust motes danced in the faint light. There were a few more bookshelves overflowing with obscure titles, and a small, rickety table between the chairs. It was quiet, isolated. Too perfect. Wow. Chloe breathed, stepping inside. It is like a secret hideaway. I can see why you love it. She gestured to one of the armchairs. Take a seat, Alex. I sat down, my body stiff, every muscle tensed. Chloe settled into the opposite chair, her bright eyes scanning the bookshelves. She pulled out an old copy of a classic novel, flipping through its pages. This is great, she murmured. So tell me more about those deep conversations you are into. I forced myself to engage, to spin the lies, to make her feel comfortable, safe. I talked about philosophy, about art, about existential dread, all the while feeling a profound dread of my own. My eyes darted to the small window set high in the back wall, barely visible above the shelves. It looked out onto a narrow alleyway. My heart pounded. I knew Serena would be somewhere out there, watching, waiting. As I spoke, I noticed Chloe's expression shift slightly, her brow furrowed, her bright eyes narrowing just a fraction. You know, she said, interrupting me, her voice a little softer, a little more hesitant. You are really interesting, Alex, but you seem really on edge. Are you okay? You have been looking around a lot. My blood ran cold. She was noticing. She was picking up on it. This was bad. This was very, very bad. Serena would not tolerate failure. Oh no. I am fine, I stammered, trying to laugh it off, but it came out as a strangled sound. Just not used to this kind of quiet. I guess it is a bit intense, this place. Chloe did not look convinced. Her gaze was sharp, discerning. Are you sure? You seem really nervous, like you are expecting something, or someone. My breath hitched. My mind raced, trying to formulate an excuse, a plausible lie. But before I could speak, a new sound cut through the quiet of the bookstore. A faint, almost imperceptible click from the small window high in the back wall. It was the sound of a camera shutter, followed by a soft, almost inaudible hum. Serena's hum. It was the same nursery rhyme she always hummed in her charnel house, the one that accompanied her sharpening her tools. It sent a shiver of ice down my spine, a cold dread that spread through my entire body. It was a signal, a warning, a promise. Chloe heard it too, her head tilting slightly. What was that? She asked, her voice now laced with a touch of unease. Her eyes darted towards the window, then back to me, suspicion growing in their depths. Alex, what is going on? You are really freaking me out. My heart was a frantic bird trapped in a cage. I could not speak. My throat was tight, constricted by fear. I could only stare at her, my eyes wide with a desperate, silent plea. Run. Suddenly the small door to the back room, which had been slightly ajar, slowly, silently, swung open further, not enough to reveal anyone, but just enough to show a sliver of the darker passage beyond. A shadow stretched into the room, long and distorted. Chloe's eyes widened, reflecting the shadow. She started to push herself out of the armchair, her earlier concern turning into alarm. "Hello," she called out, her voice trembling slightly. "Is anyone there?" From the shadowy doorway, a voice purred, soft as a cat, yet sharp as a razor. "My love, you have done so well." It was Serena. Chloe gasped, her head snapping towards the voice. She saw her then. Serena emerged from the shadows, gliding into the room with that chilling grace I knew so well. She was dressed simply in dark, practical clothes, her face devoid of any expression except a faint, almost imperceptible smile. In her hand, she held a small, dark object. It looked like a taser. "Who are you?" Chloe stammered, scrambling to her feet, her eyes darting between me and Serena, a dawning horror on her face. "Alex, who is this?" I could not answer. I was paralyzed. A puppet whose strings had been pulled taut, immobilizing me. My body screamed at me to act, to protect Chloe, but the fear of Serena was an iron cage around my will. Serena ignored Chloe, her gaze fixed on me, a look of chilling satisfaction in her eyes. "See? My love," she purred, taking a slow step into the room. "I told you we could make new friends, and Chloe here, she is so trusting, so full of genuine connection." Her eyes flickered to Chloe, a predatory gleam entering them. Chloe took a step back, her hand flying to her mouth, a silent scream building in her throat. She understood then. She understood that I was not her friend, that this was not a date, that she was in terrible danger. Her bright eyes, which had held such warmth and trust, now reflected pure, unadulterated terror. "Alex, what have you done?" she whispered, her voice broken, accusing. The accusation was a fresh wound, twisting in my gut. I wanted to tell her, to explain, to beg for forgiveness, but Serena was already moving. She moved with a terrifying swiftness, closing the distance between herself and Chloe in a few silent strides. Chloe let out a choked cry, trying to dart past her, but Serena was too fast. She grabbed Chloe's arm, pulling her close, and then, with a practiced, brutal efficiency, pressed a taser against her side. A sharp, crackling sound filled the small room, followed by Chloe's agonizing scream. Her body stiffened, then went limp, collapsing into Serena's arms. Serena caught her effortlessly, a macabre ballet of abduction. I watched, frozen in horror, unable to move, unable to breathe. My mind screamed, but no sound escaped my lips. The smell of ozone hung in the air, mingling with the dust and old paper. Serena looked at me, her smile widening just a fraction, a look of triumphant satisfaction. "Excellent work, my love," she said, her voice still soft, still chillingly calm, as if she had just complimented me on a perfect cup of coffee. "You really do understand now, do not you?" She hoisted Chloe's unconscious body over her shoulder with surprising ease. Chloe's head lolled, her bright eyes now closed, her face pale and slack. She looked like a rag doll. Serena turned and walked out of the back room, disappearing into the dim passages of the bookstore. I heard the soft chime of the bell as she exited the front door, a final, mocking farewell. The old man behind the counter was still asleep, oblivious. The world outside continued its normal, cheerful hum, and I was left alone in that dusty back room, the smell of ozone and fear clinging to me, the echo of Chloe's scream reverberating in my ears. My legs gave out, and I collapsed back into the armchair, my body trembling uncontrollably. Tears streamed down my face, hot and stinging, but they brought no relief. I had done it. I had lured her. I had betrayed her. I was a monster. Serena's monster. Time blurred again. I do not know how long I sat there, a broken shell of a person. Eventually, the familiar dark sedan pulled up outside. The passenger door opened. I did not resist. I did not even look up. I simply stumbled out of the bookstore, past the still sleeping old man, and into the car. The drive back to the charnel house was silent. Serena did not say a word. She just drove, her presence a cold, heavy weight beside me. I stared out the window, at the passing world, the innocent faces, the everyday scenes, knowing that I had irrevocably severed myself from it. When we arrived, the air inside the shack was, as always, a suffocating blanket, heavy with the coppery scent of old pennies. But now another scent mingled with it, the faint, sweet smell of fear, fresh and raw. Serena led me inside. The single bare bulb cast long, dancing shadows. In the center of the room, on the cold concrete floor, lay Chloe. She was bound, gagged, and still unconscious. Her bright eyes were still closed, but her chest rose and fell, a faint, rhythmic reminder of the life I had delivered to this place. Serena knelt beside her, a strange glint in her eyes. The same glint I had seen when she traced my palm and purred. "My love, you need a pick-me-up." She produced a small, silver syringe from her pocket. "She is going to be a wonderful addition to our little family." Serena whispered, her voice soft even as she prepared the needle. So much depth, so much potential for connection. She looked up at me, her gaze piercing, unwavering. "You see, do not you. This is what genuine connection truly means. We are all connected now. Forever." My throat was tight. My mind was a shattered mess. I nodded, mute, my body numb, every string held in Serena's cruel hands. I was no longer just her puppet. I was her accomplice. I was part of her charnel house. And Chloe, the woman with bright eyes seeking genuine connection, was now just another victim, another jar in Serena's collection, another life I had helped to extinguish. The cycle had begun again, and I was its willing, terrified participant. And deep down, in the darkest corners of my broken mind, a new, horrifying understanding began to take root. There was no escape. Not for me. Not for Chloe. Not for anyone Serena decided needed to reconnect. The next story adds to our experience. The trees scraped against the windows, a harsh, grating sound that vibrated through the car's thin frame and right into my bones. It was a sound that had no business being so close, so personal. We were not just driving on a dirt track, we were being swallowed by it, the branches clawing at the glass like skeletal fingers trying to drag us deeper into the darkness. My heart was no longer just hammering. It was a frantic, trapped bird, beating itself senseless against the cage of my ribs. Every breath felt shallow, catching in my throat. I squeezed my hands together in my lap, trying to stop their trembling, but it was no use. My entire body was screaming at me to run, to jump, to do anything but sit there. "Mark." I tried again, my voice a reedy whisper, barely audible over the branches. "Mark, this is not funny. I really need to go back. Now." He did not answer right away. His eyes were fixed on the track ahead, barely visible in the dim glow of the dashboard. The fixed smile was still there, but it felt less like a genuine expression, and more like a mask, stretched too tight over something cold and unfeeling underneath. He hummed a tuneless little melody, a low, guttural sound that seemed to vibrate in the air around us, a chilling counterpoint to the scraping branches. The woods pressed in on us from all sides, a thick, impenetrable wall of black. Any faint glow from the city was long gone, swallowed by the oppressive darkness. The car's headlights were like two feeble eyes, barely cutting through the gloom, illuminating only the immediate path ahead before the blackness devoured it again. The air inside the car felt heavy, thick with unspoken dread. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only another minute or two, the humming stopped. Mark finally turned his head, just slightly, his eyes still holding that unsettling, vacant smile. "Almost there," he said, his voice as smooth as ever, but with an underlying current that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. Just a little further. "The best views are always the hardest to reach, are not they?" He was not talking about a city view anymore. The words felt like a twisted joke, a cruel mockery of my earlier naivete. My stomach churned. This was not a hidden gem. This was a trap. The car lurched violently as we hit a deep rut, sending my head knocking against the headrest. I cried out, more from fright than pain. Mark did not even flinch. He just kept driving, the low rumble of the engine, the only sound besides the relentless scratching of branches and the frantic pounding of my own heart. Finally, after what felt like an endless journey into the abyss, the car slowed. The trees thinned out slightly, revealing a small, overgrown clearing. Mark brought the car to a gentle stop, the engine coughing once before falling silent. The sudden quiet was deafening. The only sound was the wind, rustling through the leaves, a soft, whispering sigh that seemed to carry ancient secrets. And then the crickets started up, a relentless, chirping symphony that only amplified the profound isolation of the place. I stared out the window, my breath catching in my throat. This was not a scenic overlook. This was not even a dilapidated cabin. It was just woods. Deep, dark, endless woods. The clearing was small, uneven, covered in weeds and dead leaves. In the faint moonlight filtering through the canopy, I could just make out the dark shapes of old, rotting tree stumps. There was nothing here. Nothing but trees and silence. Well, Mark said, turning to me, his smile finally faltering, replaced by an expression I could not quite decipher. It was not angry or sad or even truly menacing. It was just blank. We are here. I did not answer. I could not. My mouth felt dry. My tongue thick. My eyes darted around the clearing, then back to him. His hands were resting casually on the steering wheel, but I noticed his knuckles were white. Mark, I managed, my voice trembling uncontrollably. There is nothing here. This is not what you said. He chuckled, a low, dry sound that grated on my ears. Oh, but there is everything here. Seclusion, peace. No prying eyes. No one to interrupt us. His gaze lingered on me, and for the first time, I saw it, a flicker of something cold and utterly predatory behind his eyes. The mask had slipped. My stomach dropped like a stone. I reached for the door handle, my fingers fumbling. It was locked. Of course it was locked. My heart leaped into my throat. "Let me out," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Mark, please, let me out." He leaned back in his seat, his head tilting slightly, his eyes never leaving mine. "Why, we just got here. Do not you want to enjoy the view?" He gestured vaguely towards the dark, impenetrable wall of trees. "There is no view," I cried, my voice cracking. Panic was clawing its way up my throat, threatening to choke me. "There is nothing but trees. I want to go home." "Unlock the door. Mark." His smile returned, slow and deliberate, but it was a smile that promised only pain. "Such a spoilsport," he murmured, repeating his earlier words, but this time they were laced with an unsettling edge of menace. "You really should learn to appreciate the simple things in life, like quiet, like privacy." My mind raced, desperately searching for an escape, a plan, anything. My phone. I fumbled for my phone, pulling it from my pocket. 1 bar. Still 1 bar. Maybe if I could just get a text out, a quick help message before I could even unlock the screen. Mark's hand shot out, snatching the phone from my grasp with surprising speed and strength. My breath hitched. "Hey." I protested, but it was weak, ineffective. He examined the phone for a moment. Then, with a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed it into the back seat. It landed with a soft thud on the floor. "No distractions," he said, his voice flat. "This is our time." That was it. The last shred of doubt vanished. This was not a misunderstanding. This was not a weird guy making a bad joke. This was real. This was a nightmare. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, thick with terror. He just stared at me, his eyes dark and unreadable in the faint moonlight. Then, slowly, he reached down and unbuckled his seatbelt. The soft click echoed loudly in the silent car. My breath hitched. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that whatever he wanted, I did not want to find out. My hand went to the door handle again, twisting it frantically, but it was still locked tight. I tried the window, but it was a manual crank, and the handle was stiff. I yanked at it, my fingers slipping, my nails scraping against the plastic. "Do not bother," Mark said, his voice calm, almost bored. It is locked from my side. He opened his own door, and the interior light flickered on, briefly illuminating his face. The smile was gone. His expression was utterly devoid of emotion. He stepped out of the car, and the cold night air rushed in, bringing with it the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. I watched him, paralyzed by fear, as he walked around the front of the car, his silhouette momentarily blocking the faint moonlight. He stopped at my door. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing myself. I heard the click of the lock, then the sharp thunk as he opened my door. "Out," he said, his voice a low growl. My body refused to move. Every muscle was screaming, but I was frozen, a deer in headlights. "Now," he repeated. A little louder, a little harder. He grabbed my arm, his grip surprisingly strong, and pulled. I yelped, stumbling out of the car, my feet barely finding purchase on the uneven ground. The cold air hit me, sharp and biting, making me shiver uncontrollably. I stood there, swaying, my eyes wide, trying to take in my surroundings. The clearing was even smaller than I thought. Surrounded by a dense wall of trees, it felt suffocating, like being at the bottom of a deep well. Mark closed the car door, the sound echoing unnaturally in the stillness. He did not lock it. He just stood there, between me and the car, effectively blocking my only obvious escape route. "What are we doing here?" "Mark," I pleaded, my voice cracking. Tears stung my eyes, but I fought them back. Crying would not help. He took a step closer, and I instinctively recoiled. "We're going for a walk," he said, his eyes glinting in the faint moonlight. "I told you, this place has the best views. You just have to know where to look." He started to walk towards the edge of the clearing, towards the densest part of the woods, where the trees grew so close together they formed an almost impenetrable wall. "No," I whispered, shaking my head. "No, I am not going anywhere with you." He stopped and turned, his head cocked to one side. His eyes narrowed slightly. "Oh, but you are." "You absolutely are." His voice was low, devoid of any warmth, any charm. This was not the Mark from Tinder. This was something else entirely. He took another step towards me, and I saw something glint in his hand. It was small, metallic. My blood ran cold. "Do not make this difficult," he said, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "It will be much easier if you just cooperate." My mind screamed. Run, without thinking, without a plan. I turned and bolted. I did not head back towards the car. He was too close. I ran in the opposite direction, towards the deepest part of the woods, hoping to lose myself in the darkness, to find some kind of cover. My feet slipped on the dead leaves and uneven ground. Branches whipped at my face, scratching my cheeks and tangling in my hair. The cold air burned my lungs with every ragged breath. I could hear Mark behind me, his footsteps surprisingly light but steady. He was not running full out. Not yet. He was toying with me. "Running won't help," he called out, his voice calm, almost amused. "You are deep in the woods now. No one can hear you scream." His words fueled my panic, but also a surge of desperate adrenaline. I pushed harder, ignoring the pain in my lungs, the burning in my legs. I ducked under a low-hanging branch, scrambling over a fallen log, my skirts snagging, threatening to trip me. The trees were a blur. The darkness was absolute, broken only by the occasional sliver of moonlight filtering through the dense canopy. I could hear the rustling of leaves behind me. Getting closer. He was gaining. My heart was a frantic drum, echoing in my ears, drowning out everything else. I stumbled, falling to my knees, scraping them raw on a rock. A sharp pain shot up my leg, but I ignored it, scrambling back to my feet, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I had to find somewhere to hide. Somewhere, anywhere. Up ahead, through a break in the trees, I saw a faint, almost imperceptible outline. It looked like a structure, barely visible in the gloom. An old shed, a hunter's cabin, but whatever it was better than nothing. I veered sharply, pushing through a thicket of thorny bushes, ignoring the way they tore at my clothes and skin. The faint outline grew clearer. It was an old, dilapidated shack, leaning precariously to one side, its windows dark and empty, like vacant eyes. The wood was rotten, covered in moss, and the roof sagged dangerously. Going somewhere, Mark's voice, closer now, made me jump. I did not look back. I burst through the flimsy, rotting door of the shack, stumbling inside. The air was thick, with the smell of damp earth, decay and something else, something metallic and sickly sweet. My stomach lurched. I slammed the door shut behind me, fumbling for a lock that was not there. The wood was so old and brittle, it barely held together. I pressed my back against it, panting, trying to catch my breath, my eyes darting around the interior. It was pitch black inside, but as my eyes adjusted, I could make out shapes. Old tools hung on the walls, rusted saws, a pickaxe, a shovel. A workbench stood against one wall, covered in cobwebs and dust, and then I saw it. On the workbench, half hidden under a pile of old tarps, was a collection of items. My blood ran cold. There were several cell phones, all smashed, their screens cracked and dark. A few wallets, their contents spilled out, driver's licenses, credit cards. All women's, different names, different faces, and then a small, worn photograph. I picked it up with trembling fingers. It was a picture of a young woman, smiling, her arm around a man. Mark. His smile was wide, genuine in that photo, a stark contrast to the blank mask he wore now. My gaze dropped to the back of the photo, a handwritten inscription, our first anniversary, my love. A wave of nausea washed over me. This was not just a bad date. This was not just a random attack. This was calculated. This was a pattern. He brought women out here to this hidden gem, and the metallic, sickly, sweet smell suddenly made horrifying sense. A sudden thump against the door made me jump, sending a strangled cry escaping my lips. Mark. He was right outside. Come out, wherever you are, his voice sang, low and chilling, just inches from the door. It was a child's game, twisted into something utterly monstrous. I dropped the photo, my hands shaking. My eyes darted around the shack. Desperate, there was nowhere to go, no other exit. I was trapped. My gaze fell on the rusted tools on the wall. A pickaxe, heavy, unwieldy, but potentially effective. My hands were still trembling, but a desperate resolve began to harden inside me. I was not going to just sit here and wait. I reached for the pickaxe, my fingers brushing against the cold, rough metal. It was heavier than I expected, but I gripped it tight, the weight of it, a small comfort in the overwhelming terror. The door groaned again, a longer, more deliberate sound. He was trying to get in. I could hear the splintering wood. I stood in the darkest corner of the shack, holding the pickaxe up, my heart hammering against my ribs. My breath hitched in my throat. I squeezed my eyes shut for a moment, picturing my family, my friends, the life I was fighting for. I would not let him take it. The door burst open with a loud crack, sending splinters flying. Mark stood in the doorway, silhouetted against the faint moonlight. He took a step inside, his eyes scanning the dark interior. Found you, he whispered, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. He took another step, then another, his eyes adjusting to the gloom. He saw me then, huddled in the corner, the glint of the pickaxe in my hands catching the faint light. His smile returned, slow and predatory. Oh, a fighter, are we? I like that. Makes it more interesting. He advanced, slowly, deliberately. I could see the metallic object in his hand again. It was a small, wicked-looking knife, reflecting the moonlight with a chilling gleam. Stay back, I screamed, my voice raw, filled with a primal fear. I raised the pickaxe higher, trying to look more threatening than I felt. He chuckled, a low, guttural sound. And do what? Hit me with that rusty old thing. You are not strong enough. He lunged. It was a blur. Instinct took over. I swung the pickaxe, not aiming, just trying to create distance, to defend myself. The heavy metal connected with something solid. A grunt of pain, Mark staggered back, clutching his arm. "You little bitch," he snarled, his voice no longer calm, but filled with rage. The knife clattered to the floor. This was my chance. Without hesitation, I dropped the pickaxe and bolted past him, out of the shack and back into the dark woods. I did not care where I was going, just away. Away from him, away from that shack, away from the sickening smell and the scattered evidence of his victims. I ran blindly, crashing through bushes, tripping over roots, but somehow staying on my feet. I could hear him behind me, swearing, his footsteps heavier now, probably injured, but still pursuing. "You won't get away," he roared, his voice echoing through the silent woods. "No one ever does." His words fueled my terror, but also my determination. I had to get away. I would get away. I kept running, pushing past the pain, the exhaustion, the overwhelming fear. My lungs burned, my legs ached, my clothes were torn, and my skin was bleeding from countless scratches. But I could not stop. Stopping meant death. The woods seemed endless, a suffocating labyrinth of darkness. I was completely disoriented. Which way was the road? Which way was the city? I had no idea. Then, through a break in the trees, I saw it. A faint, distant glow. Not the moonlight, not the stars. It was a light, a steady, yellowish light, like a street lamp. Hope, sharp and agonizing, flared in my chest. I changed direction, stumbling towards the light, pushing through the last thicket of trees. The ground suddenly became more even, less overgrown, and then I burst out of the woods onto a paved road. It was a small, deserted country road, but it was a road, and in the distance, maybe half a mile down, I could see a cluster of lights. A house, a gas station. It did not matter. It was civilization. I did not look back. I just ran, full out, my feet pounding on the asphalt, the sound echoing in the silent night. I could still hear Mark's shouts fading behind me, but they were getting fainter. He was not giving up, but I had a head start. My lungs were on fire, my legs felt like lead, but I kept running, tears streaming down my face, not from fear now, but from sheer, overwhelming relief. The cluster of lights grew closer. It was a small, dilapidated gas station, with a single fluorescent light flickering over the pumps. There was a car parked there, an old pickup truck, and a light on inside the small convenience store. I stumbled towards it, my legs threatening to give out with every step. I burst through the door, gasping for breath, my body shaking uncontrollably. An old man behind the counter, startled, looked up from his newspaper. His eyes widened when he saw me scratched, bleeding, clothes torn, eyes wild with terror. "Help me!" I choked out, my voice barely a whisper. "Please. He is out there." The old man, bless his soul, did not hesitate. He saw the genuine terror in my eyes. He grabbed the phone from the counter, his fingers fumbling as he dialed, "911, what is your emergency?" I collapsed onto the grimy floor, leaning against the counter, my body racked with sobs. I was safe. I was alive. But the image of Mark's blank smile, the chilling sound of his voice, the sickening smell in that shack, and the faces on those discarded licenses, they were burned into my mind forever. The police arrived quickly. I told them everything, my voice shaking, my words tumbling out in a torrent of fear and relief. They took me to the hospital, treated my cuts and scrapes, and then took me to the station to give a more detailed statement. They searched the woods that night, and for days after, they found Mark's car in the clearing. They found the shack. They found the discarded phones and wallets, and they found other things I do not want to describe. Things that confirmed my worst fears, but they never found Mark. He had vanished into the woods, a ghost in the night, leaving behind only the chilling evidence of his depravity. The police said he was likely injured, maybe badly, from the pickaxe, but he was gone. I do not swipe on Tinder anymore. I barely even go out. Every shadow seems to hold a threat. Every stranger's smile feels like a mask. The silence of the night is no longer peaceful. It is filled with the rustling of leaves and the echo of a chilling, predatory voice. I survived, but a part of me, the part that trusted, the part that believed in the possibility of something real, died in those dark, secluded woods. And sometimes, when the wind whispers just right, I still hear his voice, calm and full of menace, reminding me no one ever gets away. Another story rises in the sequence. Every creak of the floorboard sounded like the whisper of something unseen, something ancient and hungry, stirring in the dark corners of Serena's charnel house. The air, thick with the smell of dried blood and forgotten dreams, pressed down on us, suffocating. Chloe's trembling hand was a cold clamp on my arm, her knuckles white, her breath catching in ragged gasps. My own heart hammered a frantic rhythm against my ribs, a trapped bird desperate to escape. We were standing in a nightmare, a horror show that had started with a simple swipe on a dating app, and now it was unfolding before us, more real and terrifying than anything I could have ever imagined. The journal lay open on a dusty shelf, its pages brittle and yellowed, illuminated by the weak, flickering beam of my phone. It was our only tether to an explanation, a fragile thread in this labyrinth of fear, but the words scrawled inside were tearing my sanity to shreds. "Read it," Chloe whispered, her voice barely audible, a fragile plea. Her eyes, wide and terrified, were fixed on the ominous book. What does it say? My fingers, numb with dread, traced the jagged handwriting. The first entry was dated months ago, a chillingly mundane beginning to what would become a descent into madness. Day 1, the subject, a young man named Mark, responds well to the preliminary sedatives. He believes he is simply resting, preparing for a deep meditation. His mind is ripe for clearing. Such a shame to waste such a perfectly capable body on a cluttered mind. The goal remains complete clarity. The body must experience, without the impediment of thought, true sensation. My blood ran cold. Complete clarity, without the impediment of thought. Serena's words, echoing from that fateful night, slammed into my consciousness with the force of a physical blow, no head at all. So the body can truly experience. It was not just a threat, it was a mission statement. And I, unknowingly, had been her next target. Chloe let out a strangled gasp, her grip tightening on my arm. "Oh my God," she whimpered, pulling me closer. "Alex, what is this?" I could not answer. My eyes were glued to the page, compelled to read on, even as every fiber of my being screamed to run, to flee this horrifying place. The next entry was equally disturbing, detailing the procedure with a detached clinical precision that made my stomach churn. Day 3, the cranial separation was successful. Minimal blood loss. The neural pathways are surprisingly resilient. The body, now unburdened, shows remarkable responsiveness. Simple stimuli evoke profound reactions. A touch, a scent, a sound, pure, unfiltered experience. No judgment, no fear, no regret, just sensation. This is the purest form of existence. The bow-shaped incision at the base of the skull, carefully sutured, acts as both a seal and a symbol of liberation. A delicate knot, tying the body to its true purpose. This one will be a dancer. Such grace, such potential. The words hung in the air, heavy and putrid, like the stench of decay that now seemed to intensify around us. The bow-shaped incision, my hand flew to my wrist, to the faded, almost invisible mark that had haunted me since I woke up in my own bed. Disoriented and terrified, it was not a bruise, it was a scar, a tiny, perfectly decorative, bow-shaped scar, a symbol, a seal. My mind reeled, a sickening carousel of images flashing before my eyes, Serena's predatory gaze, her hypnotic lullaby, the heavy fog in my head, the void, and then the bruise. It was not a bruise from a fall or a clumsy accident. It was a surgical mark. I had been on her table. I had been next. The only reason I was still here, still whole, was a terrifying mystery. "Alex, your wrist," Chloe whispered, her voice a fragile thread. She had seen my hand go to the mark, and her eyes, wide with dawning horror, landed on it. That is what she did to you, is not..." A wave of nausea washed over me, hot and cold at the same time. The coppery tang of fear, already a constant companion, now tasted like bile in my throat. I felt a scream building in my chest, a primal, guttural sound of pure terror, but it was trapped, choked by the sheer horror of it all. This was not just a weird date gone wrong, this was a monstrous, systematic operation, and I had almost been a part of it. My gaze drifted from the journal, sweeping across the horrifying room. The rusty tools on the pegboards, unsettlingly familiar from nightmares, now took on a grotesque new meaning. Scalpels, bone saws, drills, instruments of torture, not just for the body, but for the very essence of what it meant to be human, and the empty cages lining one wall. Were they for the subjects before their liberation? Or were they for something else entirely? Something smaller. The neural pathways are surprisingly resilient. The words echoed again. If the bodies were still responsive, where were they? Were they still here, somewhere in this charnel house, experiencing their true sensation? A low, guttural moan, so faint it could have been the building settling, or the wind whistling through a broken pane, reached my ears. Chloe's head snapped up, her eyes darting frantically around the room. "Did you hear that?" she whispered, her voice trembling. My heart leaped into my throat. Hear what? I tried to sound brave, but my voice was a shaky mess. That sound, like a sigh or a gurgle. We stood, frozen, listening. The only sound was our own ragged breathing, the frantic thumping of our hearts, and the distant, almost imperceptible drip of water somewhere deeper in the house. The silence, after Chloe's question, was almost worse than the noise. It was a heavy, suffocating silence, pregnant with unspoken dread. Then, a faint scratching sound, coming from behind the wall lined with cages. It was irregular, hesitant, like something trying to find purchase on a rough surface. My blood ran cold. What was that? Chloe's whisper was raw with fear. I shook my head, my eyes wide, fixed on the wall. The cages. Some were small, no bigger than a bird cage, others larger, almost big enough for a small dog. All empty, or so they appeared. The scratching continued, growing slightly louder, accompanied by a soft, wet thumping. It sounded organic, like something alive, trapped, struggling. My phone, still clutched in my hand, cast a weak circle of light, dancing nervously as my hand shook. I slowly, agonizingly slowly, moved the beam towards the wall of cages. The shadows, deep and hungry, seemed to writhe and stretch, turning familiar shapes into monstrous specters. As the light hit the wall, a grotesque tableau emerged. Behind the largest cage, tucked into a dark recess I had not noticed before, was a stack of what looked like old wooden crates. And from behind those crates, the scratching and thumping grew more insistent. Chloe let out a strangled cry, pointing with a trembling finger. Look. A sliver of something pale and thin snaked out from between two of the crates, retracting quickly as the light hit it. It was too fast to identify, but it had been jointed, and it had not looked like a human hand. My mind raced, trying to process what I had seen. A finger, too long. A tentacle, too rigid. Whatever it was behind those crates, and it was making those sounds. I forced myself to read the journal again, frantically scanning the pages for any clue, any explanation for what might be hiding in the dark. Day 17, Subject 7, the aspiring dancer, shows remarkable progress. Her movements are fluid, almost ethereal. The other subjects, though less refined, also demonstrate a heightened sense of physical awareness. They communicate through subtle shifts in posture, rhythmic tapping, and a series of low, guttural hums. A new language, born of pure sensation. Sometimes, they attempt to reassemble. A fascinating, if futile, endeavor. Reassemble, the word echoed in my mind, sending a fresh wave of terror through me. What did that mean? And the low, guttural hums, the rhythmic tapping, was that what we were hearing? Suddenly, a louder thud. One of the crates shifted, revealing a narrow gap, and through that gap, a single, unblinking eye stared out. It was milky white, devoid of iris or pupil, like a pearl embedded in raw flesh. It looked wet, and it was attached to something that was definitely not human. A ripple of mottled grayish skin surrounded it, and I could just make out the faint outline of something that resembled a cheekbone, but distorted, elongated. Chloe screamed, a sharp, piercing sound that ripped through the stale air. She stumbled back, pulling me with her, her eyes wide with unadulterated horror. The eye blinked, slowly, deliberately. Then, with a sickening crunch, the crates began to shift, toppling forward with a groan of old wood. What emerged from behind them was something out of a cosmic nightmare. It was a body, yes, but not a whole one. It was a torso, unnaturally elongated, with limbs that seemed to have been stretched and twisted, reattached at odd angles. One arm was longer than the other, ending in a hand with too many fingers, twitching convulsively. The other arm was skeletal, almost vestigial. Where the head should have been, there was only a smooth, grayish mound of flesh, stitched with crude, thick thread, forming the unmistakable shape of a bow. It was not walking, it was scuttling, dragging itself forward with a horrifying, jerky motion, its misshapen limbs scraping against the floorboards. The milky eye, now fully visible on the side of its neck stump, swiveled, fixing on us with an unnerving intensity. It let out a low, wet gurgle, a sound that was both a moan and a hungry sigh. This was Subject 7, the dancer. My breath hitched in my throat. This was what Serena had done to them. She had not just removed their heads. She had reconfigured their bodies, turning them into living, breathing, feeling abominations, and she had almost done it to me. "Run!" Chloe shrieked, her voice cracking with terror. She did not wait, did not hesitate. She yanked my arm, pulling me away from the shelves, away from the monstrosity that was slowly, horrifyingly, gaining momentum. We stumbled backwards, tripping over discarded tools, our shoes skidding on the dusty floor. The creature let out another gurgle, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very floorboards beneath our feet. The air grew heavy, almost suffocating, as if the very space around us was being warped by its presence. We burst out of the charnel room, Chloe still dragging me, into a narrow, dimly lit hallway. The walls here were covered in peeling wallpaper, adorned with faded, antique portraits of stern-faced strangers whose eyes seemed to follow us. Every shadow seemed to writhe, every creak of the old house echoing the frantic pounding of my heart. Behind us, the scraping and thumping grew louder, closer. It was following us. Which way? I gasped, my lungs burning, my legs screaming for relief. Chloe pointed blindly down the hallway. Anywhere but here. We ran, our footsteps echoing loudly in the oppressive silence. The house was a maze of dark corridors and closed doors. Each door we passed felt like a potential trap, a hidden chamber of horrors waiting to ensnare us. The smell of decay, of something ancient and rotten, clung to us, seeping into our clothes, our hair, our very pores. Suddenly, a door at the end of the hallway burst open, not from us, but from the other side. Standing framed in the doorway, bathed in the sickly yellow light of a single bare bulb, was Serena. She looked exactly as I remembered her from our Tinder date. Impeccably dressed, her silver hair pulled back in a severe bun. Her eyes a startling, piercing blue, but the gentle smile she had worn that night was gone, replaced by a cold, calculating smirk that sent a shiver of ice down my spine. She held a long, gleaming surgical knife in her hand, its blade catching the light with a malevolent glint. "Leaving so soon? Girls," her voice was calm, almost pleasant, a stark contrast to the horrifying scene we had just witnessed. "I was just preparing for my next session." Such a shame you won't be able to experience it fully. Behind her, I could see glimpses of another room, even more brightly lit. A sterile, white room with a gleaming metal table in the center. And on the table, a form covered by a pristine white sheet, perfectly still. My stomach lurched. Chloe screamed again, a raw, desperate sound of pure terror. She tried to veer right, away from Serena, but the hallway was too narrow. Serena moved with a terrifying grace, blocking our path. Her eyes, those unsettling blue eyes, fixed on me. You, my dear, were a fascinating case, so close to true liberation. A pity you woke up, but we can rectify that. We can always try again. She raised the knife, a slow, deliberate movement that spoke of practiced precision, not frantic malice. My mind, still reeling from the journal and the creature, finally snapped into a desperate clarity. This was not a game. This was not a misunderstanding. This was a cold-blooded killer, a mad woman who saw human beings as mere vessels to be emptied and reconfigured. "Get back," I yelled, pushing Chloe behind me, my voice surprisingly strong despite the terror that gripped me. I had nothing but my phone, a flimsy shield against a surgical knife. From behind us, the scraping and thumping intensified. The creature, the dancer, was closing in. We were trapped between two horrors. Serena's smirk widened. Ah, my little dancer is eager to join the party. Such a beautiful expression of pure sensation, would not you agree? She gestured with the knife towards the creature, which was now visible at the end of the hallway. Scuttling towards us with unnerving speed, the hallway was too narrow to pass Serena, and the creature was blocking our retreat. We were cornered. Chloe, seeing no other option, let out a guttural cry and charged forward, not at Serena, but at a heavy oak door to Serena's left. She slammed her shoulder into it. Once, twice, grunting with effort. The wood groaned. Serena's eyes narrowed, a flash of annoyance crossing her face. "Foolish girl, you cannot escape your true purpose." She lunged forward, the knife a silver blur aimed at Chloe's back. But I was faster. Or perhaps, fueled by pure adrenaline, I just reacted. I grabbed a heavy, rusty wrench from a toolbox that had been sitting forgotten by the wall and swung it wildly, blindly. The wrench connected with something hard, not Serena, but the wall beside her, sending a shower of plaster dust and splinters flying. It bought us a precious second. Chloe, with a final, desperate shove, burst through the door. It was not locked, just old and stubborn. She disappeared inside. "Go," I screamed, pushing myself backward, trying to create distance between me and Serena, who was now advancing, her eyes blazing with a cold fury. The knife was no longer slow and deliberate. It was a deadly extension of her intent. I scrambled backwards, my eyes darting around for an escape. The creature was almost upon us, its milky eye fixed on Serena, then on me. It seemed to be responding to Serena's presence, almost like a grotesque pet. Serena lunged, and I felt the cold brush of the blade against my arm as I twisted away. A searing pain bloomed, and I knew I was cut. But it was shallow, a warning, not a killing blow. She wanted me alive. For her table, "You won't get me." I yelled, my voice hoarse. My eyes landed on an old, heavy coat rack near the now open door Chloe had gone through. With a surge of desperate strength, I grabbed it, swinging it like a makeshift weapon. It clattered against Serena, a glancing blow that made her stumble back for a moment, her eyes flashing with rage. That was all I needed. I dove through the open door, slamming it shut behind me, fumbling for a lock that was not there. I braced my body against it, pushing with all my might, hearing Serena's furious curses and the sickening thud of the creature's body hitting the other side. "Chloe," I gasped, my voice raw. The room was a vast, echoing space, a forgotten ballroom perhaps, filled with shrouded furniture and the ghostly outlines of what might have once been grand pianos or ornate tables. Dust motes danced in the slivers of moonlight filtering through grimy windows. Chloe was already halfway across the room, pulling at a heavy curtain that obscured another doorway. "This way," I think it leads outside. My arm throbbed, a dull ache that reminded me of how close I would been. The door behind me groaned, splintering under the assault from Serena and her creation. I knew it would not hold for long. I ran, my legs burning, adrenaline coursing through my veins, pushing past the pain. The room was dark, filled with unseen obstacles. I tripped over something soft, a forgotten rug, and nearly fell. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of impending doom. Chloe managed to rip the curtain aside, revealing a small, rusty metal door, clearly an old service exit. She fumbled with the latch, her fingers clumsy with fear. The ballroom door behind me burst open with a deafening crash. Serena stood there, her hair disheveled, her eyes blazing, the knife still clutched in her hand. Behind her, the dancer scuttled into the room, its milky eye scanning the darkness, its gurgling moan filling the vast space. "You cannot escape," Serena's voice echoed, cold and clear. "Your body is meant for greater things." For pure experience, Chloe finally got the latch open. It squealed in protest, a terrible, grating sound. She pulled the door inward, revealing a narrow, overgrown path leading into what looked like a dense, moonlit forest. "Freedom! Alex, come on!" she screamed, her voice a desperate plea. I turned and ran, not daring to look back, the image of Serena's triumphant, insane smile etched into my mind. I burst through the metal door, the cool night air, a shocking relief against my sweat-soaked skin. We scrambled down the path, thorns tearing at our clothes, branches whipping at our faces. The sounds of the house, Serena's chilling laughter, the dancer's wet gurgle faded slightly, replaced by the rustling of leaves and the frantic pounding of our own feet. We did not stop running until our lungs burned, our legs ached, and we collapsed, gasping for air, in a ditch by the side of a deserted road, miles from the charnel house. The moon, a pale, indifferent eye in the inky sky, cast long, distorted shadows around us. We lay there for what felt like an eternity, listening to the night sounds, every rustle of leaves, every distant howl of an animal, sounding like Serena's approach or the scuttling of her grotesque creation. Chloe was sobbing, silent, racking sobs that shook her entire body. My arm throbbed, a constant reminder of how close I would come to becoming another entry in Serena's horrifying journal. The bow-shaped scar on my wrist felt like a brand, a permanent mark of my brush, with the unthinkable. We had escaped, but the nightmare was not over. It had only just begun. The memory of Serena's smile, the milky eye of the dancer, the smell of dried blood and forgotten dreams, it would haunt me forever. And the chilling thought that there were other subjects out there, other bodies experiencing their pure sensation, was a horror I could never unsee. The world, once a place of simple Tinder dates and mundane worries, was now tainted, because somewhere out there, Serena was still operating, still seeking new subjects, new clear heads, and I knew with a certainty that chilled me to my very core that she would not forget the ones who got away, the ones who had seen her work, the ones who still had their heads. And that, my friends, is a fear that claws at my throat to this very day. And with that, we move into the next one. The sleek black sedan ate up the unlit road, its tires crunching over loose gravel, then settling into the dull thud of packed dirt. The darkness outside was absolute, a thick, suffocating blanket that pressed in on all sides. My breath hitched in my throat, a dry, ragged sound I hoped Serena did not notice. But she did not seem to notice anything but the winding path ahead. Her eyes, reflecting the dashboard's faint green glow, gleamed with an unsettling intensity. Predatorily, I would call it in my head. Now it felt less like an observation and more like a chilling, undeniable fact. "Where exactly are we going?" I asked again, my voice barely a whisper, a desperate plea for normalcy in a situation that had veered wildly off the rails. The knot of anxiety in my stomach had tightened into a cold, hard stone. Serena's lips curved into a smile, a flash of white in the dim light. It was beautiful, yet utterly devoid of warmth, like something crafted for display. Just a little surprise, she purred, her voice cloyingly sweet, a sticky syrup that made my skin crawl. My special place? Really special? The road grew rougher, the car jostling violently. Tree branches, thick and gnarled, scraped against the windows. A skeletal chorus playing a terrifying tune. I gripped the door handle, my knuckles white, but knew it was useless. The doors had locked automatically when she pulled away from the rusty anchor, and I had not dared try them since. My phone was still in my pocket, a useless brick, without signal, without a chance to call for help. I was trapped. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation, any shred of reason for what was happening. Was this some kind of elaborate prank? A test of my adventurous spirit? No. The cold dread seeping into my bones told me this was far more sinister. The way she would look at me, the way she would know things she should not have, the sudden shift in her demeanor, it all pointed to one terrifying conclusion. I was no longer on a date. I was being taken. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Each turn deeper into the woods felt like a turn further away from civilization, from safety, from any hope of rescue. My heart hammered against my ribs. A frantic bird trapped in a cage. I tried to calm myself, to think clearly, but panic was a rising tide, threatening to drown me. I glanced at Serena. Her profile was serene, almost angelic, completely at odds with the terror she was instilling in me. How could someone so beautiful be so wrong? Finally, after what felt like an hour of bone-jarring travel, the car slowed, then veered sharply off the main dirt path onto an even narrower, overgrown track. We bumped over roots and rocks, the undergrowth scraping loudly against the car's chassis. Then, abruptly, we stopped. The engine died, plunging us into an oppressive silence broken only by the chirping of crickets and the frantic thumping of my own heart. The darkness outside was absolute, a physical weight. I strained my eyes, trying to pierce the gloom, but saw nothing but the shadowy outlines of towering trees. "We are here," Serena said, her voice a soft, almost triumphant whisper. She turned to me, her eyes glinting. "Welcome to my special place." My stomach lurched. I could smell it now. A subtle, underlying scent beneath her sickeningly sweet floral perfume. A mix of damp earth, something vaguely metallic, and a faint cloying sweetness that reminded me of decay. She opened her door, and I instinctively reached for mine. It remained stubbornly locked. "Ah," she chided softly, a playful tone that was anything but. "Guests do not open their own doors here. I like to do the honors." She stepped out, and I heard her footsteps crunch on the unseen ground. A moment later, my door clicked open. I hesitated, my body screaming at me to run, to fight, to do anything but step out into that terrifying unknown. But her hand was there, on my arm, her grip surprisingly firm, almost bruising. She pulled me gently, insistently, from the car. As my eyes adjusted slightly, I could make out a structure. It was not a cabin, not in the cozy sense. It was more like a ramshackle shed, or a long, abandoned hunting shack, hunched low amidst the trees. No windows, just dark, weathered wood. It looked like it had been swallowed by the forest decades ago, only to be coughed back up, half digested. "Is not it quaint?" Serena murmured, her voice laced with an unsettling affection as she gestured towards the dilapidated building. My gut twisted. Quaint was not the word I would use. Terrifying was closer. As she led me towards it, I noticed the ground beneath our feet was not just dirt. It was packed earth, mixed with something else, something that crunched softly. I stumbled, and Serena's grip tightened, preventing me from falling. She stopped before a heavy wooden door, scarred and peeling. From somewhere deep within the building, I heard a faint rhythmic drip, drip, drip. My blood ran cold. Serena produced a heavy, old-fashioned key from her pocket, its metallic glint catching the faint starlight. The lock groaned in protest as she turned it. a sound that echoed unnervingly in the silence. The door creaked open, revealing a cavern of absolute darkness. The smell was stronger here. That sweet decay, the metallic tang, and something else. Something vaguely chemical. "After you," she said, a polite invitation that felt like a death sentence. She gave me a gentle push, and I stumbled forward, my hand reaching out blindly into the void. The moment I was fully inside, a heavy thud reverberated through the small space as the door slammed shut behind me. The click of the lock, loud and final, sealed my fate. "Do not worry," Serena's voice purred from directly behind me. "You will be very comfortable here." A sudden click, and a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling flickered to life, bathing the small room in a sickly yellow glow. My eyes, still adjusting, watered from the sudden light, but the sight before me instantly solidified the terror. This was not a cabin nor a shed. It was a single, windowless room, sparse and chillingly purposeful. In the center stood a large metal chair, gleaming dully under the bulb. It looked like something from an old asylum, complete with thick leather straps dangling from the armrests and leg supports. On a rickety table beside it, arranged with a disturbing neatness, were various instruments not surgical, but equally unsettling. Syringes with long, wicked needles, small glass vials filled with clear and colored liquids, and a peculiar, intricate device. I could not identify a complex array of wires, small electrodes, and a digital display. Against one wall, shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, filled with an eerie collection. Not books, not tools, but jars, hundreds of them, of varying sizes, each meticulously labeled. My gaze darted to them, a horrifying curiosity battling with my instinct to look away. What is this place? I choked out, my voice raspy, barely recognizable as my own. Serena stepped into my line of sight, her face illuminated by the harsh light. Gone was the enchanting smile from the restaurant. Her expression was now one of cold, calculating intensity, her eyes devoid of any warmth. "This," she said, sweeping her hand around the room with a theatrical flourish, "is my sanctuary, my workshop, my collection." She walked over to the metal chair, running a gloved hand, when had she put on gloves, over one of the leather straps. "And you, my dear," she continued, turning her gaze back to me, a predatory glint in her eyes, "are going to be my newest and perhaps most exquisite piece." My blood ran cold. "Piece? What are you talking about?" She sighed, a sound of mild exasperation. "Oh, you humans are always so dense." "I told you. I do my research. I do not just swipe randomly. I find people, special people, people with unique traits, unique minds, unique essences." She picked up one of the vials from the table, swirling its clear contents. "Like yours. Your profile, your old Instagram stories, your love for obscure indie films, that specific hiking trail, even the way you spoke about your dog. It all paints a picture, a truly fascinating one." "You just stalked me," I stammered, the words barely forming. "Stalked is such a vulgar word," she corrected, a slight frown creasing her brow. "I prefer to think of it as deep observation. You see, I am a collector, not of stamps or coins or even art in the traditional sense. I collect people, or rather what makes them." She walked towards the shelves of jars, her movements graceful, deliberate. "Each person is a masterpiece, a unique tapestry of experiences, memories, emotions, but they fade, they change, they are forgotten. I prevent that. I preserve them. I immortalize them." She reached for a medium-sized jar, carefully lifting it from its shelf. Inside, suspended in a pale amber fluid, was a perfectly preserved human eye. It was an unsettling shade of hazel, startlingly lifelike, with even the tiny capillaries visible. A small, elegant label was affixed to the jar, "Ethan, Gaze of Melancholy, 2019. I gasped, a strangled sound of horror. My stomach churned, threatening to revolt. Beautiful is not it, Serena asked, holding it up for my inspection, as if it were a rare jewel. Ethan had the most wonderfully expressive eyes. They told stories. I simply could not let such a unique trait be lost to time. She placed it back carefully, then picked up another jar. This one contained a small, delicate human ear, perfectly formed, with a tiny silver earring still attached. Sarah, listener of Secrets, 2021. You take pieces of people, I stammered, my voice trembling uncontrollably. Serena chuckled, a low, unnerving sound. Oh no, my dear. Not just pieces. That is far too crude. I extract their essence, their defining traits, the very core of what makes them unique. These are merely tokens, reminders. What I truly preserve is far more profound. She gestured towards the strange device on the table. This little marvel, she explained, a strange light in her eyes, allows me to map the neural pathways, the emotional resonances, the specific patterns of thought that make a person unique. I can distill it, extract it, and then I can keep it forever. My mind reeled. This was not just a murderer. This was something far, far worse. A mad scientist, a twisted artist, a collector of souls. And what happens to the person? I asked. Dreading the answer, Serena shrugged, a gesture of indifference. Oh, the physical shell. It becomes unnecessary. A vessel that has served its purpose. Usually, I dispose of them respectfully. The forest is very accommodating. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Respectfully. The word hung in the air, a grotesque mockery. But you, my dear, she continued, her voice softening, almost caressing. You are special. You have a unique blend of intellectual curiosity and artistic sensitivity, coupled with a surprising resilience. I have been searching for someone with your particular configuration for quite some time. She gestured towards the metal chair. So, shall we begin? My heart leaped into my throat. No, absolutely not. I could not let this happen. This was not some abstract horror. This was real, happening to me, right now. No, I shouted, a desperate surge of adrenaline coursing through my veins. I am not going in that chair. Serena's smile vanished, replaced by a look of mild annoyance. Do not be difficult. It is much easier if you cooperate. She took a step towards me, her movements deliberate, unhurried. I instinctively backed away, my eyes scanning the room, searching for anything, any weapon, any escape route. The room was small, but my mind was racing, trying to calculate angles, distances. I won't let you do this, I yelled, my voice cracking. Serena sighed, shaking her head. Such a waste of energy. It is inevitable, you know. But if you insist on making it unpleasant, she lunged. Despite her delicate frame, she moved with surprising speed and strength. Her hand shot out, grabbing my arm in an iron grip. I cried out, struggling against her, but she was impossibly strong. She twisted my arm, forcing me off balance, and I stumbled, falling towards the dreaded metal chair. No. My mind screamed. I kicked out wildly. Catching her shin, she grunted, a flash of irritation in her eyes, but her grip did not falter. With a powerful shove, she forced me down onto the cold metal seat. I thrashed, fighting with every ounce of strength I had, but she was already moving, securing the first leather strap around my wrist. The smell of old leather, sweat, and something else, something faintly acrid, filled my nostrils. Stop it. Let me go. I roared, my voice raw. Shh. She cooed, her face inches from mine, her floral scent overpowering. It will all be over soon, and you will be immortalized. Think of it, a part of you, preserved forever. It is a privilege, really. As she reached for the second strap, my eyes darted to the table. The strange device. The syringes. A small, heavy wrench lay half hidden behind a stack of empty jars. It was my only chance. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I jerked my arm, pulling against the strap, tearing at the leather. It held firm, but the sudden movement threw Serena off balance for a split second. That was all I needed. I screamed, a guttural sound of pure terror and rage, and headbutted her with all my might. My head connected with her jaw with a sickening thud. She cried out, a sharp, surprised yelp, and stumbled back, her hand flying to her face. The strap on my left wrist, though tight, had enough give for me to pull my hand free. My wrist was raw, chafed, but I was loose. Without a second thought, I lunged for the table, my eyes locked on the wrench. Serena recovered quickly, her eyes blazing with fury, a thin trickle of blood staining the corner of her mouth. "You little brute," she snarled, her voice losing its sweet edge, replaced by something cold and venomous. I snatched the wrench, its weight surprisingly comforting in my hand. I swung it wildly, desperation fueling my movements. Serena recoiled, dodging the blow. "You will regret that," she hissed, her eyes narrowing. She moved with a frightening agility, circling me, her gaze fixed on my every move. I knew I could not fight her head-on. She was stronger, faster, and clearly unhinged. My only chance was to escape. The door. It was still locked, but maybe I feigned a lunge towards her, then spun, slamming the wrench against the heavy wooden door. The wood splintered with a dull crack, but the lock held. I hit it again, and again, the sound echoing loudly in the small room. Serena was on me in an instant, tackling me from behind. We crashed to the floor, the wrench flying from my grasp. The air was knocked from my lungs. She straddled me, her knees digging into my sides, her hands going for my throat. Her face was contorted with rage, no longer beautiful, but a mask of pure malice. "You are going to pay for that," she snarled, her fingers tightening around my windpipe. My vision began to blur, black spots dancing at the edges of my sight. My hand scrabbled at hers, but her grip was like steel. I was suffocating. Panic flared, hot and blinding. Then, my hand brushed against something cold and smooth on the floor. The wrench. It must have skittered close when I fell. With a last, desperate surge of adrenaline, I grabbed it, my fingers closing around the metal. Before she could tighten her grip further, I swung the wrench blindly, upward, aiming for her head. It connected with a sickening crunch, not her head, but her shoulder. She cried out, a guttural scream of pain, and her grip on my throat loosened. I seized the opportunity, bucking with all my might. Throwing her off me, she landed heavily beside me, clutching her shoulder, moaning. Gasping for air, my throat burning, I scrambled to my feet. My eyes darted to the door. The wrench was still in my hand. I did not care about the lock anymore. I just needed to get out. I slammed the wrench into the wood again, and again aiming for the hinges, for the weakest point. The wood groaned, splintered, and then, with a final, desperate blow, a section of the door around the lock gave way with a splintering crash. Not the whole door, but enough of a hole to crawl through. Serena was stirring, her moans turning into a low growl. "You won't get away," she hissed, pushing herself up, her face a mask of pain and fury. I did not wait. I dropped the wrench, squeezing my body through the jagged opening, tearing my clothes and scraping my skin on the rough wood. I burst out into the absolute, suffocating darkness of the forest. The night air, though cool, felt like a slap in the face. I had no idea which way was out, no sense of direction. The trees loomed around me, black sentinels against the faint starlight. But I could not stay. I heard Serena's enraged shout from inside the shack, followed by the sound of her struggling through the broken door. I ran, blindly, tripping over roots, crashing through undergrowth, thorns tearing at my clothes and skin. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but the terror of what she would do if she caught me propelled me forward. I could hear her behind me, her heavy footsteps, the rustle of leaves, her voice, now a chillingly calm whisper, calling my name. "Come back, my dear. You can't escape your destiny. I just want to preserve you." Her voice seemed to come from everywhere, echoing through the silent woods, I stumbled, falling hard, scraping my knees and palms. Pain shot through me, but I ignored it, scrambling back to my feet. The forest was a maze. Every tree looked the same. Every shadow held a potential threat. I ran until my legs felt like lead, until my breath hitched in painful gasps, until I thought my heart would explode from my chest. Then, through a break in the trees, I saw it. A faint, distant glow. Headlights. A road. It was far, but it was hope. I veered towards it, pushing through the last thicket of bushes, my body screaming in protest. The sound of a vehicle grew louder. A truck, rumbling down the distant road. Help! Help me! I screamed, my voice raw and hoarse, a desperate, animalistic cry. I burst out of the tree line, onto a narrow, paved road. The truck was closer now, its headlights blinding, illuminating my ragged, bloodied form. I waved my arms frantically, stumbling into the middle of the road. The truck's tires screeched as it braked hard, swerving slightly. The driver, a burly man with a startled expression, leaned out of his window. Whoa! What the hell? Please, help me. She is after me. I choked out, pointing frantically back towards the dark, silent woods. She is trying to kill me. The driver, seeing my state disheveled, bleeding, wild-eyed, must have realized I was not joking. He quickly opened his passenger door. Get in. Get in. I scrambled into the truck, collapsing onto the seat, my body shaking uncontrollably. The driver, still looking shocked, quickly pulled away, speeding down the road, leaving the terrifying darkness of the forest behind. I risked a glance back. The woods were still, dark, silent. No sign of Serena, but I knew she was there. Somewhere, watching, waiting. The police found the shack the next morning, guided by my frantic, disjointed description. What they found inside horrified them. The metal chair, the tools, the strange device, and the jars. So many jars, each containing its own macabre collection piece. They found evidence of multiple victims, a chilling testament to Serena's twisted artistry. But they did not find Serena. She was gone, vanished into the vast, unforgiving wilderness as if she had never existed. They searched for weeks, months, but she was never found. I never used a dating app again. I never fully recovered the trauma of that night, the image of Serena's cold, calculating eyes, the smell of that special place, the thought of what she planned to do. To me, it haunts my dreams. A constant, chilling reminder of how easily life can turn into a nightmare. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind whispers through the trees, I swear I can hear her voice. A soft, purring whisper carried on the breeze. You can't escape your destiny. I just want to preserve you. And I know, with a terrifying certainty, that somewhere out there, Serena is still looking for her next collection piece. And she remembers me. She remembers my unique essence. And she always finishes what she starts. The next story comes in softly. Chloe's innocent excitement for our bookstore date was a chilling contrast to the dread clawing at my throat. Every step towards the ominous brick building felt like an irreversible slide into a nightmare, orchestrated by a puppeteer I could not escape. The dark brick facade of The Forgotten Page loomed over us, a gaping maw promising anything but forgotten stories. It looked less like a place of literary solace and more like a mausoleum for forgotten souls. My forced cheer had completely abandoned me, leaving behind a hollow echo of a smile that felt painted on with ice. Here it is, I whispered, the words barely audible above the frantic drumming of my own heart. Chloe, bless her naive heart, frowned slightly. Her eyes, usually so bright and full of life, scanned the grimy windows and the peeling paint of the shop sign. Wow, it is really old, she said, her voice tinged with a hesitant curiosity that twisted a fresh knife in my gut. Do not go inside. Chloe, run, The words screamed in my head. A desperate, silent plea from the part of me that was still human, still capable of empathy. But my lips remained sealed, a prisoner in my own body, bound by the chilling memory of Serena's last lesson. The cold, dark room, the echoing screams, the agonizing realization that my pain was her pleasure. Serena's cold, invisible hand was on my back, pushing me forward, a phantom weight that commanded every muscle. I could feel her eyes on me, even though I could not see her. The city, with its indifferent hum and its hurried pedestrians, felt like a stage meticulously set for her cruel play, and Chloe and I were the unwitting actors in her twisted drama. I pushed open the heavy, creaking wooden door. A wave of stale air, thick with the scent of decaying paper, dust, and something else, something vaguely metallic and unpleasant, washed over us. It was like stepping into a tomb. The interior was even darker than the outside suggested, lit only by a few dusty, bare bulbs hanging precariously from the high ceiling, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe with a life of their own. Towering bookshelves, packed to the brim with forgotten tomes, stretched into the gloom, forming narrow, winding aisles that felt less like paths and more like claustrophobic tunnels. "It is atmospheric," Chloe said, trying to sound positive, but her voice was a little shaky now. Her hand instinctively went to her arm, rubbing it as if to ward off a sudden chill. The genuine enthusiasm she had shown earlier for a hidden gem was rapidly fading, replaced by a growing unease that mirrored my own terror. My mind raced, scrambling for the next piece of Serena's cruel script. The hidden back room, a place I loved to unwind. The lies tasted like ash in my mouth. "It really is," I managed, my voice still too high, too strained. "It takes a bit of getting used to, but the charm is in its forgotten quality." I forced a smile, a grotesque parody of warmth, hoping it would hide the screaming void inside me. I started walking, my feet crunching softly on something gritty on the worn wooden floorboards. The aisles were a maze, each turn leading deeper into the suffocating silence. There were no other customers, no staff behind a counter. The bookstore felt utterly deserted, as if time itself had forgotten this place. The only sound was the muffled thud of our footsteps and the frantic pounding of my heart. Chloe followed me, her gaze darting nervously from side to side. "Are you sure this place is still open?" she whispered, her voice barely a breath. "It feels abandoned." "That is part of its charm." I lied, the words hollow. "It is a very niche place. The owner, he keeps odd hours." Serena had given me no details about an owner, just the location and the lie. I was improvising, painting a picture of a quirky, eccentric proprietor, hoping it would explain away the unsettling atmosphere. But even to my own ears it sounded thin, unconvincing. We moved deeper, the air growing colder, heavier. Dust motes danced in the anemic light, like microscopic ghosts. The books themselves seemed to watch us, their spines cracked and faded, their pages brittle with age. Some shelves were half collapsed, spilling their contents onto the floor in haphazard piles, creating trip hazards that added to the sense of disarray and neglect. I scanned every shadow, every dark alcove, feeling Serena's invisible hand on my back, pushing me forward, guiding me down a path I desperately did not want to take. My eyes strained in the dimness, searching for any clue, any sign of what Serena wanted me to find. She had not given me a specific description of the hidden back room, only that it existed and I needed to lead Chloe there. Was it a trick? Was I supposed to wander aimlessly until Chloe's fear peaked? Or was there a real room, a specific destination that Serena had already prepared? A sudden, sharp creak echoed from somewhere deeper within the store, making Chloe jump. She clutched my arm, her fingers digging into my bicep. What was that? "Just the old building, settling," I murmured, trying to keep my voice even, but my own nerves were frayed. It sounded too loud, too deliberate to be merely an old building. It sounded like footsteps, or something moving. We passed a section labeled Occult Studies. The books here were particularly disturbing, with faded, unsettling illustrations on their covers. One caught my eye, a leather-bound volume with a single, unblinking eye embossed on its spine, staring out from the gloom. I quickly averted my gaze, a cold shiver running down my spine. This was not just an old bookstore. It felt like a repository of dark secrets. "You know," Chloe said, her voice softer now, "I thought you meant like a cozy, dusty old place, with armchairs and a friendly cat. This is different. It is a very unique experience," I said, forcing a laugh that sounded brittle and fake even to my own ears. "The back room, though, it is really something else. Much brighter, more comfortable, a real sanctuary. The lie tasted like bile." I was painting a picture of a paradise, leading her to what I knew would be hell. My eyes finally landed on something, tucked away behind a particularly dense stack of shelves, where the light barely penetrated. Was a narrow, barely visible archway. It looked less like an entrance and more like a crack in the wall, almost completely obscured by leaning piles of books and cobwebs. A faint, sickly yellow light seemed to emanate from within. Here we are," I said, trying to inject some relief into my voice, though my stomach was churning. This had to be it. It felt wrong in all the right ways for Serena. Chloe peered through the gloom at the archway. "That is it. It looks like a broom closet." "It is deceiving," I insisted, my voice gaining a desperate urgency. "It opens up inside. Trust me, it is worth it." I reached out and gently took her arm, my touch feeling like a betrayal. I pulled her forward, past the leaning shelves and through the archway. The hidden back room was anything but a sanctuary. It was a small, square space, barely larger than a walk-in closet with no windows. The sickly yellow light came from a single, bare bulb hanging from the ceiling, its light weak and flickering, casting long, distorted shadows. The air in here was even colder, prickling my skin with goosebumps. There were no books, no comfortable armchairs, just bare, stained concrete walls, a single rickety wooden table in the center, and two mismatched chairs. On the table, a single ornate antique music box sat closed. Chloe stopped dead, her hand flying to her mouth, her eyes wide with a dawning horror. Her breath hitched. "What is this place?" she whispered, her voice barely audible, filled with a raw, primal fear. Her gaze darted around the room, taking in the stark, unsettling emptiness. The sanctuary was a cage. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of guilt and terror. This was it. The trap was sprung. I had done it. I had led her to the abyss. The memory of Serena's last lesson flashed through my mind. Again, the cold, the darkness, the screams. I could not betray Serena. Not yet. Not if I wanted to live. But the cost. The cost was Chloe. Chloe turned to me, her eyes pleading, searching my face for an explanation, for a sign that this was all a joke, a misunderstanding. What is going on? This is not a hidden gem. This is creepy. Her voice rose with each word, tinged with a rising panic. I opened my mouth to speak, to offer another lie, any lie, but the words caught in my throat. Choked by the sheer weight of my complicity, my body felt numb, disconnected. I was a puppet, a hollow shell, animated by a monster. Just then, a voice, cold and silken, echoed from the archway behind us. It was not loud, but it cut through the silence like a razor. "Well done, my dear." "Serena." My blood ran cold. Chloe gasped, spinning around. Standing in the archway, her silhouette framed by the dim light of the main bookstore, was Serena. She was even more terrifying in person than in the chilling whispers of my mind. She was dressed impeccably, as always, in dark, tailored clothes that seemed to absorb the light around her. Her face was a mask of serene beauty. Her eyes, dark and fathomless, fixed on Chloe with an unnerving intensity, a predatory gleam. A faint, knowing smile played on her lips. Chloe stumbled back, bumping into the rickety table, her eyes wide with pure terror. "Who are you?" she stammered, her voice shaking violently. She looked at me, then back at Serena, a flicker of understanding, of ultimate betrayal, dawning in her eyes. "You brought me here. What is this?" My gaze dropped to the floor, unable to meet Chloe's eyes. The guilt was a physical weight pressing down on me, threatening to crush me. I had done this. I had delivered her. Serena stepped fully into the room, her movements graceful, deliberate. She closed the archway behind her, not with a door, but with a heavy velvet curtain that seemed to appear out of nowhere, swallowing the last vestiges of light from the main bookstore. The small room was now sealed, bathed only in the flickering, sickly yellow glow. "Chloe," Serena said, her voice soft, almost caressing, yet laced with an undeniable menace. Such a pretty name for such an unfortunate girl. She walked slowly towards the table, her eyes never leaving Chloe. "And you," she continued, turning her gaze to me, a chilling glint in her eyes. "You performed admirably. For now." Chloe's eyes darted frantically between Serena and me. "What do you want?" she cried, her voice cracking. "I do not even know you." Serena merely smiled, a slow, chilling curve of her lips. She reached the table and picked up the antique music box. She ran a gloved finger over its ornate surface. "Oh, but I know you, Chloe. I know a great deal about you. Your weekend plans, your rescue dog, your little dreams and aspirations. Also utterly charming." She paused, her smile widening ever so slightly. "And so utterly vulnerable." The realization hit Chloe like a physical blow, her face drained of color. She looked at me again, her eyes filled not just with fear, but with a profound, heartbreaking betrayal. "You set me up," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "You were lying the whole time." I could not speak. I could not move. I was a statue of despair, my limbs heavy, my tongue thick and useless. The words "I am sorry" screamed in my head, but they could not escape. Serena opened the music box. A delicate, tinkling melody, haunting and melancholic, filled the small room. It was a lullaby, but it sounded like a dirge. "You see, Chloe," Serena said, her voice still unnervingly calm above the music, "I have a particular interest in cultivating potential. And you, my dear, have so much of it, so much innocence, so much light. It will be fascinating to watch it fade." Chloe let out a strangled cry and lunged for the curtain, desperate to escape. But Serena was faster. With a terrifying swiftness she moved, grabbing Chloe's arm with an iron grip. Chloe struggled, screaming now, pure terror radiating from her. "Let go of me," she shrieked, kicking and flailing. Serena held her effortlessly, her strength shocking. Her face remained perfectly composed, not a flicker of emotion. Such spirit, she mused, almost admiringly, a delightful challenge. My mind screamed, "Do something, help her," but my body remained frozen. The memory of Serena's lessons paralyzed me. The fear of what she would do to me if I interfered was a suffocating blanket. I was a coward, a willing accomplice. Serena twisted Chloe's arm, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. Then, with a sudden, fluid movement, she slammed Chloe's head against the concrete wall. The sound was sickening, a dull thud that echoed in the small room. Chloe went limp, her body slumping to the floor. The music box continued its eerie lullaby. My breath caught in my throat. I wanted to vomit. I wanted to scream. I wanted to die. Serena looked down at Chloe's unconscious form, a faint, almost imperceptible frown on her perfect face. A bit messy, but effective. She then turned her gaze to me, her eyes like chips of ice. "Now, my dear puppet," she said, her voice dropping to a low, chilling whisper, "your next lesson begins. You see, I need to ensure your loyalty remains absolute." She gestured towards the unconscious Chloe. "You will help me. You will ensure she is secured, and then you will learn the true meaning of obedience. My legs felt like lead. My hands trembled uncontrollably. My mind was a maelstrom of horror, guilt, and self-loathing. I had led an innocent person to this fate. I had become the monster's instrument. The chains around my throat tightened, each link forged in Chloe's screams, in my own cowardice. Serena's eyes bored into mine, demanding compliance. I could feel the cold, dark room, the echoing screams, the agonizing pain of her last lesson pressing in on me. I knew what would happen if I refused. And I knew, with a crushing certainty, that I was no longer capable of refusal. My eyes fell on Chloe's still form, her face pale and slack. A single tear escaped my eye, tracing a path down my cold cheek, a testament to the last vestiges of my humanity. But it was a silent, useless terror. I was trapped, bound by fear, a hollow shell animated by a monster, and the horror had only just begun. The forgotten page indeed. This bookstore was not for forgotten stories, but for forgotten lives. And I was now one of its keepers, forever haunted by the innocent eyes of the girl I had betrayed. The music box continued its melancholic tune, a soundtrack to my descent into hell. And now we shift forward. Once again, the coppery tang of the metallic smell became overwhelming. And then we rounded a corner. It was not just a smell anymore, it was a presence. A thick, cloying stench that coated the back of my throat, making my stomach churn. It was the smell of a slaughterhouse, of something vital and warm that had been spilled and left to congeal. Chloe let out a choked gasp, a tiny, terrified sound that was quickly swallowed by the oppressive silence. Ahead of us, the narrow passage opened into a larger space, a room that seemed to breathe with its own foul air. It was not a hidden back room for unwinding, not in any sense of the word. It was a charnel house, a desecrated sanctuary. The light, what little there was, filtered in from a single, grimy window high up on the wall, casting long, distorted shadows that danced like specters. And in that dim, sickly light, I saw it, the source of the smell. There was a table in the center of the room, an old, heavy wooden thing scarred and stained. On it, laid out with a chilling precision, were tools, not wrenches or hammers, but an array of scalpels, curved blades, and gleaming, wicked-looking hooks. And beneath them, on a pristine white sheet that now seemed utterly out of place, was a dark, crimson splatter. A fresh one. My eyes followed the trail of the stain, a sickening path that led to a large, metallic tub overflowing with something dark and viscous, like motor oil mixed with blood. Chloe's hand, still clutching my arm, trembled violently. I could feel her fingernails digging into my flesh, a painful anchor in a sea of pure terror. Her breath hitched, ragged and shallow. She did not need to ask now. The naive curiosity had been utterly obliterated, replaced by a primal, animalistic fear that mirrored my own. "What is this place?" she whispered, her voice barely audible, a fragile thread about to snap. Her eyes, wide and horrified, darted around the room, taking in the shelves lined with jars. Not jars of books, but jars filled with formaldehyde, preserving things I could not quite make out in the gloom. Things that looked disturbingly organic. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, desperate drum solo. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to grab Chloe, to turn and run, to bolt out of this place, and never look back. But Serena's invisible chains held me fast. I could still feel the phantom ache of her last lesson, the agonizing realization that my pain was her pleasure. And now, Chloe, bless her innocent heart, was caught in the crossfire. A cold, invisible hand pushed me forward. It was not Serena physically, not yet. It was the memory of her smile, the threat in her eyes, the knowledge of what she would do if I disobeyed, the hidden back room, a place I loved to unwind. Her words, delivered with that saccharine smile, echoed in my mind, a cruel twist of the knife. This was her idea of unwinding. I forced my feet to move, dragging Chloe with me, deeper into the room. The air grew colder, heavier. The scent of decaying paper now undeniably mingled with that overwhelming metallic tang. The bookshelves here were not just tall, they were like towering ancient sentinels creating claustrophobic tunnels. The books themselves were strange, some bound in leathery material that felt strangely warm to the touch, others displaying intricate, disturbing etchings that seemed to writhe and contort in the dim light, faces contorted in agony, impossible creatures, symbols that felt ancient and evil. Chloe whimpered, a soft, broken sound. I do not like this place. It is creepy. Creepy was an understatement. This place was a nightmare made manifest. My gaze fell upon a stack of old, worn journals on a dusty corner shelf. They looked out of place amongst the arcane tomes, almost mundane. But one of them lay open, and the page was covered in elegant, looping script. A name caught my eye. Serena. And that is when my mind went back. Back to a time before the metallic tang, before the fear, before Chloe. Back to a time when the most terrifying thing I worried about was a bad first impression. It all started with a simple swipe. A single innocent tap on a screen. I remembered scrolling through Tinder, bored, swiping left on countless generic profiles. Generic smiles, generic bios, generic attempts at humor. Then I saw Serena. Her profile picture was captivating, a mischievous smile, eyes that sparkled with intelligence, a hint of something deeper, more intriguing. She was beautiful, effortlessly chic, and her bio was witty, referencing obscure literature and art, things I genuinely loved. We matched, and her first message was witty, engaging, and somehow deeply unsettling in hindsight. It was a joke about getting lost in a good book, which, now, felt like a cruel, twisted foreshadowing. Our first date was at a trendy coffee shop downtown. She was even more stunning in person, with her dark, cascading hair and eyes that seemed to see right through me. We talked for hours, effortlessly. She seemed to understand me in a way no one else ever had. She laughed at my jokes, offered profound insights into my favorite books, and even finished my sentences. It was exhilarating. Too exhilarating. But there were subtle things, things that, at the time, I brushed off as quirks, as signs of her intense personality. Her gaze, for instance, it was not just attentive, it was possessive. Like she was memorizing every detail of my face, every flicker of emotion. And when I mentioned an ex-boyfriend in passing, her smile tightened just for a fraction of a second before she smoothly changed the subject. Later, when I was getting ready to leave, she casually mentioned my obscure hobby, one I had only vaguely alluded to. Oh, you like collecting vintage postcards, right? I saw a really interesting one online the other day. I had not told her about the postcards. I definitely had not told her I collected them. It was a small thing, but it sent a tiny shiver down my spine. I told myself it was just her being observant, remembering details. We went on a second date, then a third. Each time, the connection deepened, but so did the unsettling undertones. She started showing up at places I frequented, coincidentally. My favorite bookstore, the park where I went for my morning run. She would always have a plausible explanation, a charming excuse. But the coincidences piled up, forming a pattern that, in retrospect, was anything but accidental. One evening, after dinner, she invited me back to her place. It was a beautiful apartment, minimalist and elegant, but with an odd, almost sterile vibe. No personal clutter, no family photos, just art, expensive furniture, and a surprising number of locked doors. She poured us wine, and we sat on her plush sofa, talking. Or rather, she talked, and I listened. She started telling me about her philosophy, about how people were like books. Some were open and easy to read. Others had hidden chapters, secrets waiting to be unearthed. She said she loved the challenge of uncovering those secrets. Her eyes, usually so warm and inviting, took on a cold, predatory glint. Then she mentioned my fear of confined spaces, a fear I had never ever told anyone about, not even my closest friends. My blood ran cold. How did you know that? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. She just smiled, a slow, deliberate curve of her lips that did not reach her eyes. "I know a lot about you, darling. More than you realize." She leaned closer, her voice dropping to a seductive purr. "And I know what you need. You need discipline. You need someone to help you overcome your weaknesses, to unlock your full potential." That was the first lesson. It started subtly. She would push my boundaries, gently at first, making me stay out later than I wanted, challenging my opinions, subtly undermining my confidence. Then it escalated. She would lock me in a closet for a few minutes. "To face your fear," she would say, her voice calm and authoritative. The first time, I panicked, clawing at the door, but she just waited, listening to my cries, until I collapsed, gasping for air. When she let me out, she held me, comforting me, telling me it was for my own good. It was a twisted cycle of terror and comfort, designed to break me down and rebuild me in her image. She had a way of twisting everything, of making me believe that her control was for my benefit, that her cruelty was love. My pain was her pleasure, and the more I resisted, the more intense the lessons became. I became a puppet, dancing to her tune, terrified of the consequences if I stopped. And then there was Chloe. The memory snapped me back to the present, to the cold, metallic air of this horrific room. Chloe was still clutching my arm, her small body trembling. Her eyes had fixated on something in the corner, and a fresh wave of nausea washed over me as I followed her gaze. A large cage, like something you would see in a zoo, stood against the far wall. It was empty, but the floor inside was stained, dark and crusted, and on the bars, hanging like macabre decorations, were small, faded pieces of clothing. A child's shoe, a tiny, colorful hair ribbon, a small, ripped teddy bear. Chloe choked back a sob, her eyes wide with a dawning, terrible understanding. "Mommy," she whimpered, reaching out a shaky hand towards the cage, as if to touch the shoe. My blood ran cold. Mommy? No. It could not be. This was not a random child. This was Chloe, the little girl I had been forced to bring here. The little girl Serena had tasked me with retrieving, promising me what? Freedom. Relief. I could not even remember the exact promise anymore, only the fear that drove me. "Chloe, do not touch that," I said, my voice hoarse, pulling her back gently. But her eyes were locked on the cage, her small face a mask of dawning horror. A sound broke the silence, a slow, deliberate clap. 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 My head snapped up. Serena stood in the doorway, her silhouette framed against the dim light of the passage. She was wearing a pristine white lab coat over her elegant clothes, and on her hands she wore thin, latex gloves. A small, cruel smile played on her lips, her eyes gleaming with that familiar, predatory delight. "Excellent, darling," she purred, her voice echoing in the cavernous room, sending shivers down my spine. "You brought her right on time." She walked slowly into the room, her footsteps unnervingly silent. She moved with a feline grace, her gaze sweeping over Chloe, then over me, a silent judgment in her eyes. And you even managed to keep her relatively calm. A good girl, after all. Chloe, seeing Serena, recoiled, pressing herself against my leg, burying her face in my side. She did not know Serena. Not really. But the aura of chilling menace emanating from her was palpable. "Serena, please," I pleaded, my voice cracking. "She is just a child. Let her go." Serena's smile widened, a truly terrifying sight. "Let her go." "My dear, we have only just begun. This is the most exciting part." She gestured around the room with a gloved hand. "Welcome to my sanctuary, my workshop, my little slice of heaven." Her eyes drifted to the table with the tools, then to the tub overflowing with its dark contents. "And Chloe here, she is going to be a very special project." My stomach lurched. The metallic smell intensified, making my head swing. I knew with a sickening certainty what was in that tub. and I knew what those tools were for. And the journals, the leathery books, the jars. You can't, I stammered, my legs feeling like jelly. I wanted to fight, to scream, to protect Chloe. But the fear, the lessons, the invisible chains held me paralyzed. Serena chuckled, a low, guttural sound that sent ice through my veins. Oh, but I can, and I will. You see, darling, people are so fascinating, so intricate, so many layers to peel back. And children are the most pristine, the most untouched. Their fears are so pure, so unadulterated. She took another step closer, her eyes fixed on Chloe. And their pain is a symphony. Chloe whimpered again, her tiny body shaking uncontrollably. She started to cry, soft, desperate sobs that tore at my heart. Serena's gaze hardened. Now, little one, no need for tears. We are going to have so much fun together. She reached out a hand, a slow, deliberate movement towards Chloe. Instinct, raw and powerful, suddenly surged through me, momentarily overpowering the paralyzing fear. I did not know where it came from, but it was there, a flicker of defiance. I grabbed Chloe, pulling her behind me, shielding her with my body. Serena's hand froze in midair. Her smile vanished, replaced by a cold, furious scowl. Her eyes, usually so calculating, now burned with a terrifying rage. "What do you think you are doing?" she hissed, her voice losing its purr, becoming sharp, dangerous. "No," I said, the word a ragged gasp, but it was out. "You are not touching her." Serena took a step back, her head tilting slightly, like a predator assessing its prey. Ah, a spark of rebellion. "I thought I had extinguished that from you, darling." "A shame. It means we will have to revisit some of our earlier lessons. Perhaps even introduce some new ones." Her gaze flicked to the table of tools. Something more intricate. The threat hung heavy in the air, a palpable weight. I knew what she meant. I knew what she was capable of. The pain she could inflict, the ways she could break a person. But looking at Chloe, her small face streaked with tears, her innocent eyes wide with terror, I found a strength I did not know I possessed. It was a desperate, fleeting strength. But it was there. "You won't touch her," I repeated, my voice shaking, but firm. Serena let out a sigh, a sound of disappointment, almost boredom. "Very well. If you insist on making this difficult, then so be it." She snapped her fingers. From the shadows behind her, two hulking figures emerged. Men, big, brutish men with blank expressions and cold, dead eyes. I had not even noticed them there, lurking in the gloom. They moved with a practiced efficiency, one heading straight for me, the other for Chloe. My heart leaped into my throat. This was it. This was the end. I tried to scream, to lash out, to protect Chloe, but the man was on me in an instant. A powerful arm wrapped around my waist, lifting me off my feet, pinning my arms to my sides. I struggled, kicking and thrashing, but he was too strong. His grip was like iron. I watched in horror as the other man, equally silent and efficient, reached for Chloe. She screamed then, a piercing, heart-wrenching sound that echoed through the room, a sound of pure, unadulterated fear. "No, Mommy, help me, Chloe," I screamed, fighting with every ounce of my being, tears streaming down my face. "Do not you dare touch her." Serena just watched, a detached, almost scientific interest in her eyes. "Fascinating," she murmured, as if observing an experiment. The maternal instinct, even in the most broken of spirits, truly remarkable. The man holding me tightened his grip, squeezing the air from my lungs. My vision swam. I could hear Chloe's screams, fading slightly as the other man scooped her up, tucking her under his arm like a sack of potatoes. She was kicking, punching, her small cries becoming more frantic, more desperate. "No," I choked out, my voice raw, hoarse. "Serena, please." Do not do this. Serena walked over to the table, picking up a gleaming scalpel. She ran her thumb along the edge, a faint smile returning to her lips. Oh, but I must... Darling, it is what I do. It is what I am. And you are going to watch. She turned, her eyes locking onto mine, a chilling promise in their depths. Consider it your final lesson. The ultimate lesson in helplessness, in true submission. The man holding me dragged me closer to the table, forcing me to face it. To face the tools, the stains, the tub. My eyes darted to Chloe, who was now being carried towards the cage. Her screams were weakening, becoming desperate pleas. Mommy, please, the sound ripped through me, tearing at the last vestiges of my sanity. I struggled again, a futile, desperate surge of adrenaline, but the man held me fast. My head felt light, my breath shallow. Serena watched me, her smile unwavering. Such a waste of energy, she sighed, almost regretfully. But then, that is part of the fun, is not it. The struggle before the surrender. She walked towards the cage, the scalpel glinting in her hand. The other man was already opening the door, ready to put Chloe inside. My world narrowed to a single point of terror. Chloe, her small, innocent face, her desperate cries. The cage. The small, faded clothes, the metallic smell, the understanding hit me with the force of a physical blow. The journals, the leathery books, the jars. This was not just a place for unwinding. This was where Serena harvested her projects, where she performed her horrific lessons, and I, through a simple swipe on a dating app, had walked right into her web. I had led Chloe, an innocent child, directly into the jaws of the monster. The guilt was a physical weight, pressing down on me, crushing me. As Serena reached the cage, her hand extended, the scalpel still glinting. I closed my eyes, unable to watch. Chloe's last, heart-wrenching scream echoed in the chamber, a sound that would haunt my nightmares forever. And then silence. A cold, dead silence, broken only by Serena's calm, satisfied voice. Now let the real lesson begin. My eyes snapped open. The cage door was shut. Chloe was inside, huddled in a corner, motionless, silent. The man who had carried her stood guard. Serena stood beside the cage, still holding the scalpel, her gaze fixed on Chloe with an unholy light. The man holding me released his grip, and I collapsed to the floor. My legs giving out, I lay there, gasping, my body trembling, my mind a shattered mess. I was broken, truly, utterly broken. The invisible chains were now tangible, heavy, crushing. Serena walked over to me, her face serene, almost beatific. She knelt down, her latex-gloved hand reaching out, not to hurt me, but to gently cup my cheek. Her touch was chilling, like death itself. There, darling, she whispered, her voice soft, almost tender. It is all right. You have done so well. Now you can finally relax. We have all the time in the world. Her eyes, those beautiful, intelligent eyes, were utterly devoid of humanity. They were the eyes of a predator, satisfied with its kill. And in them, I saw my future. A future of endless, agonizing lessons. A future where I would be forced to watch, to witness, to participate in her unspeakable horrors. A future where the metallic tang would forever be the scent of my despair. And it all started with a simple swipe, a single, innocent tap, a Tinder date that led me not to love, but to a monster, and to a hidden back room that would become my personal hell. And I knew, with chilling certainty, that I would never leave this place. Not alive, anyway. And neither would Chloe. Not truly. Let us go ahead and move to the next story. I would always considered myself a pretty normal guy. You know, the type 9-to-5 job, rent a decent apartment, spend my weekends trying to catch up on chores, or maybe hit up a buddy for a beer. Nothing too exciting, nothing too wild. My dating life, though, that was a desert. a barren, tumbleweed rolling, sand in your eyes desert. So, like a lot of folks nowadays, I turned to Tinder. Figured, what is the worst that could happen? Famous last words, right? I swiped left on a lot of profiles. Too many duck faces, too many pictures with tigers that were clearly photoshopped. Then I saw Serena. She was different. Not in a bad way. Not at first. Her profile picture was a little blurry, almost artistic, like it was taken in low light. She had these striking dark eyes and a smile that seemed to hint at some kind of secret. She was not conventionally gorgeous in the way some of the other girls were, but there was an undeniable magnetism, a mysterious quality that pulled me in. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was a match. Our first few messages were pretty standard, but even then, I noticed little things. She was quick to respond, almost too quick, and her messages had an intensity to them, like she was truly listening to every word I typed. We decided to meet for coffee. In person, Serena was even more captivating. Her eyes, those dark, intense eyes, seemed to bore right into me, like she was trying to read my soul. She was charming, witty, and laughed easily, but her laughter sometimes lingered a beat too long, or had a slightly brittle edge to it. She asked a lot of questions about my past, my family, my dreams, my fears, more personal than a first date usually gets. I found myself opening up to her in a way I had not with anyone else, almost against my will. It felt like she was peeling back layers, one by one, and I was just letting her. The second date was dinner. She wore a dress that was a little too elegant for the casual restaurant we picked, but she carried it off. Throughout the meal, she would touch my arm, her fingers lingering a little longer than necessary. Her gaze rarely left me. It was flattering, at first, to feel so desired, so seen. But as the night wore on, a faint unease began to settle in my gut. It was like she was not just attracted to me, she was fascinated by me, in a way that felt a little too possessive. When I mentioned an old friend, her smile tightened, and she quickly changed the subject, her voice a little sharper. I tried to tell myself I was overthinking it. She was just really into me. What guy would not want that? Then came the third date. She called me, her voice a low, seductive purr. "I want to do something different tonight," she said. "Something special. I know this amazing, super old place, a real hidden gem. It is abandoned, but it has so much history. We could explore it." My stomach did a little flip. Explore an abandoned place? I asked, trying to sound more adventurous than I felt. My idea of a different date was maybe an escape room. Not urban exploration. Is it safe? Oh, perfectly safe, she assured me, her voice dripping with a sweetness that, looking back, was cloying. Just a little rustic. It will be an adventure, something we can tell stories about. I hesitated. Every instinct screamed at me to say no, to suggest a movie or just a quiet night in. But she was so insistent, so charmingly persuasive. And I, fool that I was, wanted to impress her, to show her I was not just a boring, normal guy. "Okay," I said, a knot forming in my chest. "Sounds interesting." She picked me up in her beat-up old sedan, not the sleek car I would seen her in before. This one was dusty, the interior smelling faintly of something metallic and stale. We drove for what felt like forever, leaving the city lights behind, turning onto increasingly narrow, unpaved roads. The trees grew thicker, pressing in on either side, their branches clawing at the moonless sky. My phone lost signal somewhere along the way, a fact that made my unease spike. "Are we almost there?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light, but it came out a little shaky. Serena just smiled, her eyes glinting in the faint dashboard light. Almost, my love felt intimate, possessive, and utterly out of place. We had not been dating long enough for that kind of endearment. Finally, she pulled off the dirt road, bumping over a barely visible track that led into a dense thicket of trees. The car stopped in a small clearing. In the faint glow of the headlights, I could make out a structure. It was not an abandoned mansion, or even a quaint old house. It was a shack, a dilapidated, leaning, ramshackle shed, almost swallowed by the overgrown weeds and thorny bushes. It looked like it had been forgotten by time, by God, by everyone. And that is when I heard it. The rhythmic drip, drip, drip echoed from somewhere deep within, chilling me to the bone. My blood ran cold, colder than the damp night air that bit at my exposed skin. It was not just water. The air was thick, with a metallic, sickly sweet stench that twisted my stomach. Serena, her grip like a vice on my arm, tugged me forward, her eyes bright with an unsettling, most imperceptible tremor of excitement. "Do not you want to see what is inside?" she purred, her voice a low, seductive rumble that grated on my raw nerves. Every fiber of my being screamed, no. Every instinct roared at me to run, but fear had my legs paralyzed, heavy and unresponsive. She did not wait for a response. The heavy iron latch groaned in protest, and the scarred, peeling door swung inward, not with a creak but a deep, grinding rumble, revealing only a suffocating blackness. The foul smells intensified immediately. "After you," Serena whispered, her breath warm against my ear, before pushing me gently but firmly into the void. I stumbled, my foot landing on something soft, yielding and wet. Panic seized me, the darkness pressing in, suffocating. Then, a click. A single, bare bulb flickered to life, revealing not a shed but a scene of horror. The damp earth floor was churned up, disturbed and crude. Heavy implements. A pickaxe, a rusty shovel, a blunted saw hung from the walls, all stained with dark, dried blood. The metallic smell was overwhelming, now mingling with the chemical tang of disinfectant, or perhaps formaldehyde. But the true source of the relentless drip, drip, drip was a set of rickety wooden stairs, descending into an even deeper abyss. Serena's wide, beatific smile was terrifying. "Down we go," she chirped, her voice sickeningly light and playful. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. My legs, still heavy with dread, somehow found the strength to resist, to dig my heels into the disturbed earth. "No," I choked out, the word barely a whisper, thick with terror. "Serena, what is this place? What have you done?" Her smile did not waver. If anything, it widened, showing a flash of perfectly white teeth that seemed too sharp, too predatory. "Done? Oh, darling, I have not done anything yet. Not here, anyway. We are just getting started." She took a step closer, her hand reaching out, not to comfort me, but to stroke my cheek with an unnerving tenderness. Her fingers felt cold, almost clammy. This is where the real adventure begins, where we truly get to know each other. My eyes darted around the room, frantically searching for an escape, a weapon, anything but the door. The heavy iron door was now shut behind us, plunging the room into a claustrophobic silence broken only by the incessant drip, drip, drip from below and the frantic pounding of my own blood in my ears. The implements on the wall seemed to gleam maliciously in the dim light. The shovel, the pickaxe, the saw, they were not just stained, they were crusted. Crusted with something dark, something thick, something that had once been alive. "Please," I begged, my voice cracking. "Serena, let me go. This is not funny. This is not an adventure." She tilted her head, her dark eyes sparkling with an unholy amusement. "Funny? Oh no, darling. This is not funny at all. This is serious. This is life. This is art." She gestured grandly towards the stairs, then back to the tools. "And you, my love, are going to be my masterpiece." A fresh wave of nausea washed over me, colder and more debilitating than before. My stomach churned, and I fought to keep down the dinner we would share just hours ago. Masterpiece. The word echoed in my mind, twisted and grotesque. She did not wait for me to move. Her hand, surprisingly strong, gripped my arm again, pulling me towards the rickety wooden stairs. Each step groaned under our combined weight, threatening to splinter and give way. The air grew heavier, colder, and the metallic tang intensified, now mixed with a new, even more disturbing smell, something like decay, like old, wet earth and something else, something organic and sickly sweet. The single bulb in the room above cast long, dancing shadows that stretched and contorted around us as we descended. It was a suffocating blackness down here, deeper and more profound than any darkness I had ever known. The stairs twisted, making a sharp turn that plunged us into absolute zero visibility. I could hear my own ragged breathing, Serena's calm, steady breaths, and the relentless drip, drip, drip that now sounded much closer. Then, another click. Another bare bulb, this one even dimmer, flickered to life, revealing the nightmare below. It was not a basement. It was a subterranean chamber, dug out of the damp earth, reinforced with rough-hewn timbers that looked like they were rotting. The air was thick and heavy, pressing down on me, making it hard to breathe. The floor, like the room above, was packed earth, but here it was even more disturbed, covered in a strange, dark sheen. My eyes struggled to adjust to the dim light, and what they saw made every hair on my body stand on end. Against one wall there was a long, crude wooden table, stained dark. On it, a collection of smaller, more delicate instruments lay neatly arranged: scalpels, bone saws, various clamps and hooks, all gleaming dully, all pristine, as if recently cleaned and prepared. Below the table, there was a large, plastic tarp, folded neatly, as if waiting to be unfurled. And then I saw the source of the drip, drip, drip. In the center of the room, suspended from a thick, rusty chain attached to one of the timbers, was a large, grayish-white object. It was roughly the size of a human torso, covered in a thin, translucent film, and it was slowly, steadily dripping a dark, viscous fluid into a bucket placed beneath it. The fluid was reddish-brown, thick and syrupy, and the smell emanating from it was truly horrifying. The sickeningly sweet scent of decay, of something that had once been alive and was now processing. My gaze drifted further, to the corners of the room. There were shelves built into the earthen walls, and on these shelves, neatly stacked, were clear plastic containers. Inside some of them, I could make out what looked like bones. Small bones, larger bones, some clearly human. In others, there were jars filled with murky liquid, and floating within them, distorted and horrifying, were what looked like human organs. Eyes, fingers, something that might have been a heart. I felt a scream building in my throat, but it was trapped, choked by the sheer, unadulterated horror of it all. This was not a shed. This was not a basement. This was a charnel house, a butcher shop, a tomb. Serena watched my face, her smile growing wider, her eyes alight with a disturbing triumph. "Beautiful, is not it?" she whispered, her voice a low caress. "My sanctuary, my studio, this is where I truly come alive." I stumbled backward, hitting the rough earthen wall with a thud. You are insane," I gasped, the words barely audible. "You are a monster," she chuckled, a soft, melodic sound that was utterly chilling in this gruesome setting. "Monster. Perhaps I am just an enthusiast. A collector, like you, my love. I appreciate beauty. But I create mine. I do not just observe it." She walked past me, gliding with an unnerving grace towards the suspended object. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the translucent film. "This, for instance, is a work in progress. It takes time, patience, and a delicate touch to preserve them just so, to extract every last drop of essence." My eyes were fixed on the dripping object, then on the jars, then back to the gleaming tools. I was going to be one of those jars. One of those essences. "Who are these people?" I whispered, my voice raw. Serena turned, her smile fading slightly, replaced by a look of mild irritation. "People? Oh, just volunteers. Most of them, they come seeking connection, understanding. They come to me, and I provide it. In my own way, her gaze hardened. Some, like you, require a little more persuasion. My mind raced, scrambling for an escape plan. There was no way out. The stairs were behind me, leading back to that equally horrifying room above, and the heavy iron door. This was it. This was the end. My life, my mundane, unremarkable life, was going to end here, in this putrid hole in the ground, at the hands of a woman I would met on a dating app. The irony was almost as sickening as the smell. Why me? I asked, a desperate plea in my voice. She tilted her head again, a thoughtful expression on her face. You were interesting. You had a certain vulnerability, a certain light in your eyes that I found appealing. You are an empty canvas, my dear, full of potential. She picked up a scalpel from the table, testing its edge with her thumb. It glinted ominously in the dim light. And now it is time to begin. My heart leaped into my throat. This was it. I had to do something. Anything. I could not just stand there and let her turn me into one of her grotesque artworks. As she took a step towards me, scalpel in hand, I lunged. It was not a plan, just pure instinct, a primal surge of adrenaline. I did not aim for her. I aimed for the stairs, for the faint hope of the door above. I pushed past her, knocking the scalpel from her hand as I scrambled up the rickety steps. She let out a sharp cry of surprise, then a furious roar. No, you can't leave. You are mine. I did not look back. My feet pounded on the rotting wood, each step threatening to give way. I could hear her scrambling behind me, her heavy boots thudding on the stairs. I burst into the upper room, gasping for breath, my lungs burning. The single bulb swayed wildly from my impact, casting dizzying shadows. The iron door. It was still shut. Locked. I clawed at the heavy latch, my fingers fumbling, slick with sweat. It would not budge. It is no use, darling. Serena's voice purred from behind me, closer now. That door only opens from the outside, and I have the key. I spun around, my back pressed against the cold, unforgiving metal of the door. She stood at the top of the stairs, a triumphant, almost gleeful smile on her face. In her hand, she held a large, rusty wrench she must have grabbed from the wall. It looked heavy, capable of crushing bone. You really should not have done that, she said, her voice dropping to a low, menacing growl. You have made me very cross. My eyes darted around the room again. The pickaxe, the shovel, the blunted saw. All out of reach, all too heavy for me to wield effectively. My gaze fell on something small, glinting on the disturbed earth near my feet. The scalpel she had dropped. It was a long shot, a desperate, pathetic hope, but it was all I had. As Serena raised the wrench, her eyes burning with a cold, murderous intent, I dropped to one knee, snatching the scalpel. It was small, delicate, but razor sharp. I did not have time to think, did not have time to plan. As she swung the wrench down, aiming for my head, I thrust the scalpel upward, a desperate, clumsy stab. There was a sickening squelch, a gurgling cry, and then a heavy thud. The wrench clattered to the floor, inches from my head. Serena stumbled backward, her hands flying to her throat. Her eyes, those terrifyingly intense dark eyes, widened in shock, then glazed over, losing their light. A dark, sticky bloom spread rapidly across the front of her dress. She swayed for a moment, an almost comical dance of death, before collapsing in a heap on the churned-up earth. Her body lay still, eerily quiet, the only sound the relentless drip, drip, drip from the abyss below. I stood there, scalpel still clutched in my trembling hand, staring at her lifeless form. My entire body was shaking, a violent, uncontrollable tremor that threatened to buckle my knees. I had killed her. I, a normal guy, had just killed someone. In self-defense, yes, but the reality of it hit me like a physical blow. But I was not safe. Not yet. The key. She said she had the key. My eyes scanned her body, her pockets, with a sickening lurch in my stomach. I forced myself to approach her. Her skin was still warm, but already growing cold. I reached into her pockets, my fingers brushing against something hard and metallic. I pulled it out. A set of keys. One of them, a large, old-fashioned iron key, looked like it belonged to the heavy door. My hands were shaking so badly, I almost dropped them. I stumbled to the door, fumbling with the key, trying to get it into the lock. It scraped, it resisted, but then, with a click that sounded like the sweetest music I had ever heard, it turned. I yanked the door open, desperate for fresh air, for freedom. The night air, though damp and cold, felt like a balm against my skin. I did not look back at the horrors within. I did not look back at Serena's body. I just ran. I ran through the overgrown weeds, through the thorny bushes, stumbling and falling, scraping my knees and hands on the rough ground. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs screamed in protest, until I burst out onto the dirt track. I did not know where I was going, but I just kept running, away from that place, away from the metallic stench, away from the drip, drip, drip that would forever echo in my nightmares. I eventually found the main road, hours later, covered in mud and blood, both hers and mine. A passing truck driver, bless his soul, saw my frantic waving and stopped. He looked at me with a mixture of fear and pity, but he gave me a ride to the nearest town, where I found a phone and called the police. The investigation was a blur. My story, wild and unbelievable as it sounded, was corroborated by what they found in that shack. Serena's studio. The bodies, the jars, the tools. They found other missing persons reports, cold cases. That suddenly made sickening sense. I was cleared of any wrongdoing. A victim who had fought back. But clearance did not erase the memory. It did not erase the smells, the sounds, the images burned into my mind. I do not use dating apps anymore. I do not trust easy smiles or intense eyes. Every shadow seems to hold a secret. Every quiet moment seems to carry the faint echo of a drip, drip, drip. I am a normal guy. Or at least, I used to be. Now, I am just a guy who survived something unspeakable. A guy who carries the weight of a life taken, even in self-defense. A guy who knows, deep in his bones, that there are monsters walking among us, hiding in plain sight, just a swipe away, and sometimes those monsters are looking for their next masterpiece. The following story begins after this brief pause from somewhere deep within which a faint, rhythmic drip, drip, drip echoed. My blood ran cold. Colder than the damp night air that bit at my exposed skin. The sound, so innocent in isolation, was utterly alien and terrifying in this context, a chilling counterpoint to the thumping of my own frantic heart. It was not just water. I knew it, not with the smells that hung heavy in the air, metallic and sickly sweet like cheap perfume, trying to mask something truly foul. Serena, her grip still firm on my arm, tugged me forward. Her eyes, those unsettlingly bright eyes, seemed to drink in my terror. A subtle, almost imperceptible tremor of excitement running through her. "Come on," she purred, her voice a low, seductive rumble that grated against my raw nerves. "Do not. You want to see what is inside." Every fiber of my being screamed, "No!" Every instinct I possessed was roaring at me to fight, to run, to do anything but take another step towards that scarred, peeling door. But her grip was surprisingly strong, almost bruising, and my legs felt like lead, heavy and unresponsive, trapped by a fear so profound it bordered on paralysis. I swallowed hard, a dry, rasping sound. The thought of what could be behind that door, what could be causing that rhythmic drip, 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 was a gaping maw of dread in my mind. She did not wait for a response. With her free hand, she reached for a heavy iron latch, caked with rust and grime. It groaned in protest as she lifted it, the sound like a tortured animal. Then, with a shove, the door swung inward, not with a creak, but with a deep, grinding rumble, revealing only a suffocating blackness beyond. No light, no hint of what lay within, just a deeper, more profound darkness, and the immediate intensification of those cloying, metallic smells. "After you," Serena whispered, her breath warm against my ear, sending shivers down my spine. The words were a command, not an invitation. She pushed me gently, but firmly, into the void. I stumbled forward, my arms flailing, desperate to find something, anything, to brace myself against. My foot landed on something soft, yielding, and I let out a choked gasp, a sound that died in my throat. It felt like wet earth, but also something else, something fibrous. Panic seized me. I could feel the darkness pressing in, suffocating, a physical weight on my chest. Then, a click. A single, bare bulb flickered to life, hanging precariously from a frayed wire in the center of the shed. The sudden illumination was harsh, blinding, making my eyes water. As my vision adjusted, the true horror began to unfold. This was not just a shed, not in the way I understood sheds. The floor was indeed damp earth, but it was churned up, disturbed, as if something heavy had been dragged across it recently. Tools hung from pegs on the walls, but they were not garden tools. These were crude, heavy implements, a pickaxe, a rusty shovel, what looked disturbingly like a large, blunted saw, and everywhere, on the dirt floor, on the rough-hewn wooden walls, even on the tools, were dark, reddish-brown stains. They were dried, almost black in places, but undeniable. Blood. My stomach lurched. I clamped a hand over my mouth, fighting the urge to vomit. The metallic smell was overwhelming now, mingling with the sickly sweetness, which I now recognized as something akin to formaldehyde, or perhaps the chemical tang of disinfectant trying, and failing, to mask something organic, but the true source of the drip, drip, drip was not immediately obvious. My eyes darted around the small, cramped space, searching, dreading what they might find. In the far corner, half hidden by a stack of old, mildewed tarps, was a set of rickety wooden stairs descending into another, even deeper darkness. And from that abyss, the sound was clearer, more insistent. Drip, drip, drip. Serena stepped past me, her movements fluid and disturbingly graceful. She walked to the top of the stairs, her silhouette framed against the deeper blackness below. She looked back at me, a wide, beatific smile spreading across her face. It was the smile of someone utterly at peace, utterly delighted. "Down we go," she chirped, her voice light and playful, as if inviting me to a tea party. "The real fun is downstairs." I stood frozen, my legs refusing to obey. My mind was screaming, a cacophony of fear and disbelief. This could not be happening. This was a nightmare, a sick, twisted joke. But the cold dread in my bones, the smell of blood, the grim reality of the shed, it was all too real. Serena's smile faltered slightly, a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes. "Do not be shy," she said, her voice still sweet, but with an underlying edge of steel. She took a step back up, closing the distance between us. "We do not want to waste time, do we?" Her hand reached out, not to grasp my arm again, but to push me from behind. The shove was unexpected, powerful. I stumbled, lost my footing on the uneven earth, and pitched forward, tumbling down the rickety wooden stairs. The descent was a blur of splintered wood and darkness. I cried out, a raw, desperate sound as my body slammed against each step. Pain shot through my elbows, my knees, my head. I landed in a heap at the bottom, gasping for air, my head throbbing. The air down here was even colder, damper, and the smells were concentrated, more potent. I lay there for a moment, disoriented, my vision swimming. Above me, I heard Serena's light footsteps as she descended, her shadow falling over me. I tried to push myself up, but my limbs felt heavy, unresponsive. Then, more clicks, several bare bulbs, strung along the low ceiling, flickered on, illuminating the space. This was not a basement, it was a bunker. Or perhaps a slaughterhouse. The room was larger than the shed above, carved out of the earth, with concrete walls that looked like they would have been poured hastily. The floor was also concrete, but it was not pristine. It was stained, deeply, irrevocably, with the same dark metallic hues I would seen upstairs. A drain sat in the center of the floor, its grate clogged with what looked like reddish-brown sludge. And then I saw the source of the drip. Drip! Directly above the drain, hanging from a thick metal hook embedded in the ceiling, was a large, translucent plastic bag. It was slowly, steadily dripping a viscous reddish-brown liquid into a bucket positioned below. The liquid was not just blood. It had a thicker, almost oily consistency and an indescribable smell that made my stomach churn violently. It was the smell of decomposition, of something that had once been alive, now rendered into this horrifying, viscous fluid. My eyes darted around the room, taking in the other horrors. In one corner, a large, industrial-looking chest freezer, its lid slightly ajar, frost clinging to its edges. Next to it, a metal table, gleaming faintly under the harsh light. On the table lay an array of tools that made the ones upstairs look like child's play. Scalpels, bone saws, various clamps and hooks, all meticulously arranged, all disturbingly clean, save for a faint, almost iridescent sheen that suggested they had just been used, then wiped down, and next to them a roll of heavy-duty plastic sheeting and several spools of thick, industrial-grade rope. My gaze finally landed on the other side of the room. There, against the far wall, stood a tall, narrow cage made of thick steel bars, and inside the cage my breath hitched. My heart felt like it stopped entirely, then restarted with a violent, painful thud. Inside the cage, slumped against the bars, was a figure, a man. He was naked, his skin pale and clammy, streaked with dirt and dried blood. His head was bowed, his face obscured by a tangle of matted hair, but even from a distance, I could see the raw red marks on his wrists and ankles, where he had clearly been bound. He was thin, emaciated, his ribs starkly visible beneath his skin. He did not move. He did not even seem to breathe. He was either dead or very, very close to it. A whimper escaped my lips, a pathetic, involuntary sound. This was it. This was the end. I was not just on a bad date. I was in a literal torture chamber, staring at a victim, and I was next. Serena walked past me, her movements disturbingly calm, almost graceful, as if she were simply strolling through a pleasant garden. She went to the metal table, picked up a gleaming, wickedly sharp scalpel and held it up, admiring its edge under the light. "Is not it beautiful?" she murmured, her voice a soft, almost reverent whisper. "Such precision, such potential." She turned to face me, her eyes alight with a terrifying, unholy glee. "I have been waiting for someone like you for a long time, someone who truly appreciates the art." I scrambled backward, pressing myself against the cold concrete wall, my eyes wide with terror. "What is this?" I choked out, my voice barely a whisper. "Please. Serena, let me go. I won't tell anyone." "I swear." She laughed then, a low melodic sound that was utterly chilling in its lack of warmth. "Let you go." "Oh, honey, that is not how this works. You are here because you are special, because you have potential." She gestured vaguely at me with the scalpel, its tip glinting dangerously. "You have that spark, that raw, unadulterated fear. It is intoxicating." She took a step towards me, then another. "You see, most people are so boring, predictable. They react the same way. But you are different. I saw it in your eyes the moment we matched. A certain vulnerability, yes, but also a resilience, a fight." My mind raced, desperately searching for an escape, a way out of this nightmare. But there was nowhere to go. The room was a concrete box. The stairs my only way out, and Serena stood between me and them. The others, she continued, as if reading my thoughts, they broke so easily. It was almost disappointing, but I have a feeling you will last a bit longer. Give me more entertainment. Her eyes flickered towards the slumped figure in the cage. He was a fighter too for a while, but everyone has their limits. My gaze was fixed on the scalpel, then on her eyes. They were completely devoid of empathy, utterly devoid of humanity. This was not a person I could reason with. This was a monster wearing a human mask. Please. I begged again, tears stinging my eyes, but I knew it was futile. Why are you doing this? Serena tilted her head, a thoughtful expression on her face. Why? Because it is beautiful. Because it is art, the human body, so fragile, so complex, to take it apart, piece by piece, to understand its intricacies, to see the life drain from it, is a profound experience. She took another step, the scalpel now pointing directly at my chest. And the fear, darling, the sheer, unadulterated terror of knowing your life is slipping away, that you are utterly helpless, that is the masterpiece. She lunged. It was not a wild, uncontrolled attack. It was precise, calculated. I barely had time to react. I threw myself sideways, a desperate, clumsy lunge, and the scalpel sliced through the air where my chest had been a split second before. I felt a sharp sting on my arm as its edge grazed me, leaving a thin, red line. The pain, though minor, was a jolt of adrenaline. It snapped me out of my paralysis. This was not a conversation. This was a fight for my life. Serena let out a frustrated sigh. Feisty, she muttered, a slight smirk playing on her lips. Good. That makes it more fun. She advanced again, slowly, deliberately, like a predator stalking its prey. I scrambled to my feet, my back still pressed against the cold wall. My eyes darted around, searching for anything, a weapon, an opening, the metal table, the tools. Too far, the stairs too far, and she was between me and them. My gaze landed on the cage. The man inside still had not moved. But next to the cage, leaning against the wall, was a heavy, rusty crowbar. It looked like it had been used to pry open the freezer or something similar. It was my only chance. As Serena took another step, her eyes fixed on me with disturbing intensity. I made my move. Instead of trying to dodge her, I feigned a stumble to my left, drawing her attention, then lunged right, towards the cage, towards the crowbar. She reacted instantly, but I had a head start. I grabbed the crowbar, its cold, rough metal digging into my palm. It was heavier than I expected, but the weight felt reassuring. A tangible defense against the gleaming scalpel. I spun around, swinging the crowbar wildly, aiming for her arm, anything to disarm her. Serena, surprisingly agile, dodged the blow, but the crowbar connected with the metal table with a deafening clang, sending some of the smaller tools skittering across the concrete floor. Naughty, naughty, she cooed, her voice still unnervingly calm, but her eyes had narrowed. Playing with my toys, she did not seem perturbed, only slightly annoyed. She advanced again, her scalpel held low, ready to strike. I gripped the crowbar tighter, my knuckles white, my heart hammered against my ribs. A frantic bird trapped in a cage, but a spark of defiance, of pure, desperate will to live, ignited within me. She lunged again, this time aiming for my leg. I swung the crowbar down, a desperate, clumsy blow that caught her arm. Not with the full force I intended, but enough. She cried out, a sharp, angry sound, and the scalpel clattered to the floor, sliding across the concrete and disappearing under the table. This was my chance. Before she could recover, before she could retrieve her weapon, I charged past her, a desperate, adrenaline-fueled sprint towards the stairs. I scrambled up them, taking two at a time, ignoring the pain in my battered limbs. Behind me, I heard Serena's furious shout, followed by the clatter of her boots on the concrete as she started her own ascent. I burst out of the basement and into the shed, gasping for breath. The single bare bulb above still flickered, casting long, dancing shadows. I did not hesitate. I ran for the shed door, slamming my body against it, desperate to get out. The heavy iron latch was still open. I shoved the door outward, stumbling into the suffocating darkness of the woods. The night air hit me like a physical blow, cold and damp. I did not know which way to go. The sedan was somewhere, but I did not know where, and even if I found it, the keys were with Serena. Civilization felt a million miles away. You are not going anywhere. Serena's voice, sharp and venomous now, cut through the night. She was right behind me, her footsteps heavy on the damp earth. I ran. Blindly. Desperately. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but the image of that basement, of that man in the cage, of Serena's smiling, murderous face, fueled my flight. Tree branches whipped at my face, snagging my clothes, scratching my skin. Roots snaked out of the earth, tripping hazards in the oppressive darkness. I stumbled, fell, then scrambled back up, tasting blood and dirt. The woods were a labyrinth. Every tree looked the same, every shadow a potential hiding place or a new threat. I could hear Serena's heavy breathing, her footsteps, sometimes close, sometimes fading, then growing closer again. She was hunting me. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, to make me curl up into a ball and give up, but the image of the scalpel, of that cold, dead man, was a constant, terrifying spur. I had to live. I had to escape. I pushed through a thicket of thorny bushes, ignoring the tearing pain as they ripped at my clothes and flesh. I burst into a clearing, a small, open space where the moonlight, faint as it was, managed to filter through the canopy, casting an eerie, silver glow, and there, in the middle of the clearing, was a faint, almost imperceptible dirt path. It was barely more than a deer trail, but it was a path, and paths, I reasoned, usually led somewhere. Hope, fragile and desperate, flickered within me. I veered sharply onto the path, my feet pounding against the loose earth. "You are lost, darling." Serena's voice, closer now, echoed through the trees. She sounded almost amused. "This is my forest. You can't hide from me here." Her words chilled me to the bone. She knew these woods. I was just a terrified animal, running aimlessly. But I could not stop. I would not. The path twisted and turned, and I followed it, my eyes straining in the darkness, searching for any sign of civilization, any distant light. Minutes stretched into an eternity. My lungs were on fire, my muscles screamed in protest. I felt lightheaded, on the verge of collapsing. Then, through a break in the trees, I saw it. A faint, yellowish glow, distant, but real. A light. It had to be a house, or a road. A renewed surge of adrenaline coursed through me. I pushed harder, forcing my exhausted body to move faster. The light grew, slowly, agonizingly slowly. It was a single, distant streetlight, illuminating a patch of asphalt. A road? I was almost there. But as I stumbled out of the tree line, onto the gravel shoulder of a desolate two-lane road, a hand clamped down on my shoulder. I cried out, a strangled scream, and spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. Serena stood there, her face a mask of fury and something else, disappointment. She was breathing heavily, her hair disheveled, but her eyes still burned with that terrifying intensity. In her hand she held something long and glinting. Not the scalpel. This was a larger knife, a hunting knife, its blade reflecting the distant streetlight. "You made it harder than it had to be," she whispered, her voice laced with a cold, simmering rage. "Such a waste of energy. We could have been having so much fun." She raised the knife, its point glinting menacingly. I instinctively threw up my hands, but I knew it was useless. I was cornered, exhausted, defenseless. This was the end. But then, out of the darkness, the rumble of an engine, faint at first, then growing louder. Headlights appeared in the distance, cutting through the blackness, growing steadily brighter. A car. Serena's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise, then irritation crossing her face. She hesitated, her grip on the knife tightening. She looked from me to the approaching car, her calculations swift and brutal. The car was a dark shape now, its headlights blinding, its engine roar filling the night. It was going to pass us any second. In that split second of her hesitation, as her focus wavered, I saw my chance. It was small, almost non-existent, but it was there. With a desperate cry that tore from my throat, I slammed my forehead into her nose. It was a clumsy, desperate headbutt, fueled by pure terror and adrenaline. I heard a sickening crunch, and Serena screamed, a raw, guttural sound of pain and rage. Her grip on the knife faltered. I did not wait. I shoved her back with all my remaining strength, sending her stumbling. Then, with a final, desperate surge of energy, I threw myself into the path of the oncoming car, waving my arms wildly, screaming at the top of my lungs. The tires screeched, a deafening sound that tore through the night. The car swerved violently, its headlights blinding me, and I braced for impact. But it did not hit me. It skidded to a halt just feet away, kicking up a cloud of dust and gravel. The driver, a middle-aged man with a shocked expression, peered out of his window. "What the hell?" he yelled, his voice trembling. I did not answer. I just pointed frantically back into the darkness, towards Serena, who was now stumbling, holding her bloody nose, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. She was a terrifying silhouette against the faint glow of the distant shed. "She tried to kill me," I gasped, my voice hoarse, ragged. "She has a knife. She has a basement." The driver, his face paling, did not need to be told twice. He saw the wild terror in my eyes, the blood on my clothes, the menacing figure emerging from the woods. He unlocked his passenger door. "Get in. Get in," he screamed. I did not hesitate. I scrambled into the car, slamming the door shut. The driver floored the accelerator, and the car shot forward, leaving Serena behind in the dust. I looked back through the rear window, my heart still hammering in my chest. Serena was standing in the middle of the road, a lone, terrifying figure, her bloody face contorted in a silent scream of fury and frustration. She was still holding the knife, its blade catching the faint light, a chilling promise of what she would have done as the car sped away, leaving the dark woods and the horror behind. I collapsed into the seat, gasping, shaking uncontrollably. The terror was still there, a cold, icy grip on my soul. I was safe, for now. But the image of her eyes, of that basement, of the man in the cage would be burned into my mind forever. And I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that Serena was not just a monster confined to those woods. She was out there, somewhere, waiting for her next date, and I was just lucky enough to be the one who got away. Let us move ahead with the next chapter. The date started like any other, a casual drink with a Tinder match named Alex. He was charming, handsome even, but a cold dread began to seep in when he mentioned details about my life. I knew I would never share like the exact spot. I parked my car every morning, or the name of my cat. I remember swiping through Tinder that Tuesday night, feeling a familiar mix of boredom and hopeful curiosity. It had been a while since my last serious relationship, and while I was not exactly desperate, the quiet evenings in my apartment were starting to feel a little too quiet. My friends were all busy with their own lives, and honestly, a little human connection sounded nice. That is when I saw Alex's profile. He was good-looking in a clean-cut, approachable way. His bio mentioned a love for hiking, indie movies, and trying new craft beers, all things that aligned pretty well with my own interests. We matched, and our initial messages were easy, flowing naturally from one topic to the next. He seemed genuinely interested, and he had a quick wit that made me laugh out loud a few times while scrolling through our chat history. After a few days of back and forth, we decided to meet up for a drink at a popular bar downtown, a place called the Copper Kettle. It was a well-lit, usually bustling spot, so I felt pretty safe about it. First dates are always a little nerve-wracking, but I was actually looking forward to this one. When I walked into the Copper Kettle that Friday evening, Alex was already there, sitting at a small table near the back, just as we would agreed. He stood up as I approached, offering a warm smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. He looked even better in person than in his photos. Taller, with a strong jawline and eyes that were a surprisingly intense shade of blue. "Hey," he said, his voice smooth and friendly. "You made it. I was just about to order a round." We chatted for the first 20 minutes or so, just getting to know each other. He told me about his job in marketing, a recent trip he had taken to Colorado, and a funny story about his dog, a golden retriever named Gus. I found myself relaxing, the initial jitters fading away. He was easy to talk to, and the conversation never felt forced. I even started to think, hey, maybe this could actually turn into something. It was right after I finished telling him about my own job as a graphic designer and how I often work from home that the first little tremor of unease hit me. He took a sip of his beer, his gaze thoughtful. "So, you are usually holed up in your apartment most days then?" he asked. "I bet that little balcony of yours gets a lot of use when the weather's nice. Good spot for a morning coffee. I imagine." I paused, my glass halfway to my lips. I had a small balcony, yes, but I had not mentioned it. Not in my profile, not in our messages. "Oh, yeah," I said, trying to sound casual. "It is nice. How did you know I had a balcony?" He chuckled, a low, easy sound. "Just a guess. I suppose. Most apartments around here have them, do not they? And you mentioned you like to get some fresh air. It just seemed like a logical assumption." He smiled, and it seemed perfectly innocent. I told myself he was right. It was a common feature, nothing to worry about. But a tiny, almost imperceptible knot formed in my stomach. We moved on to talking about movies, and I mentioned a niche indie film I would seen recently. "Oh, the one with the quirky barista and the haunted coffee shop," he asked. "Yeah, I saw that. Pretty good, but I thought the ending was a bit cliché. You know, the whole 'it was inside you all along' trope." I blinked. "Wait, how did you know I watched that one?" I specifically had not mentioned it to him. I would only told a couple of close friends, and it certainly was not on any public social media. He waved a hand dismissively. "You posted about it on your Instagram story, did not you?" I think I saw it pop up. Or maybe it was just a similar film. My memory can be a bit fuzzy sometimes. I quickly scrolled through my mental feed. I had not posted about that movie on Instagram. I was sure of it. I had thought about it, but decided against it because it was a bit obscure. The knot in my stomach tightened. "No, I do not think I did," I said, my voice a little less steady than before. "I am pretty sure I did not post about that." Alex just shrugged, still smiling. "Well, then I must be mistaken. Or maybe I have a doppelganger who shares your taste in obscure cinema." He laughed, but the sound felt a little off, a little too loud in the suddenly quiet space around our table. Or maybe it just seemed quiet because my own heart was starting to beat a little faster. I tried to shake it off. Coincidences happen, right? People misremember things. But then he said, "So how's Mittens doing? Still knocking over plants? Or has she learned her lesson?" This time, I froze. My cat, Mittens, was very much real. And she did have a bad habit of batting at the leaves of my potted plants, sometimes sending them toppling. But I had never mentioned her name or her destructive tendencies to Alex. Not on Tinder, not in any message, not in any conversation. My cat was a very private part of my life. My breath hitched. "Mittens?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "How do you know about Mittens?" His smile did not falter, but his eyes, those intense blue eyes, seemed to bore into me. There was no warmth in them now, just a cold, knowing glint. "Oh, Mittens," he said, his voice taking on a slightly softer, almost purring quality. "She is a beautiful cat." A little mischievous, as you said. I saw her chasing a dust bunny under your couch just this morning, actually. Quite the hunter. My blood ran cold. My apartment. This morning, he had seen my cat in my apartment. What are you talking about? I demanded, my voice rising slightly. I tried to keep it down, to not draw attention, but panic was starting to claw at my throat. That is impossible. You do not know my cat. You do not know where I live. Alex leaned forward, his voice dropping to a low, conspiratorial tone. Oh, but I do. Sarah, I know exactly where you live. Apartment 3B, right? Top floor, corner unit, overlooking the park. And you usually park your car, that silver Honda Civic, right under the old oak tree on the left side of the lot. Smart, keeps the sun off the windshield. Every single detail was accurate. The apartment number, the floor, the view, my car, the specific parking spot. A wave of nausea washed over me, making the bustling bar feel suddenly suffocating. My hands started to tremble, and I gripped my glass so hard I thought it might shatter. Who are you? I whispered, fear coiling in my gut like a snake. How do you know all this? He leaned back, a triumphant, almost predatory gleam in his eyes. I told you. Sarah. I am Alex, and I have been watching you. He took another slow sip of his beer, his gaze never leaving my face. For a while now, actually, even before Tinder, my mind raced, trying to make sense of it, trying to find an escape. He would been watching me. How long? From where? The thought of someone observing my most private moments, seeing me in my own home, made my skin crawl. Every time I would felt a strange chill. Every time I would thought I saw a shadow move outside my window, had it been him. Why? I managed to choke out. Why would you do that? He set his glass down, a soft clink that echoed in my ears. Because I was interested. Sarah, very interested. You are a fascinating person. Your routines, your little quirks, I found myself wanting to know more. Tinder was just a convenient way to make an official introduction, so to speak. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out his phone. My heart hammered against my ribs as he turned the screen towards me. It was a photo of me. I was sitting on my balcony, just like he would described, in my pajamas, sipping coffee, my hair a mess. The photo was taken from a distance, but it was unmistakably me, in my own home. The date stamp on the photo was from 2 weeks ago. See, he said, a smug smile playing on his lips. I told you. Good spot for a morning coffee. My blood ran cold. I felt lightheaded, dizzy with terror. This was not a coincidence. This was not a misunderstanding. This was real. This man, this complete stranger, had been stalking me. He knew my life, my home, my habits, and he had photos. I am leaving, I said, trying to stand up, but my legs felt like jelly. Alex's hand shot out, grabbing my wrist. His grip was surprisingly strong, not painful, but firm enough to stop me. His smile vanished, replaced by a cold, hard expression that sent shivers down my spine. Not yet. Sarah, he said, his voice a low growl. We are not finished. We have so much more to talk about our future. His words, our future, sent a fresh wave of horror through me. He was not just observing. He had an agenda. He saw me as his... I yanked my arm, trying to pull away, but his grip tightened. I looked around wildly, desperate for help. The bar was still busy, people laughing, music playing, but no one seemed to notice us. No one seemed to see the terror in my eyes, or the menacing glint in his... It was like we were in a bubble, separated from the rest of the world. Let go of me, I hissed, trying to keep my voice low, but the fear was making it tremble. He leaned in closer, his breath hot against my ear. Do not you dare make a scene. Sarah, do not you dare embarrass me, or yourself. I know where your sister lives too, and your parents. I know their schedules, their favorite restaurants. It would be a shame if anything inconvenient were to happen to them, Would not it? The mention of my family, the veiled threat, was the final straw. My stomach churned, and I felt a surge of adrenaline. I could not just sit there. I had to do something. My eyes darted around, searching for an escape, an opportunity. The bartender was looking our way for a split second, probably just checking if we needed anything. It was now or never. Without thinking, I grabbed my glass of water and, with all the force I could muster, I threw the contents directly into Alex's face. Water splashed everywhere, drenching his shirt and hair. He gasped, startled, his grip on my wrist momentarily loosening as he flinched back. That was my chance. I tore my arm free, shoving the table with my other hand, sending our drinks crashing to the floor. The sound of shattering glass and splashing liquid momentarily silenced the surrounding chatter. Heads turned. "Help!" I screamed, my voice raw with terror, pointing at Alex. "This man is harassing me. He is a stalker." Alex's face contorted into a furious mask. He lunged for me, but I was already scrambling out of the booth, knocking over a chair in my haste. People were staring now, some looking shocked, others confused. I did not wait. I bolted. I ran past tables, bumping into startled patrons, not daring to look back. I could hear a commotion behind me. Alex's angry voice, maybe someone else trying to intervene, but all I cared about was getting out. I burst through the front door of the Copper Kettle, gulping in the cool night air. The street was busy, thankfully. A stream of people, cars, the comforting chaos of a Friday night downtown. I did not stop. I ran, blindly, adrenaline coursing through my veins, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I could feel tears stinging my eyes, but I pushed them back. I just had to get away. I hailed the first taxi I saw, practically throwing myself into the back seat. "Drive?" I gasped, my chest heaving. "Please, just drive anywhere, just away from here." The driver, a kindly-looking older man, took one look at my panicked face and the wild look in my eyes. He did not ask questions. He just nodded, put the car in gear, and pulled away from the curb. I risked a glance out the back window. The entrance to the Copper Kettle was receding, and I saw a figure standing on the sidewalk, looking in our direction. It was Alex. He was not running after me, just standing there, watching the taxi drive away, his silhouette dark and menacing against the bar lights. Even from that distance, I could feel his gaze, cold and full of a terrifying promise. I did not go home. I could not. The thought of him knowing where I lived, of him having been inside my apartment, of him watching me, it was too much. I directed the taxi to my best friend Sarah's apartment, explaining in a frantic, disjointed rush what had happened. She was shocked, horrified, and immediately took me in. The next few days were a blur of fear and paranoia. Sarah, bless her, was incredibly supportive. We went to the police, but, as I would feared, without any physical assault or direct, undeniable threat that was not just my word against his, their hands were mostly tied. They took a report, told me to block him everywhere, change my locks, and be vigilant. They said they would keep an eye out, but they could not just arrest someone for knowing too much about me, even if it was disturbing. It was a frustrating, terrifying realization of how vulnerable I truly was. I did everything they said. I blocked Alex on Tinder, on all social media. I changed the locks on my apartment door the very next day, even though Sarah insisted I stay with her for a while. I called my family, giving them a vague warning about a crazy person I would met, urging them to be careful and not open their door to strangers. I stopped parking under the old oak tree. I changed my coffee shop, my grocery store, my entire routine. Every shadow seemed to hold his shape. Every unfamiliar car on the street felt like his. I jumped at every unexpected sound, my heart leaping into my throat. Sleep was a luxury I could not afford, haunted by images of his cold, blue eyes and his chilling smile. After a week at Sarah's, I felt a desperate need to return to my own place, to try and reclaim some semblance of normalcy, even if it was a false one. Sarah helped me move some things around, rearrange furniture, anything to make it feel less like a place he had invaded. We even bought new curtains for the balcony. A month passed. The initial raw terror had dulled into a constant low thrum of anxiety. I still checked my rearview mirror obsessively, still glanced over my shoulder when walking alone. But I had not seen Alex, no suspicious cars, no strange figures. I started to hope, just a little, that maybe he would moved on, that he would gotten bored, or that my public outcry had scared him off. Maybe he was not as bold as he seemed. Then, one Tuesday morning, I found it. It was tucked under my doormat, just outside my apartment door, a small, neatly folded piece of paper. My hands trembled as I picked it up, unfolding it with agonizing slowness. It was a photograph, not of me this time, but of Mittens, my cat. She was curled up on her favorite sun-drenched spot on my living room rug, fast asleep. The photo was perfectly clear, taken from inside my apartment through one of my windows at an angle that could only be achieved from the ground. Looking up, the date stamp on the back of the photo read, yesterday. Underneath the photo, scrawled in neat, precise handwriting, were two words, missed you. My blood ran cold, colder than it had ever been. He had not gone away. He was still here, still watching. He would have been outside my apartment yesterday. He knew I was back. He knew my cat was still here. He knew everything. I dropped the photo, letting it flutter to the floor. My apartment, which I had tried so hard to reclaim, suddenly felt like a glass box. Every window, every wall, every shadow felt like a betrayal. I was trapped, living in a cage of his making, always under his unseen gaze. The horror was not just what he could do, but the chilling certainty that he was always there, a phantom presence waiting. And I knew, with a certainty that settled deep into my bones, that nothing would ever be the same again. My life, my home, my peace of mind, they were all gone, replaced by a suffocating, unending fear. Each moment leads us to the next one. The coppery tang of fear still claws at my throat. Chloe's trembling hand digging into my arm as we stand in Serena's charnel house, her journal open on a dusty shelf. The air here is thick with something ancient and rotten, a smell like dried blood and forgotten dreams. Dust motes dance in the single weak beam of light filtering through a grimy window, illuminating a scene that makes my stomach churn. Rusty tools hang on pegboards, their shapes unsettlingly familiar, from nightmares I have not even had yet. Empty cages line one wall, their doors ajar, like something had recently escaped or been released. The journal, lying open on a makeshift table, is the only thing tethering us to some kind of explanation, but the words scrawled inside are tearing my sanity to shreds. How did I end up in this nightmare? How did a simple Tinder swipe lead me to a place where every shadow feels like a predator, and every creak of the floorboards sounds like the whisper of a madwoman? It began, not in this house of horrors, but in my own bed, disoriented, a tiny, ominous, bow-shaped bruise on my wrist. The pieces are falling into place, but the picture they form is terrifying. I remember waking up that morning, sunlight streaming through my window, a stark contrast to the heavy fog in my head. My mouth tasted like old pennies, and my muscles ached, as if I would run a marathon. The last clear memory was Serena, her cool fingers brushing my hair, her voice a hypnotic lullaby about clear heads and bodies experiencing. Then, nothing. Just a void. I sat up, groaning, and that is when I saw it. A small, dark bruise on the inside of my left wrist. It was not round or jagged. It was shaped like a tiny, neat bow, as if someone had pressed a miniature ribbon stamp onto my skin. It looked almost decorative. And that, more than anything, sent a shiver down my spine. My first thought was that I would fallen, maybe bumped into something in a drunken stupor, but I rarely drank, and the whiskey Serena had poured felt different, heavier, and the bruise was not from an impact. It looked too deliberate, too perfect. I tried to call Serena, my thumb hovering over her contact, but a strange reluctance held me back. Her words from the night before echoed in my mind. The most valuable lessons are learned through discomfort, and sometimes those mistakes need a little encouragement. And then, perhaps, no head at all, so the body can truly experience. The words, which I would dismiss as eccentric and dark, now felt like a warning, a veiled threat. I did not call. Instead, I spent the day in a haze, my mind replaying every conversation, every look, every unsettling detail about Serena. The way her deep, dark eyes seemed to dissect me. Her fascination with my childhood nightmare of helplessness. Her murmured, the exquisite terror of helplessness. All those red flags, dismissed as quirkiness, now screamed danger. The next few days were a blur of paranoia. I felt watched. Every shadow seemed to lengthen. Every distant siren seemed to be coming for me. I checked my apartment locks a dozen times a day. I even started sleeping with a knife under my pillow, which, let me tell you, is not a normal thing for me to do. I am a pretty average guy. I work a normal job. I like normal things. This was not normal. The bow-shaped bruise, though fading, was a constant itchy reminder of that night. I tried to scrub it off in the shower, but it was embedded deep, a tiny, dark secret on my skin. I eventually confided in my friend, Chloe. Chloe is pragmatic, grounded, and usually the voice of reason. I called her, my voice tight with a fear I could not quite articulate. Chloe, I think something really bad happened to me. I told her about Serena, the strange conversation, the whiskey, the blackout, and the bruise. She listened patiently. Her initial reaction, a mix of concern and skepticism. Are you sure you did not just drink too much, or maybe hit your wrist on something? She asked gently. I mean, she sounds like a total weirdo, but no head at all could just be a figure of speech, Like, do not lose your head, no. Chloe, I insisted, my voice rising. It was not like that. The bruise, it is not accidental. It is too specific. And the way she looked at me like I was an interesting specimen under a microscope. And I feel different. Like a piece of my memory is just gone, not just fuzzy, but surgically removed. I could hear the tremor in my own voice, the edge of desperation. Chloe, bless her heart, sensed the genuine terror in me. Okay, she said, her tone shifting. Okay, calm down. What do you want to do? I want to find her, I said, a cold resolve settling in. I need to know what she did to me. I need to know what that bruise means. And I need to make sure she can't do it to anyone else. Chloe was hesitant, but she knew me. She knew I was not prone to flights of fancy. All right, she sighed, but we do this carefully. No heroics. We just gather information. We started small. I tried to look up Serena online again, but her Tinder profile was gone. Every search for her name came up with nothing concrete. Just a few generic social media profiles that could have belonged to anyone. No last name, no workplace, no real digital footprint. It was like she was a ghost, or a meticulously crafted illusion. I went back to the street where her apartment was supposed to be. I remembered the building, a stark, modern structure in an otherwise older neighborhood. But when I got there, the building numbers did not match the building I remembered, the one with the unsettlingly bare lobby and the single flickering fluorescent light seemed to have vanished. Or maybe I had misremembered it completely. The paranoia intensified. Had she given me a false address? Had I been taken somewhere else? Chloe suggested we go to the police, but I hesitated. What would I even tell them? The woman I met on Tinder drugged me. I blacked out, and now I have a weird bruise and can't find her apartment. They would probably tell me to drink less and be more careful. No, this felt like something I had to unravel myself. Days turned into weeks. The bruise faded to a pale ghost, but the fear did not. I started having nightmares again, the old one about helplessness. But now Serena was in them, her dark eyes watching, her smile just a little too wide. I felt like I was losing my grip. Chloe, seeing my deteriorating state, decided to take more drastic measures. She was a whiz with computers, a self-proclaimed ethical hacker who mostly just found embarrassing photos of her exes. But this time, she was serious. "There has to be something," she muttered one evening, hunched over her laptop, fingers flying across the keyboard. "A ghost does not just appear and disappear. She has to exist somewhere." She started digging into the metadata of the few messages I had saved from Serena, looking for IP addresses, anything. It was a long shot, but we were desperate. Then, one night, she let out a sharp gasp. "Got something," she said, her voice tight with excitement and a hint of dread. "It is a throwaway email, but it links to a server, and that server, it is not exactly legitimate. It is a dark web server, actually." My blood ran cold. "What does that mean?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "It means," Chloe said, turning her screen to me, "that whoever runs this server is very, very good at hiding, but I found a small crack. A login for an old, obscure forum that uses the same server. The username it is Unwinder Serena." My heart pounded. Unwinder. That was the word Serena had used. A place where the world makes sense. My stomach clenched. "What is on the forum?" Chloe scrolled through pages of cryptic posts. Most of it was incomprehensible, filled with medical jargon, philosophical musings about liberation through experience, and discussions about patient care protocols. But then she found a thread, a long, detailed thread titled "Case Study the Helplessness Protocol." My breath hitched. I remembered telling Serena about my childhood nightmare. The thread described a series of treatments designed to confront and unwind deep-seated fears. It spoke of inducing states of extreme vulnerability, of controlled disorientation, of sensory deprivation, and even minor surgical procedures to enhance receptivity. There were mentions of specific markers used to track progress and identify individuals, and then I saw it. A small, almost throwaway line. The bow-shaped dermal marker indicates successful initiation of the helplessness protocol. My hand flew to my wrist, tracing the faint outline of the bruise. The bow. It was not just a random mark. It was a brand, a sign that I had been subjected to her treatment. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me, a horrifying realization of what had happened that night. I had not just been drugged, I had been experimented on. My body had been used without my consent. My mind had been violated. Chloe. I choked out. She did something to me. She used me, and she wrote about it. She wrote about me. The terror was no longer abstract. It was intensely personal, a violation of my very being. Chloe, her face pale, kept scrolling. "There is an address," she whispered, her finger pointing at a series of coordinates embedded in one of the posts. "It is not a normal address. It looks like a remote location, way out in the sticks." "That is it," I said, my voice grim. "That is where we will find her. That is where we will find answers." Chloe looked up, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination. "Are you sure about this? This is dangerous. I have to," I said, my jaw tight. "I can't live like this, not knowing what she did, what she put inside me. I need to know." And so, we found ourselves on a desolate, unpaved road, miles from the nearest town. The GPS led us to a clearing in a dense, overgrown forest. There, nestled amongst ancient, twisted trees, stood a dilapidated house. It looked abandoned, its windows boarded up, its paint peeling like diseased skin. A rusted sign, barely legible, hung crookedly above the porch, the Unwinding Institute. My blood ran cold. This was it. This was Serena's place where the world makes sense. This was her charnel house. We approached cautiously, our footsteps crunching on dead leaves. The air grew colder, heavier, filled with that same smell I now recognized from my nightmares: old blood, decay, and something else, something metallic and chemical. The front door was ajar, hanging precariously on a single hinge. Inside, it was even worse. Dust motes danced in the single weak beam of light, filtering through a grimy window, illuminating a scene that made my stomach churn. Rusty tools hung on pegboards, their shapes unsettlingly familiar from nightmares I have not even had yet. Empty cages lined one wall, their doors ajar like something had recently escaped or been released. We moved through the house like ghosts, every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind rattling a loose pane, sending jolts of terror through us. The rooms were filled with strange equipment. Old medical tables, restraints, wires, monitors that looked like they belonged in a mad scientist's lab. There were jars on shelves, some empty, some containing murky liquids and indistinct organic matter. My stomach churned. This was not a clinic, it was a torture chamber. Then we found it. In what looked like an office, cluttered with stacks of papers, half-eaten food, and an array of unsettling photographs of people in various states of distress, lay a leather-bound journal. It was open on a dusty shelf, as if someone had just been reading it. And that brings us back to now. Chloe's trembling hand digs into my arm. The journal is open, its pages filled with Serena's neat, elegant handwriting. And the words, oh God, the words, entry 146. I read aloud, my voice hoarse. Subject my name. Profile exhibits classic symptoms of deep-seated helplessness, masked by a veneer of control. Ideal candidate for the unwinding protocol. Initial assessment on first contact, high receptivity to suggestion, particularly when fear is gently introduced. The exquisite terror of helplessness resonated deeply. Chloe gasps, her hand flying to her mouth. I keep reading, my eyes scanning ahead, dread building with every word. Second contact. Successfully administered phase 1 sedative. Subject exhibited expected disorientation. Application of dermal marker bow-shaped, confirmed. Marker contains a microtransmitter for remote monitoring of physiological responses. Subject's initial lesson focused on sensory deprivation and induced dream states designed to amplify the core fear. The body, when deprived of its head's interference, is a remarkable canvas for experience. My blood runs cold. A microtransmitter in the bruise. She had branded me, and she was tracking me, and the lesson, I had no memory of it, but the journal described it in chilling detail. How I had been restrained, my senses deprived, my mind plunged into a manufactured nightmare designed to break me, to unwind me. The emptiness in my memory was not just a blank, it was a carefully curated void, a testament to her work. I flipped through the pages, my fingers shaking. There are other entries, other subjects, descriptions of their fears, their protocols, their unwinding. Some entries end abruptly, others hint at more severe lessons. One particular entry chills me to the bone. Subject 73 resisted the helplessness protocol, required more hands-on encouragement. The body eventually learned, even without the mind's cooperation. A beautiful, if messy, lesson in submission. Oh my God. Chloe whispers, her face white. She is a monster. She is doing this to people. I reached the most recent entry, dated just yesterday. My name is mentioned again. Entry 146, follow up the subject's paranoia, is escalating as anticipated. The unwinding process continues subtly. The microtransmitter indicates heightened stress responses, perfect for the next phase. He is beginning to question everything, to feel the exquisite terror of helplessness outside of the controlled environment. He will seek answers, and when he does, he will find them here. The stage is set for the final lesson. It is time for him to truly experience what it means to be unwound. I anticipate a most gratifying conclusion. My head snaps up, my eyes darting around the room. The stage is set. I repeat, my voice barely a whisper. She knew we were coming. She is expecting us. A floorboard creaks upstairs. It is not the house settling. It is too deliberate, too heavy. Chloe lets out a strangled cry, her grip tightening on my arm. We freeze, listening, our hearts hammering against our ribs. The silence that follows is deafening, punctuated only by our ragged breaths. Then, a voice, calm and melodic, drifts down from the floor above. Well, look what the cat dragged in. Or rather, what the little mouse, driven by its own exquisite terror, found its way to. Serena. My blood runs cold. She is here. She was waiting. Chloe pulls me toward a dark hallway, her eyes wide with panic. We have to go now. But Serena's voice is closer now, drifting down the stairs, slow and deliberate. Do not be rude. My name. You have come all this way. Are not you curious about the rest of your education? We bolt, not toward the front door, but deeper into the house, into the labyrinthine darkness. Every step feels like a lead weight, every breath a gasp. We hear her footsteps, light and unhurried, following us. She is not running, she is stalking. We burst into another room, this one a kitchen, but not like any kitchen I would ever seen. It was spotless, gleaming, but something was off. A large, industrial-looking sink, a heavy butcher block table, and hanging from hooks on the wall, a collection of knives. Not kitchen knives, but surgical scalpels, bone saws, implements that belonged in a horror movie. You know, Serena's voice echoes from the doorway, making us both jump. I always found it fascinating how the body reacts to the anticipation of pain. The mind can rationalize, but the flesh knows. It remembers. She steps into the doorway, illuminated by the faint light from the window. She looks exactly as I remember her, captivating, beautiful. But now, her eyes hold a cold, clinical madness. She is wearing a pristine white lab coat, and in her gloved hand, she holds a small, gleaming scalpel. It reflects the dim light, a tiny, menacing star. The helplessness protocol. My name, she says, her voice as calm as if she were discussing the weather. It is a beautiful thing. It strips away all the ego, all the pretense. It teaches you who you truly are, deep down when all control is gone. She takes a step closer, and then another, and you, my dear, are a quick study. You have already learned so much. The paranoia, the fear, the questioning of your own reality, all excellent progress. Chloe lets out a whimper, pressing herself against the far wall. I stand frozen, my mind racing, trying to find an escape, a weapon, anything, but there is nothing, just us, and her, and the gleaming tools of her trade. And your little friend. Serena continues, her gaze shifting to Chloe, a predatory glint in her eyes. She seems quite receptive to the atmosphere. Perhaps she would benefit from a lesson of her own, a companion piece to yours, perhaps. My blood boils. Leave her alone, I yell, finally finding my voice, though it cracks with terror. Serena smiles, a slow, chilling curve of her lips. Loyalty. A fascinating human construct, but ultimately another illusion to be unwound. She raises the scalpel slightly, admiring its shine. Tell me, my name, what kind of stories do you get lost in now? The kind that make your heart race, or the kind that make you question everything? She takes another step, then another. We are trapped. The air is thick, with the smell of disinfectant and something else, something metallic and sweet. The coppery tang of fear is no longer just in my throat. It fills the entire room. I look at Chloe, her face etched with pure terror, and I know with chilling certainty that we are truly, exquisitely helpless. The lesson, it seems, has just begun, and I do not think we are going to survive it. You have reached the end of today's daily story episode. We hope today's story offered something meaningful to you. If you would like to support the channel, you are welcome to subscribe, share your thoughts in the comments, or pass this story along to someone who might appreciate it. We hope to see you again in the next episode.